Sarana Shani, are you going to read the book for us?
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 68. But some people are not so good at the samatha. Their mind tends to drift away when they try to do the samatha meditation. Some people are very good at vipassana meditation. By birth, they are able to be aware of their thoughts that come and go. They also have the wisdom to analyze the truth about the thought they receive. They find vipassana much easier than the samatha meditation. We need to have a balance between both the samatha and the vipassana in order to go on the path to nirvana. Otherwise, the mind tries to slip away from our awareness, and you will end up with either thoughts of attachment or thoughts of anger. Also, remember, if you are too focused on the Vipassana, that too can cause a problem, because if you go to an extreme in the Vipassana, it can prevent you from letting go of the two extremes, which is ajata, outside, and bahita, inside. You have to let go of the inside and the outside to realize the pure truth. Letting go of both extremes is called majjhi jnana. You realize the pure truth only when you are at majjhi jnana, which means in the middle. Majjhi jnana is a very important point. At this moment, when you are in the middle, you will not be able to form a thought. When you focus too much on how to do the Vidarshana meditation, it becomes a knowledge. When you have too much of knowledge, it becomes an extreme or an antaya. Wherever there is an extreme or an antaya, there are thoughts. And wherever there are thoughts, there is no escape from this vijnana maya or this illusion. Where there are thoughts, there is fire. You feel like you are caught in fire. You cannot find nirvana in a mind that is on fire. An educated mind or a foolish mind, both minds can be considered as being on fire too, because both minds have thoughts. There was an everybody.
Sarana Shani, thank you for reading the book for us. We worship Aryan Wahanse at his feet, Thirwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, and we warmly welcome all our Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion, and also the other friends who are listening to us via other means. So this is the 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado, and this we will continue until 4 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Uh, if I brief what Shani read for us, actually it was giving an outline about the two types of meditation. Samatha meditation is what is called concentration meditation, where the mind is tried to be, or the thoughts are kept at one point, concentrated on one point. And this is what has been in practice for a long, long time. And also in other religions also this is being practiced. And Lord Buddha found out when he was looking for this Dhamma, when he was trying to understand this Dhamma. He also did concentration meditation under several very famous gurus who were there at that time, and he excelled in that concentration meditation. But he found that this is not the end. In fact, those gurus offered them the second in command like place, so that he can continue to be a teacher and guide the followers or the disciples, because they had lots of followers that time, because the trend was to find out the truth. Uh, so there were lots of people looking for truth, going from person to person, trying to understand what is the truth. So anyway, Lord Buddha, he was a hermit actually. He hasn't reached this state of Buddha at that time. So he left those places, and then finally what he found was this, what is called this vipassana meditation or vidarshana meditation. And with that he could explore and find out the truth. Actually, it's mentioned as Vipassana meditation in this book, but under that, two things are described by our noble friend R.M. Mahanse. Vidarshana meditation or insight meditation, which means that we try to analyze, we take a thought and analyze and try to find out how it is formed, how it is created. The beautiful example that he gives is that if you analyze a leaf of a mango tree, uh, the pattern of that mango leaf, then you know that all the mango leaves have the same, more or less same pattern. So you don't need to analyze or check or examine all the leaves in the tree, but just analyzing one or experimenting and finding out how that pattern is in one leaf, that is enough. So it is called this insight meditation or vidarshana meditation, where a kind of piercing deep and deep to find out what is the truth. And the vipassana meditation is something that you experience with that knowledge, where every thought, like you seeing all the mango leaves in the tree, the thoughts, when one thought is analyzed deep, and understanding how it is formed and how the thoughts are behaved, how the thoughts are formed, then you needn't to uh, analyze every thought that comes up, but you know that every thought behaves in the same way. So you become an observer, kind of observing when it comes to Vipassana meditation. So those are the two things I wanted to bring up. All our Dhamma friends have joined, Dr. Kokila, Surangika, and Sudharma. Theruvan Sarnai to all of you. We can start our discussion. I was just briefing what Shani read for us, Theruvan Sarnai.
Kiran Sanai, I actually couldn't join in the part where couldn't hear what Chani was reading. So was it about the concentration meditation, or what was it mainly about?
It was actually just an outline about concentration meditation and the Vipassana meditation. But under Vipassana meditation, I tried to explain what is meant by Vidarshana or the insight meditation. So what it read was that both types are useful as a kind of calming down thing. Concentration meditation is useful, and Vidarshana meditation sometimes increases. I mean, you improve with the knowledge, but knowledge alone is not going to be helpful. So both should be balanced. That was what was read.
Actually, Vidarshana meditation is not only knowledge. Vidarshana meditation is like piercing one thought with
Yeah, that I mentioned.
with
Yes.
all the um, with all the things that we know about how mind is created. Are there any questions? I think we can discuss anything related to that, or anything other than that as well. We can ask Surangika or Sudharma to talk as well. Anything?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආයන වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා තෙරුවන් සරණයි doctors and Miss Rangika and Joy. So it's very beautiful the way Dr. Sakuntala highlighted. This is actually I am writing an article also. For that also I have some issues, so I am again seeking help from you, especially to find the best words to be used when we are kind of translating a chapter related to insight meditation. So, Doctor, I would like to explain how I have understood them. So, in penetrative meditation, or Vipassana meditation is, as you said, seeing through the stimulus. It's like going deeper to see the truth of it, how it is formed, that there is no truth in that. How the power is generated with the interaction of vibrations, it happens then and there, and that story. So we call that, if we see, as Dr. Sakuntala said, when you once see through a certain stimulus, when you properly understand, feel it, it's like seeing the stem pattern of a single leaf of a certain tree, or opening a mangosteen so that you see the kernel and everything. It's the same. So the composition of each and every thought or stimulus is the same.
Are you telling that how you are going to solve someone's problem, or giving a talk?
No, Dr. Kokila. What I mentioned was I have an issue with translating these words into English, like
Why
Vidarshana,
do you want to
meditation.
translate? Sorry, I'm trying to understand. Why do you want to translate?
I'm actually writing some content under the
Oh,
guidance of
okay. Yeah,
Ariana.
yeah,
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 for
yeah,
that
yeah, okay.
only. So,
Mm-hmm.
doctor, for Vidarshana meditation, the best term to use it, penetrative, isn't it? So insight is also there, but when
It's the
I
same
researched
meaning,
extensively, but for Vipassana, doctor, Vipassana is that young.
yang hi tatra tatra vipassati thing, that we do not see through each and every stimulus with, I mean, intentionally, but when we mature in the path, naturally we liberate from the thought. We see, I mean, we do not get caught in anything. It's like more, we don't go deeper like that to analyze, but naturally we liberate from each and every thought then and there. So that is vipassana meditation. There is a difference. I mean, not a vast difference, but still that certain concentration, this vipassana kanika samadhi, it also arises through that. So for that, is it okay to use penetrative meditation for vidarshana and give within brackets, I give vidarshana meditation there. And for vipassana, I use insight meditation and still give within bracket it as vipassana meditation. Then again in the same chapter we talk about concentration meditation also, doctor. There I researched a lot, and the best word to be used for concentration meditation, samatha bhavana, is tranquility meditation to avoid confusion. So what do you think actually? Can you just suggest, I don't know whether I'm taking time off your discussion, but still I thought this is the best platform to discuss this openly. And because the other thing, Dr. Kokila, co- in the same chapter, I do write Vidarshana, write about Vidarshana Samadhi and Samatha Samadhi. So Samatha Samadhi is tranquility concentration. Vidarshana Samadhi is again inside concentration. It's little, I am trying to, uh, I mean, kind of discuss it, and to avoid confusion, I always give the Pali term within brackets, but still it's a bit
I
of
think
a
Surangika is much better than me for the words because I'm not sure about all these words. What do you think,
special,
Surangika?
yeah, yeah, Miss Rangika, please.
Thiruvang Sannai. I think Sudharma, for the Vidarshana, if you just use insight meditation within
Yes,
brackets Vidarshana, that would be
better.
better, I think. But
Okay.
I'm open to on the
Vipassana.
Vipassana. It's anybody else, if they have a better suggestion. I'm not 100% sure what we should say for Vipassana. Samadhi also, the word Samadhi also needs interpreting, isn't it?
Samadhi and Surangika, we can't, I think, change its concentration, because Sati Samadhi, there are 5 specific situations on Sila Samadhi. Those things are kind of now, for generations, they have written that in Buddhist scriptures, and for Samadhi, we can't change, we have to use the word concentration.
I
For
don't think so,
Yeah, I don't think
Sudharma,
so.
because I mean, that's not the way, just because it was done, if it doesn't really convey the feeling, the feel,
yes.
R.N. Manse has turned all these words into on its head, right? So from that, and why does he do that?
Mm.
Because it doesn't really convey the feel, the awareness, the
Mm.
supra-awareness, all those things that have been, so when you say samadhi, it's that meditative state. It is a
I
state. It's not concentration. For concentration, even in the
There should be
English
someone to
language,
concentrate.
exactly, there has to be a focal point and there has to be a doer. So
mm. So
samadhi is like a state, isn't it, Dr. Pokira?
Yeah, and I
so
think you might have to ask Saranwansi too, because
yeah,
I'm not good with words at all. I mean,
mm.
but
So
the question is, if you the thing is, what is the message that is going to be given?
Yeah, I
yeah,
think that's
that
the
is
most
well
important thing. Yeah.
explained. That is explained under, but this glossary is also important. It's so no,
So
it's
for
all
the
like
for
yeah.
Samatha Bhavana, Sudharma, I think you can use concentration meditation. That is a
Hmm.
very
Hmm.
well known, and
Hmm.
nobody, I mean, even in this Dhamma, we are not disputing Samatha being concentration
Hmm.
meditation,
Hmm.
isn't it?
Hmm.
Because that is what has been globally followed, and as we understand it, that is not going
Hmm.
to be the correct path on its
And
own.
then yeah, that's a good idea, and it's yeah, that helps because for vipassana the best thing is not to translate and just to keep it as vipassana, isn't it? And vidarshana is also I mean, it's insight is widely used for vidarshana. Yes, and insight meditation. So
In with the
yeah.
vipassana is meditative state without self.
That's true.
Mm,
Mm.
mm.
And what you explained, Sudharma, it's that the flow of thoughts is there without the heaviness, without the power.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
vipassana. Yes, yes, okay. Yeah, so as it is related to the part elaborated by Dr. Sakuntala, I thought I should discuss this. So thank you so much. That helps a lot. Okay. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. Yeah, as you said, I have talked with Aryan Mahanse also, but I think I thought I should ask it here because we will be anyway using these articles and things in these discussions also. Yeah. Yes, that
I
helps.
think another person, maybe if you can ask, is Harshi Sudharma, because I remember right at the beginning of this English Zoom, or at least more than 1 year ago, Aryan Mahanse brought up the topic of particular definitions for these different samadhis and bhavanas and all that. And at that time, Harshi was also on the call and she did some research as well. Because, yeah, so if you can message her, she might have some good suggestions as
Yes,
well.
she
Obviously, apart
helps a
from
lot.
asking Aryan Mahansa, of course.
She helps a lot, Miss Surangika. I
Oh, okay,
already,
right. Okay.
yeah, I message her. The other thing is Vipassana thing is the biggest problem. Without,
Vipassana is a
yes,
meditative state which
yes,
is there all the time. Vidarshana is in one thought.
yes. Okay.
But that thing is without self.
Yes.
That is the thing. I'm not good with the words, but it is difficult, isn't it?
Yes. And Dr. Kokila, as a question, now when we say that use the term radiant mind in association with the newborns, actually there is again a mind, mental image that, okay, the radiant mind, there's something called radiant mind and it's there at the birth and so on. But still, in this Vipassana meditative state, when one liberates from each and every stimulus, again, can we call that state is all as radiant mind experience?
Radiant mind without self again.
Yes, yes. Mm.
Because the self vibration is not there in an arahant.
Okay.
It's a radiant mind without the self vibration or the power. That's the difference between the baby and the arahant anyway. Isn't it? What do you think?
So at the arahant stage, the taints have no any power. Is that the difference? But
Yeah, there's no power.
yeah, no power.
No
There
tense,
are
no
no
power.
taints even.
No tense.
No
Yeah.
tense.
Mm.
And
So actually, the real radiant mind is the mind of an arahant. We can't again uh, objectify that, but still,
with these words
yeah.
can actually mislead, but I think the main important message is the words are used in different aspects. The you without you, the versus you. So it's very difficult. You just can't say, but it's I don't know. I mean, um, radiant mind. We can't actually attribute any defilements to a radiant mind anyway. But the radiant mind of an arahant doesn't have the self view, doesn't have the self perception, doesn't have the self vibration. That's it. Radiant mind, sorry, actually, that statement is, I think, incorrect. I'll correct it again. I'll try to say it again. Radiant mind doesn't have the not the self view anyway. Self view is broken anyway. Because even in a baby, there's no self view, there's no self perception as such, just in tense level, isn't it? So it's very, very difficult to say. But the main thing is no power. That we can say, no vibration, because that's the only thing that is there in the radiant mind. Radiant mind, there's no perception whatsoever. It's just a vibration. It's something you feel.
And Dr. Kokila, at that point, we cannot assign a certain period age up to these. I mean, 4 months, 5 months, the
Never
child
do
will
that.
be
Never do that.
never, yeah, we can't.
Why are
Because
you trying to even do that?
yeah, that's,
Dr. Kokila, if the taints are there, the vibration is there, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. That's the baby.
Yeah.
But the tense means the Dasa Sangyojana, but in Dasa Sangyojana, not all can be there, isn't it? Because the view is not there, so we have to be careful in saying, is it Dasa Sangyojana, the tense?
Sastra means 10 fetters. I
Ah,
actually.
no. Okay, I got you. Sorry, that's the fetters. Okay. Oh, this is complicated. I don't know. Yeah, okay. Got you. It's tense means sasava. Sasava means vibration. Yes. Sorry, these words are not good with me. Anything else?
I think the difference between the radiant mind of the baby and the radiant mind of the Arhat state is that no taints at the level of the Arhat state. The baby
No
has,
tense.
yeah.
Yeah, no tense. But the problem is in actual language, we can't really say tense because no one knows tense. It's
Yes.
mainly the vibration or the power.
Yeah.
Because the tense is the word from, I think, Pali. I mean, something from Pali, I think, that they have tried to develop a new word for that. I don't think in English literature will have the tense, will they? They might, but it is again related to all the Tripitaka, I think.
The word taints I just found, I checked it after listening to these discussions actually. I found it in the dictionary, but it gives sort of some idea like well, dirt or whatever underneath, not surfaced. Some meaning like that.
Mm.
I think they use the word cankers as well, isn't it?
Yes, as well. Yes, yes.
They say it's mental impurities, but that's like very surface like, isn't it? When you say impurities, whereas here we are talking about a underlying current kind of thing, which is a far deeper connotation to it, isn't it? Because that in that vibration lies the entire samsaric thing, although
Yes.
everything is lying in that one vibration. Dr. Sakuntala, you were going to check yesterday about that sutra for Joel. Were you able to?
No, actually, I couldn't do it. I wasn't sure whether anyone had interest about that, so I couldn't make it. I will ask one of the nuns from, they remember these sutras very well.
Yeah, no, I was also trying to rack my brain to see, because I remember, I think I know what you're saying, there was something where Lord Buddha said, if you want to meditate in the jungle, obviously you don't go and select a place where there are a lot of mosquitoes or something like that, isn't it? There was some kind of story around it as well. So certain things where you have to practice patience. Then in certain instances you have to not associate with various things. And like that you get several, isn't it, in that
Some
sutra?
very practical points are there in that
Yes,
sutra.
yes, some practical
I will
points.
need to find it out. I'll be able to find out.
Maybe
by the way.
ashrava, something to do with some. Yeah.
Yeah, I will do it. Sorry, I couldn't do it by.
That's actually in the beginning of the path.
Oh, I think it's in the Sabbasava Sutra, isn't it? Maybe it is.
Maybe
It says
Sabbasava Sutra,
7
yes.
ways to dispel defilements.
Okay, you found it now?
No, I'm just trying to find it on the phone.
Yeah, I think Sabbasava Sutra, yes. Because it explains some very practical points, as Dr. Kokila said, right at the beginning for a person who is on Dhamma path. There in that sutra, you don't talk about, not, these are the sense created world and not taking the world as real. Those points are not discussed, but in a very superficial manner, some advices given by Lord Buddha in that sutra. Yes.
Anything else? So you can discuss something, yes, sir.
I can share a personal experience, Dr. Kokila. Last week, I had to undergo an MRI test. So when I was inside that machine, it was like being in the space, because Avyan Mahase at the very beginning several times he explained. So now you still say the world is real, but imagine if you were born in the space without any visual formations around, what would be your experience like? So it was like that kind of experience, because throughout I was there for like more than 1 hour. So the tests are like categorized, I don't know, 3 minutes, 30 seconds, so forth. With each test, the machine generates different sounds, sound perception. So I experienced how actually the only sensory organs that worked were like the body sensation, ear, the birth of ear was there, eyes, I kept closed, so I no visual uh, formations were there, but still some drug was given, methyl penicillin or something. That bitterness was there from time to time. The thoughts occurred, and the sounds. The beautiful thing was, uh, so different sounds occurred. So the moment I heard certain sound like palm, 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 the perception of bread coming there, because I was trying to like connect it with not I, but the system was, I mean, trying to give meaning to that particular sound. So when the next sound like duan, 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 so it's running kind of meaning is coming there. So that way I experienced how these perceptions, they are mere sounds, but still, since we knew the mechanism of the how the world is becoming real and the work of this mind consciousness, uh, it didn't, I mean, uh, go far, like there were not no strings of thoughts, but since I was so much isolated and I was there all by myself for a long time, at once it occurred at the deathbed. So there, when the visual formations occur, maybe due to the illusionary nature of mind consciousness, people must be, uh, I mean, having the thoughts may generate a lot of power then and there. So that kind of realization happened, Dr. Kokila, because throughout the 1 hour I was experiencing the sense, the mechanism actually, how this works as a system. So
Yeah,
please, yeah.
it is actually much in the future. Try and not look at the system. Now you have the habit of looking at the system. In the future, if you have clear understanding about Dhamma, you don't need to try and look at the system. Just let it happen. Did you get it?
Yes, doctor, that active contemplation is unnecessary at this level. Yes, but it actually happened. I was doing it intentionally. Yes, I agree. Shouldn't have done.
There's too much
But
eagerness.
anyway, it was no, doctor. It was anyway a beautiful experience.
Yeah,
Don't know
no,
whether this. Yeah.
everything is beautiful if you look at it in that way. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, if you get used to uh, contemplation, it will be just another habit. If you imagine teacher teaches you that this is chair, you stop thinking about it. Chair comes automatically, isn't it? Likewise, this non-self perception also should come. Active contemplation is good. It's good for a beginner. Actually, it is good. And then it will keep coming without any effort. It is okay. It's also okay. But then just take it easy and let it happen is the best thing, I think. Yeah. Anything else?
Dr. Kokila, Terasana, in the absence of any specific questions, maybe we can elaborate a little bit more on this Vidarshana meditation and concentration meditation, because we have read it from the book.
Yeah. So what can we, I mean, so if you are taking a chair, so
Yeah.
so the chair, how does the chair happen? So is chair outside? We can see chair outside. Is the chair outside? Actually, there is no chair outside. So chair is actually a perception. Perception actually has no chair anyway. Perception is just like current. So this mind is also actually like a power of a battery where you can see a battery, but the power you can't really see, can you? Likewise, these perceptions are also kind of like that. It's a product. There is a production, but there's nothing in there. So but there is a outcome. There's a output. There's a manifestation. So this whole manifestation of the chair is actually not true. So if you're seeing the chair, you're standing somewhere, maybe just think about this, and you're seeing the chair, there's some seeing happening also. There's this feeling of light when the chair is not there. It is a direct feel, and the feel is just there because of the past vibration of light. It's just that, just like that. That's all. If you actually get it correctly, you will feel the sense outcome or the existent feel without the life feel, and that's it. That's the important aspect. That's it. That is the for the Vidarshana, the Satyajnana is the main important factor for the truth. We have talked about the truth a lot, but the background truth should be there. So what is the truth? There's only, at one particular moment, there's only one stimulus. There's only one stimulus. So what we call living is stimulus, 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 stimulus. That's how it happens. But because of this fast occurrence of this, we feel like it is existing. This is like in in cartoons, if you move them so fast, you feel like they are moving. Just imagine when the train starts to go, sometimes you feel like the trees are going to the other side. It's kind of like that mirage. There's so many experiences you can elaborate on that. So this mirage is due to the speed. So this mirage, due to the speed, is going to continue until you have the respiration or the functions of the sensory organs. There's no problem in that. It is going to continue. But this suffering is the power, underlying power is the main suffering we have. Suffering, even though we call it suffering, sometimes it comes as happiness too. Sometimes it can come as sadness too. But the main thing is, it is not the sadness or the happiness that is a problem. It is the power behind that. This is so difficult. If you have been happy and you don't feel that alive here, you will understand. If you are going through a very harsh experience, but still you don't feel as you are in there, that is the important thing. So the Vidarsana has so many aspects about that. So because all the Satyajnana is in one, is collectively affecting that one particular moment. Outcome is the actual meditative state which comes, because once you understand that 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 this is how it is, this vibration is going to go down anyway. Someone who has understood Dhamma will actually not feel the outside, because they feel the inside. They feel the inside changes, but not the outside. So it's kind of feel the perception, but not the actual outside story. You know the story, you are in there, you try to do everything you have to do. You get up in the morning, you go to work, you cook, you look after kids, clean the house, go shopping, sleep late at night, wake up early. So the cycle goes. But with the power or without the power is the main important thing. So the meditative state is when actually you feel liberated. So there can be like 3 states we can say. One is that in like first foremost state where you wouldn't feel the outside, you would feel the mind. You are still inside this dream. There's the second one. You will feel you feel awakened from the dream. You still feel. And there would be an arahant where there's no power at all, but the organ functions will be there. So they are kind of the meditative states we can say. But what we specifically talk about the vipassana is the state of an arahant. We don't talk about the other ones. We talk about the state of an arahant where you don't have the power of you or power of self-vibration. So the meditation is completely different. The concentration meditation is completely different. It's just you try hard and concentrate on one stimulus. So this trying hard person is all anyway there. So you start with you. You have to, there's effort there to try and focus and then go through that, and self-perception is anyway there. Self-vibration is anyway there. So that's why we hear people start getting addicted to meditative states. In vipassana or the state of an arahant, because there is no self-power, because the self-power is dwindling or slowly going to zero. There's no addiction to the meditative states. So, don't know whether I said anything. Can you add something, Suranka?
Dr. Kopla, and I think that was a very comprehensive explanation. I like the particular thing about, how you tied it to the meditative state as well, because of the conversation we had before with the radiant mind and the Arahant. So, I think Aryan Mansi yesterday or day before, maybe a couple of days ago, talked about when did, what is your oldest memory? I think he said, if you go back to your childhood days, how much can you remember? I think he asked in the Andolnatmaka Zoom. I think that was to bring home the point that, he said, can you remember being in the cot? Can you remember being at your mother's breast? That kind of thing. And obviously nobody has any kind of recollection of being in the cot and so on. And I think it was to drive home the point, isn't it? How it is when the stimuli forms and then the self-view forms is the point at which this vibration becomes prominent and real, and then this whole duality occurs, from which point this parasanya, navasanya thing and the perception arises. And from that moment onwards, each time there is a stimuli, whether it is from the sound or the light or whatever it is, that entire vibration then occurs, or the telepathization occurs at that moment, and the whole thing arises again in this very moment. So, and then I think today, this morning, maybe Dr. Sakuntala, you may have been listening. I think it was this morning. He said, if you had seen a chair even in your childhood days, and if you see a chair now, it's the same thing. And there was nothing else that you saw. But something that crossed my mind at that point is true. The initial stimulus, the telepathization happens from that first stimulus, because it's the same telepathization, the synchronization as you call it. But each time there is also add-ons, isn't it, Dr. Kopila? Because if we say that Sarasanka Kalpalakshayak me mohote, or all those experiences are telepathizing in this very moment, every experience in the samsaric cycle, one can think about it in a very, oh my God, all those births type of thing. But is it that is very overt, isn't it? That is a very shallow kind of meaning, isn't it? Because what Ardenvans is trying to say, or for us to understand, is that everything lies in this one vibration. And the collective experiences, we may think that, we saw many chairs. Ever since the day we encountered the first chair, we saw many chairs throughout our life. But in every one of those moments, that moment is only this moment, isn't it?
Yeah,
Perhaps
actually,
if you can explain that a bit more, yeah.
When we try to type letter A in Google, everything under the A would come like that. When the vibration is here, you can actually vibrate to enumerate number of vibrations. You can telepathize into everything and anything.
Mm.
So that's the problem with the vibration here. So that brings the whole journey. That's how it happens. When the vibration is here, everything is here, because it uh, I, it's not, you can't really say it's in that particular moment, but actually you can't say even no, because it has the potential to do anything. It has the potential to vibrate to anything, telepathize to anything, synchronize to anything. So it is there, because this vibration, the vibration here is the problem. If this vibration is not there, there is no suffering at all, no birth at all. Yeah, so the whole samsara journey is like lost, because there's no vibration here to telepathize into that. So, but the one vibration is the thing, like Sirasa or Dharana. When that vibration is there, any radio or any TV may catch it or may not catch it, unless the Sirasa or Dharana is there, there's always any potential. So that's what the 31 levels are there. So this vibration, so the non-vibration is rarest. That's what the Lord Buddha said, Lord Buddha's explanation of this rarest thing is finding a needle inside, not just the floor, inside sand. Finding a small needle, sewing needle, and the other one was sending a arrow through a horse's what is it? The horse
The hair in his tail, I think.
yeah, hair in the tail, so that it is torn
Split
into
to
100
times or
split to
something.
100 times. So that is the rareness of that non-vibration moment, or the shana sampatti.
Mm.
That's the
Yeah,
rare moment.
apparently even that's easier than this.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, it's funny, but it's not funny actually. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's
But
not funny.
it's terrifying, but because it's how terrifying? Because we don't understand it, we might smile, but actually it's terrifying, because you can understand how rare the possibility of feeling the non-vibration, and there is a chance now with Tarananse, because it's very very become evident when a human being is there with the non-vibration. It is so easy for every other human being to understand this and also feel this, because only humans can feel this as well, because the beauty of the mind is whatever the vibration, when directed towards the mind or manifested in the mind, you can this power is augmented so much. There's so much variation: anger, hatred, humiliation, jealousy. Not anger, hatred. There may be so many variations of hatred too. So whatever the words, we know that the burning has so much variations in humans. So the other way around, even the craving has so much variations. So but at the same time, only a human being can feel this in the first instance, and also can explain it to the world, explain it to other humans, basically. It is so tricky if you can understand. That is how rare this occurrence of non-vibration in the world. 8 billion people, there's one person who may be manifesting, and all the others are trying to become that. At least feel it once. That's how it is. What was the question, by the way? I don't know. I'm going in sidetracks. Did I answer the question, Suranga? I think
I think it was it Sudharma's question?
no, you
Doctor,
actually brought up a side question.
it was about concentration meditation and insight meditation, isn't it?
No, actually,
Dr.
she brought
Sakunta,
up brought up something sideways that she wanted to say something that I was trying to add something to that. No, we can't even remember what that is.
We can't remember. I
But
think it was
anyway,
the vibration happening in this moment about the chair.
yeah. No, actually, you were talking about the whole this 31 realms and the whole the samsaric
Each
vibration.
moment, whether it's this moment,
Yeah. So it is important to understand this telepathization technique because this is what it is. I mean, if you are talking about something like even Joel said this so beautifully when he asked the question, if someone asks me about the job, I get so agitated. It's so normal. It's so normal because it comes with that vibration. The whole package comes. It doesn't just come with the understanding of the job. It comes with the whole package. So if someone talks to me about the job, the whole package comes. Only to an arahant, the package comes, but without the power. That's the difference. Don't say the package doesn't come. Because if this is a human, the human mind works normally. Package comes. If you say your mother, even Lord Buddha knows Lord Buddha's mother in before becoming Lord Buddha, There's no way like, oh, I don't know who is my mother. I can't remember who is my mother. That's not how it works. So the human mind works normally. Human mind will have the happiness, the sadness, everything, but without this suffering, without that power, without feeling alive, without feeling the burning. Yes?
So, Dr. Kokilan, these 31 realms in one stimulus, that capability is there only for the human mind. Is it so? So it should be the levels of that power generated. No, now, for example, when the perception of mother occurs, the power generated in
These
that thought.
three worlds are within the human because the Rupaloka,
Yeah.
Arupaloka,
Arupaloka
Kamaloka is in this because if there is someone in the Arupa can't actually vibrate to the other two worlds. Only Arupa is just the feel. So you just imagine. Okay, now this is very good thing. You know that Surangika said something about which Aryan Hanse told few days ago that the kid can't remember anything. Just remember like that. Just remember like that. That's like Arupa. Because there's a vibration. That's it. Can you even imagine that? That's the beauty of Dharma. That's a vibration. So it's a feel. That's what the thing is. And when it comes to feel, if the Satyajnana is not there, it will never cross that line to say that it is just the sensory organ. And you won't feel the zero power or the non-self perception. For the non-self perception to occur, someone should actually feel or know properly that whatever you feel is the vibration of the sensory organ. This knowledge is going to get reinforced by the experience. When there's no experience, you have doubts. Every day you have doubts. You just imagine and tell. But when you have the experience, you know it's just an experience only. Today, Joel is silent. I think Joel must be thinking, wow, what nonsense are they talking? Isn't it? It's a bit, I think it's a bit too much also, because with so much Pali words and so much vibration and all that. But he's going to catch up, I think, one day, because he's so inquisitive about this whole vibration thing, or whole burning thing. And keenness to get rid of this burning is the main factor which drives this human being to non-vibration. Yes, Joel.
Well, I don't want to ask a question because I'm a bit irritated because certain things, it's a bit difficult for me for my age to practice and to grasp it. So I'm just taking my time to understand this.
Just let it go. Just let it go. Go slowly. Just let it go. If you feel like it's too much, just let it go. That's what it is. Letting go is art, Joel. Letting go is art. We really don't know that. If you feel it's too much, we have done this for a long time. And if we felt that Dhamma is a bit too much, because we just let it go. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Main thing is, if you feel like a bit of frustration, just let go, because frustration is not going to give you any benefit in this path. This Dhamma is felt when you are actually in a very state of tranquility, very without much problems. So that's why Aranwanse always tell that for us to feel the nature, the non-vibration is very close to the nature. So to feel the nature, that's what he says all the time. He doesn't say anything else. So if Dhamma is heavy, just let go. Specifically you, Joel, don't get this as a problem, because the main reason you join our Dhamma discussion is to get rid of your problems. Never take a problem from this Zoom discussion. Just drop them. If it's too much, just drop them and let it absorb. Or it will absorb slowly. It doesn't matter actually. Just go slow. You just take it cool, as like you're listening to music. When you listen to music, are you trying to split hairs and understand whether this is the flute, whether this is the piano, whether this is the guitar, whether this is the drum? You don't do that. You just feel it. Likewise, just feel it. Just feel it. Don't even doubt yourself. Just don't doubt yourself. The doubt, the frustration, it's just part of this burning. It doesn't matter. Just let go. And one day you feel comfortable enough to think about it. It might normally come. You don't have to think about it even now, because you have heard this Dhamma now. You actually have heard a lot. I think it's such an asset, but don't let it bother you. Don't let this Zoom discussion bother you at all. It should be, if it is too much, just drop it and take it easy. Be happy. We want a happy joy, not um, not sad joy, isn't it, Joy? What do you think?
That you brought some
Yeah,
tears to my eyes. I'm sorry. I'll talk to you later.
yeah. Just take it easy, because none of these things, none of us actually. Some people have trouble, this Sudharma is trying to write a book, and she's splitting hairs to write which word, and she's trying to ask that, and Surangika and me are trying our best to give an answer which we but when it comes to someone's actual question, it's so easy to answer, but when it comes to theory, even I struggle. I don't know much theory, so I mean, yeah, it's this Dhamma is so beautiful. If someone is listening to this Dhamma and that person is burning, I think they have catch the serpent from the other side. Is that the correct wording? Like,
Yeah, I think so. Yes, what Anand says is, I think it's a metaphor from Lord Buddha's time. You should catch the snake or the serpent from the head, but not from the body or the tail, isn't it? Then it will,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So as soon as you feel a bit frustrated, just let it go,
yeah,
and you can slowly feel it again. You feel the as I told you again, I mean in the past, just feel the breeze of the normal air in the morning, uh, beautiful mornings. Just feel the morning light. Just feel the birds singing. Maybe the sound of the train. Maybe the sound of the rain. Maybe sound of a cyclone. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Um, you just telepathize to that and just stay there for a bit. This this what is it called, this dream, this world of us is full of stuff. One thing, yeah, money. Another thing, family. Another thing is um, what else, the human rights, or justice, or politics, it's all the topics. They are going to burn you, but they are actually inside this dream. This dream, when you know that it's not true, you can be in the dream without burning at all. And that's what I wish for you, and you're going to get it. So if at all in any discussion, any word of us makes you uncomfortable, just stop it, because none of us are actually um, wishing that on anyone. As soon as anyone feels, even if you have heard Araman say talk, if a mother comes and tells Araman, I can't understand it, what he might tell is just make a cup of tea, Amma, just make a cup of tea and just take it easy. And we know how true that is because we have done that so many times. So, and the beauty of Dhamma is this, the truth comes when you are in that beautiful moment, when you don't, when you are in vibration with the nature. Are we running into the other Zoom? I think we may. Is it?
Yeah, we are
Yeah,
almost.
we are passing. So we'll hand over our Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock Zoom discussion. We worship our Anwanse. We have so much gratitude for him for sharing this no self dhamma or burning less living. It's a it's it's something which you are very fortunate even to just to hear. So wish you all the actually wish you all happiness, super awareness, and zero burning, would say. And may Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you very much, Dharma friends.
Tera Saranai Dhamma
Thank
friends.
Dr. Kokila, Therusana, friends. Namaskar, Bye.
Tera Saranai. We worship our Anwanse as usual. Pay our respect to our spiritual leader, our noble friend, our Anwanse, Tera Saranai. And we also warmly welcome all of you who have joined the English Zoom discussion today. Tera Saranai, everybody. So as usual, we will start our discussion 2:45 to 4 p.m. Our usual English Zoom discussion of Buddothpado Dhamma teaching. Other days actually we are generally reading some pages from the book, but today I suppose we can straight away start the discussion. So any of you like to bring up any topics until Dr. Kokila joins us? Okay, Thiruvasanai. I think we will just maybe we can continue a little bit more of the same topic that we were talking yesterday about the ego, that this question that was brought up by Joel.
Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, yesterday Dr. Kokila gave a very comprehensive uh, kind of conducted a very comprehensive discussion regarding Joel's question of how to identify or how to handle if we meet up somebody who is so egoistic, and what is actually, how do we define ego in terms of this Dhamma. So what I felt was, Dr. Sakuntala, so we generally feel that people, when they try to show up, when they try to be recognized among a crowd, we obviously, it is obvious that they are egoistic generally, but still, when somebody keeps quiet also, when there is a necessity to talk, so at that point also we feel, actually we know that they do not speak up due to their ego, because in Dhamma discussions now, actually the biggest challenge one has is to identify one's ego. So Aryan Hanse actually explains it in several ways, like it is the self perception, basically self view, or actually conceit also is used to refer to that, manaya. So identifying one's self, self kind of how much that person is trying to maintain that self is also defined as the ego in these discussions. So, for example, now the actually what Aryan Hanse always mentions is we cannot see how egoistic we are. That is actually in 7 o'clock discussions. That's why sometimes he makes each other to talk about um, us in order to help the other person only, not to intimidate or not to let down, just to help each other in this journey. So actually, if we try to, yesterday the discussion was basically about how a egoistic person would try to dominate over others and try to show up as if I know everything, because in schools actually this self perception we know is obvious even in small children, because according to Dhamma, once somebody is born, of course this vibration occurs, and gradually when the uh, five sensory faculties begin to work, of course, uh, with the existence feel and the alive feel, self perception also gets stronger and stronger. So even among school children I have experience now, especially when we assign group work, um, if we select the uh, most kind of talkative person, or who shows up leadership skills to be the group leader, sometimes he dominates over all the other children. Even the most silent one must be having certain things to contribute to that group activity, but that the small child, unknowingly they dominate over the others and do not let others to uh, be a part of that simple thing. So this, despite the age, we can see this self perception, self view in everyone. It's very interesting the way that the small children show it up. So actually unknowingly we appreciate that as leadership skills, and they try to show that to the teacher even, I am the best one and I have done everything. But in the new educational kind of principles also, now what we encourage is to let everyone contribute equally to a project or any sort of activity. So it was a very interesting question that Joel asked. We can discuss it from different perspectives, so that much I can contribute. Now Dr. Kokila, Miss Surangika and all have joined. Teruvan Saranai, worship Buddothpado Aryan Hanse's feet, and we can continue the discussion.
Sorry, I just joined. Devansan had an answer. Namaskarayo. What was the discussion point today? Today, didn't Shani to read the book? Not yet, yeah. I think
She
she's.
informed Dr. Kokila that she is unable to join
It's
today.
okay.
She is
Yeah, yeah.
unable to. Yeah. So we were
It's
just
okay.
talking about the ego and some experiences we
What was the
have.
question?
No, it was just a continuation of the
Yesterday.
yesterday's discussion, and
Okay.
yeah,
Actually, we didn't have much time to take Surangika's. I don't know whether Surangika spoke. I can't remember. But even Sakuntala, Dr. Sakuntala couldn't participate in that because I think we ran out of time quickly yesterday. So we can talk about it today as well. Yes, Sakuntala.
Yeah, actually, as you said, the word ego has sort of in English language, it has a very superficial meaning where me, myself, and the things related to me, which comes up as thoughts. So that is what is interpreted in the English language when we are talking about things. But in Buddhist teaching, apart from the superficial, very obvious feeling of myself and the things related to that myself. And also, I think it has the Surangika suggested the pride, the word pride also. Yes, I mean the proudness or pride or whatever, proudness and trying to dominate and trying to show off. Those, all those are the descriptive words used for ego when we are just in general talking. But in Buddhist teaching, actually, that is the sort of culprit behind all these defilements and this long samsaric journey, where the feeling of being alive and feeling of this self perception, and the word self weave is used for the thought that is built up on top of the self perception. Self perception is that just the feeling of existence, but on top of that the thoughts are built up, and then that's described as self weave. Please correct me if I'm mentioning anything incorrect. So behind this main sort of large outer layer, there are many aspects that we have to discuss in this ego or this self perception. Wherever now we know that the world, so called outside world, is a creation of the sensor function. So we have uh, no knowledge or no way of finding out what is beyond this uh, sensor function level. We assume that what we are experiencing is existing outside, and different animals have their own sort of different feelings or the different ways of accepting what was experienced. So when we go think about that line, whatever is taken as a thing or whatever is given a value or whatever is accepted as existing, uh, then and there the self perception is there on the other side. It's like the uh, other side of the coin, because feeling of existence and feeling of being alive are both sort of going hand in hand. So in very fine places, very fine nooks and corners, you can find the self existence or self perception. When you go deep and deeper, with every word you talk, with every activity and every thought, if they are taken as real, or if they are not, uh, if they are given a value by the system, then and there this self-feeling or this self-perception is there. That is where the finest forms of ego is hiding. Uh, so what our noble friend always says, that try to identify your feel. What he meant by that was that uh, the burn or the burn in relation to that that you are experiencing in relation to any stimulus or any thought. So that is the different names are given, the defilements or maybe self perception, different words can be given. So I think this is actually the theory part, but when you go to practical side, Surangika gave a nice example yesterday about being in the queue in the bank. If one person jumps and comes in front of you uh, uh, while you have been waiting in the queue for some time, the feel that you get, you can give different names to that feel. It's an uncomfortable feeling, and you might name it as anger or whatever the name you are giving. That is your self perception, or that is the feeling of existence. So similarly, there will be so many household events, or when you go out, or when you are at the workplace, wherever you are, from morning to night until the time to bed, you will come across so many incidents where you feel that lighting up, or where you feel that fire within you. So this training to understand, training to pick up or recognize this fire, that is uh, uh, what is needed in this Dhamma pathway. So maybe I will give the chance to somebody else to talk. Maybe Dr. Kokila or Surangika can add their one Saranai.
Yeah, I think Surangika can add something too. It's good to have different perspectives, different examples, and I think it's kind of the power of the self-perception that props up. It's like a pop-up. It's a very funny pop-up actually. This ego. It's easy to detect if you're actually into that awareness. Yes, Rangika, is there anything you can add to that?
Yeah, Theron Sanai, Dr. Kokila, and all Dhamma friends.
And
I
Joel,
think,
actually, Joel can ask a new question if he
yeah,
has.
actually, that might
yeah.
be better because we did discuss ego yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can continue until Joel asks.
I was just going to add what Mara and Mahans explained yesterday, which is also the finer points of what we discussed on the ego aspect of it. The things that are, quite hidden and can only be discerned once there is a traversing of the path and understanding of the Dhamma for quite a few years. And that's not to say that people who awaken to the field faster don't feel it also. That is entirely possible. But for those who have, listened to the Dhamma for so long and for quite a few years and are practicing, there is an awakening to the feel as the more one realizes the falsity of the sense faculties from which the mind consciousness arises. And this being in the mind kind of starts to fade away. And with that arises that awakening, the inner transformation, as we call it, the awakening to the feel, or in Sinhala we call it avadiya. So the more that happens, only the more there is a awareness, shall we say, of those habits and traits in which the I or the self or the ego is hidden. And that was the point that was the subject of a lot of discussion yesterday. We heard Swarnamali and Narayan Mahansa both explaining by drawing on examples given by certain mothers who post their experiences on the Zoom discussion. But if we turn and look, at our own experiences also, things that, those are things that one needs to be able to detect. And it's not like a person detecting, it's the jnana or the wisdom that comes into play at that point. And to a certain extent, our noble teacher did say when one or two mothers said, oh, I felt that, or I felt this, and I thought I had to say it on Zoom, kind of thing. He said, you don't need to say everything on Zoom. There are things, if it is discerned, if there is an awareness, then all that is needed at that point is the awareness. That little tinge, as Dr. Kokila said, the pop-up. The pop-up is not a very big pop-up. Sometimes it's a little pop-up. You can't even say it's a pop-up. It's like a tinge, isn't it? A little slight tinge here and there. If, something is not kept in its place. If, other people's teacups have been washed and your teacup has been left Somebody's forgot to wash your teacup. Things like that, little bits and pieces. And then my mother always complains if somebody's dog has left poo in front of the curb at the gate. So, it's like our gate. So why have they left the poo here? Kind of thing. So it's that unknown, the thing that is not said out loud, isn't it? This is our gate. I suppose it does that mean it's all right if it is somewhere else? So, things like that. And those are the habitual kind of things. And Dr. Kokila, this is the Gatinimiti thing that I'm trying to explain. Perhaps you can elaborate on it, subject to Joel asking a question, of course.
Yeah, anyone having a question, we can actually discuss around that too. Yes, Sudha.
Yeah, no, Dr. Kokila, that ego, actually, it's the biggest challenge one has to uh, kind of overcome, because although we cannot do it deliberately, it's interesting now when Miss Surangika said the way we choose clothes, way we speak even, because Aryan Vanse always talks about people even we trying to maintain lifestyles. I mean, as Ms. Urangika said, in a very subtle way, the subtle need to maintain the self. I mean, maybe as a very good person, now most of Dhamma friends, including me, the problem they have faced is trying to be a good person in Dhamma path and in every way possible. So, on one side, now we discussed how we try to outshine and so on and so forth, and still trying to maintain a self that does not hurt anyone, very polite, and always uh, worrying about other people being upset because of my actions, thoughts. So there is also again the self-perception. So it's so kind of complex, and I don't know, it's when it comes to feel, actually there is a subtle need to maintain a self. There is a subtle need. We of course understand that it is a system. So with that, this gradually dissolves, but still the noble teacher, of course, Aryan Mahanse at once notices and he pinpoints how this ego or the self perception is there in ourselves, though even though we can't detect. So it is sometimes, I don't know, from the way we talk, from the even we are well aware of this also, still it's there. So it will be there until we fully get rid of this kind of, although we say we have liberated from the outside world, there are instances where we still feel that outside world is real. So it is kind of a gradual process getting rid of all this will automatically will go away anyway, and the system will continue to be there. Until then, we have to kind of try to understand, try to identify, as you all said, to catch it not as a person through awareness. When the awareness gradually develops, the awakening happens, we will better see the self-perception the moment it pops up. Okay, Teruvan Saranai. Yes.
Yeah, actually, something to add is the main thing which matters is self anger. So this has to be this has to be uh, this has to be addressed, and then when the self self view is broken completely or without any doubt, then everything comes into one non-self anger, and that's so much easy, and whatever the detection of the pop-up is very, it becomes a normal thing, because now the normal thing is no self anger, and this becomes a abnormal thing. So the detection rate is higher and higher. Yes, Joel.
Yeah, I was just thinking about this ego thing that we were talking about and how it fades away when we listen to this Dhamma. And one particular thing what came to my mind is, okay, the ego fades away. And as Sudharma said, we become polite, we become humble. Those things eventually happen when the ego fades away. But when you become humble also, certain people get over your head. So in what way does the ego fades away, and how does humbleness come that it will be good for us and for others as well?
Yeah, this is the thing. When there is no self anger, then when there is no, when there is no self anger, everything becomes different. So whatever you feel, you go by the feel, and if you feel that this person is actually doing something wrong, and you might just speak out. It doesn't necessarily matter. But the thing is, because the feel is so high, you can actually feel where they are coming from. That's the most important thing. Whether why they are doing that, what led them to act like this, So the definitely you will feel everything. It's not just one thing. You will feel everything. So you'll feel if someone is actually trying to do something through, higher power of self. It is very easy to detect. So um, I don't think the common sense is not gone. We already have our own common sense and how this world works, and but because you feel everything, so the feel aspect is much higher. You're not going to be guided by the mind, so you will do whatever you feel. That's it. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be benefited from that or not benefited from that. You can't judge by that. Actually, this judgment part is in our mind. Every judgment is in our mind. Whether this is going to harm me or not harm me is our judgment. This is an extreme example of Arahanto, so we can't expect this to happen to everyone in the path. But what I'm trying to say is an extreme example of an Arahanto, someone who has lost this ego. Yes, there is a chance that something can happen. We can't really say no, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they feel it. They feel it. There are so many examples in Lord Buddha's time how they, even Mughal Thero, he felt that how they came 3 times to kill him. The whole lot of people. I can't remember the number even. It was a lot of people, and he actually left that place because he didn't want them to get into this problem of harming him, not because he is feeling him, it's because of the kindness, out of kindness. But then when he realized that he can't do anything about it, he just gave in, you know. It's a this question of whether it will be beneficial for us or beneficial for anyone else is actually in the mind. So all the problems in the mind, or the judgments in the mind, comparisons in the mind, stories in the mind, it's all in the mind. It's everything is in the mind. So mind gives you the story. Mind gives you the, you know, the internal radio. This internal radio keeps on telling you so many things. If you actually pay an attention, you will wonder how this internal radio works. It's just whatever you have heard, but how it works so beautifully. So beautifully, in the sense, it's not beautiful. What I'm trying to say is it's a kind of like a, you know, beautiful organ. Sensory aspect of that is so interesting. It's this internal radio, how it works, and that radio keeps telling this and that. But that's not true. What you feel, you go by the feel. If you feel like helping someone, you just feel like helping them, you just do that. If you didn't, you didn't. Just a thing, just one occasion. And you need to remember, it's all about no self-anger. All about no self-anger. Whether you are kind to someone, whether you are trying to save him, or whether you are doing something, it's all, it doesn't matter. When you have the no self-anger, because you have had a change in your, when you have the no self-anger, whatever happens is just an episode of this film. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. So these episodes, yeah, good or bad, better or worse, justice or injustice in that same way. It's really the outcome of the mind. And this internal radio will keep telling you, judging you, making you go haywire. Just, if you actually detect this, it's so beautiful to detect this, and you just go by the feel. Not necessarily mean anything. You go by the feel. If you feel like helping that person, you help. If you don't feel like helping like that person, you just didn't. It's just a moment. It's just a moment. Just another moment. But this has to be felt. That's the thing. Anything else, Suranka? Do you have anything to add on to that, Roger's question?
Peron Saranai, can I just add something?
Yeah.
Actually, there is a sutra where maybe I can find it out by tomorrow. There is a sutra which has been disclosed by Lord Buddha. I think there are about 7 or 10 simple ways that those are kind of advices how to handle this sort of difficult situations, difficult people, etc. The only one thing I can remember is, if possible, avoid such situations. Now, if there is a place where sort of some form of unpleasant thing is going to happen, avoiding is one of the advices given. But rest of the things I can't remember, but I will be able to find out. And also, just I want to mention about 2 stories. These are actually merely two stories, but we can try to get the message underneath that. So one story is that about a devil called Alavaka. I think our Dhamma friends may have heard about that name. Alavaka, he was a devil, probably a human being who was having that devilish behavior. And Lord Buddha wanted, and the people were having lots of trouble because of his behavior. And Lord Buddha went to his mansion or whatever his place one day, and he wasn't there. And then Lord Buddha was sitting on his chair. And when he came, he got very angry and he said, go out. So Lord Buddha obediently went out. Then he said, go in. He went in again. Like that, 3 or 4 times he commanded, go out, come in, go out, come in. And after third time, Lord Buddha said, no, I'm not doing it anymore. You do whatever you can do. So then this devilish person realized that I cannot shake this person, and then apparently he listened to them and he changed. So that was one thing. I mean, you can show your humble behavior at up to a point, but maybe you will have to have a different way of handling when it's going to continue. There's another story actually, where there was a snake who was very, I would say, the innocent and wouldn't harm anybody. And the story says that the snake was observing seals. So those are added things by the writer, I suppose. And because he was so harmless, one day a woman who went to the jungle, she picked up some firewood, and she was looking up for something to tie up the firewood, and she found this harmless snake and she used it as a rope. So finally the snake was really harassed and he was in great pain after this episode. And the snake went and sort of went up to Lord Buddha. So Lord Buddha said that at least for your survival, show your hood. So those are two stories actually, just simply stories. But what is underneath is that, I mean, being humble 100% may not be sort of may not be the ideal thing, or may not be helpful for the survival. So at some point, you will have to show your abilities. But remember, in all these situations, not having a fire within you, when you are showing your sort of strongness or whatever the qualities that you want to show, going beyond this humbleness, when you are showing those qualities, or when you are showing your objection, depending on the situation, it's important that to realize that you are doing it without any fire within you. That is the important thing. So just I thought of adding that. Yes, I think
Yeah,
Dr.
I think
Sudha. Yeah.
those examples, I
Mm.
think even Lord Buddha's examples, it's all by guided by the feel. That is the thing.
Yes.
You know,
Yes. Mm.
it's beyond the mental formation. That's the thing that we have to understand. So when we kind of think that now I have to be humble, I should do this, or then next time I should be now appear angry. That's not the thing. Now that's what I was trying to say. That is not the thing. Like that's not, how can I say that? Because whenever the mind gets involved, it's always there is a bias. So the mainly we understand, so like super examples like Lord Buddha or anyone, any arahant, it's mainly through the feel. So they 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 do whatever they feel. So even the need to do something there, like say enough. You know, we can say enough. Saying enough is not specifically from, doesn't need to come from the mind. That's the thing. So flowing in the field, that's the most important aspect of it, I would say, and the lack of self view. If the self view is there, whatever you do, whether you are so humble It's useless. It's useless because the self view is there. Whether you are humble, whether you are good, no, we can label him as 100% good person. Again, if there's no understanding of this, no self dhamma, back to square one, because your vibration is going to be born again. In the sense that your vibration is going to get telepathized into any other system. Yeah, whatever the birth, it doesn't matter. This cycle of birth is going to continue. That is the thing. We have to understand that. I think Sranka was trying to say the Gatinimiti, Kammanimiti, that's a kind of, the vibration here, which is the power, which is going to be there even after the stopping of the respiration and stopping of this system. That power has no place to telepathize. Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I was just
Yes.
listening to Dr. Sakuntala's thing, that something mentioned about sutra, that if something is happening, don't go to that place. I mean, prevent from going to that place. So my other question is,
Even that we can plan
yeah,
it as well
yeah,
as we can go by the feel. That's the thing, Joel. What I'm trying to say is, like you go by the flow, and
yeah.
you just understand. You just feel it. This is not suitable. So that's it.
Yeah. Like for us, it's good. For adults, my question is, like you said about that 14-year-old girl or a child going through that, but she can't say no or enough, then it becomes a trauma. So how can a child prevent from abuse and all those things according to Sutra, because she doesn't know what is good and bad? How can a child be protected from those things when she's
No, we
going
can't.
to school? Yeah, that's my question.
We can't because if someone has heard Dhamma, definitely we have heard so many stories in Lord Buddha's time where a 7-year-old has understood this Dhamma and has an internal change that they understand that there is no self, but continue to live so and marry and have children and all that. But the self view is not there. But still, they have the defilement still, which hasn't gone down yet to become an arahant. Which is, if there's something going to happen, it is going to happen. It's just another episode. That's the thing. In the mind only, we have this big story that this is good, this is bad, this is justifiable, this is unjustifiable, this is trauma, this is not trauma. So we are talking about actually awakening from that dream. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's the final outcome. At least we should know that, because if you are in this dream, everything in this dream is feeling like a truth. Even when you talk, you feel that it is happening. You feel true. It's actually happening. But it's this whole thing is actually the outcome of the sensory products. Yes, we can imagine that we two are seeing same. Just imagine twins are watching a same problem, but one of them would perceive it in a different way. The other one is going to perceive it in another way. So the way they perceive is different from system to system, the culture to culture. There are lots of changes, but whatever the dream that you see, this is the outcome of sensory organs. See, this is the thing. It is not easy for us to get hold of this quickly, even though we know now, yes, the mind is just a cumulative, effect of the sensory, other 5 sensory organs vibrating together. That is the mind. And whatever the mind, this dream, it's a dream kind of, from, if you remember from 2-year-old time, whatever you remember until now, that's the kind of the dream. And when you die, where's the dream? The dream is gone. Where is it gone? Well, is it gone? I don't know. What do you think? So then this dream, this understanding, we're still in that, but we through wisdom, we are understanding. It's actually truth. It's just part of the dream, yes. And when the dream changes, when you die, if your vibration telepathized to somewhere else, complete different dream. So I have told before also, if the cat is in the same room as you, you two are seeing 2 different worlds. Cat is worried about the rat. You are worried about something else. So this mind has the ability to, project a lot. Project a lot. And the value given to this one thought is you. This is not easy. It is not easy to come around, like understanding that what Joel said, Joel said that something happening to a girl. If you actually felt that it is happening, that is you, that is the power of that thought. That is what we feel as a life. That is the beauty of this, trying and understand how you feel as you are living, how we feel this duality, how this dream has become so true. Can you add something, Srangika, about that?
Yeah, that's, I think, it's the way of perceiving that, isn't it? And that will be understanding to come to the realization that that question is almost flawed, isn't it, Dr. Popila?
Yeah, the question itself has a problem,
Yeah.
of taking this world as true.
Yeah, because then what happens is we are concerned about the child, about the safety. So there is the child, there is the safety. The safety is also a concept in the mind, isn't it? Because where did we get the notion of safety? What is safe for one is not safe for
But
another
don't
person.
take it for wrong aspect, because we still do those things without that deep weight behind it. That's the
It's like
thing.
the mirror, isn't it?
Yeah, we still act on it. We still act in this dream. We still look after kids. We still hang around them because they should be looked after. They have that, the safety measures. You do all that. That's the thing. This is very difficult to understand. Understanding this Dhamma only brings this weight down, and that is actually the ego, and that comes down slowly. So you act as before, whatever you know, up until now, whatever you know. I have indicated this before. If someone collapse, we do whatever we know. Someone will call the ambulance, someone will shout, someone will scream, someone will start giving CPR, someone will help in to do that. This is all the data we have in this system. Is that a problem? No, but the burning is the problem. So when we understand this, we don't have the burning, but we still keep doing that. Because otherwise we will be like, well, how are you going to act then? No, we act according to this. society, according to this pattern, according to the feel we have, because the feel we have is always you feel the other, you feel the other person, you feel the child, you feel the mother, you feel the father, you feel the patient, you keep feeling your pet dog, you keep feeling everything. So when this ego is down, it's so easy to keep feeling others, and you will keep helping others. That's not a big issue. That's according to the feel, though, not in the mind. It's not, you're not planning to be, I should help this person. That's not the quite way. It just flows. Yes, Sudharma.
Peruan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, that's what Taryan Mahanse explains as when there is no self-fear, you become the other experience fully and you feel as if the same person. There is no duality there, isn't it? So you are so compassionate, you can feel the other person fully. And I remember one example he always mentions, if you see the cat has caught a squirrel, since you are a Dhamma person, are you going to let the cat eat it? If there's a possibility, you have to save that squirrel, uh, which is going to be eaten by the cat. So although we realize Dhamma, all the safety issues, if somebody is going to rob your house, you have to, if you see that, you have to call the police and you have to do everything. But as you say, doing it without the self view and with the self view are the two, uh, the difference. And when Joel said that being humble, how can we survive and all, actually one can be so down to earth, humble, but with a strong self perception. So it's so beautiful the way Aryan Mahanse has that loud laugh. I mean, no self laugh. I don't know what is to be called. Even Joel said, I would like to laugh like that. So um, so if we are to, can we laugh like that? I mean, we feel, oh, it's bad. We try to kind of control that that laugh is free of everything, any stress, any self perception. And then sometimes Aryan Hanse shouts at us, he raises his voice. So can we call he is egoistic? So as you say, we cannot judge it from the way somebody, some system actually reacts to certain situations. It is within and it is to be felt. So I understand what Dr. Kokila was trying to explain and all of this. So yes, Teruvan Saranai, I wanted to add that. Yes, Dr. Kokila.
And anyone can add anything here. It's very interesting to understand also that and a person who has no self-view will never harm anyone. It's very important. Very important to understand these things. They are not purposefully harming anyone. They are not in the mind anyway. And their field is not going to, because the ego is less, there's no way that anyone will harm. But what we have to understand is this pattern of things happening, in this inside this dream. It will go on. It just will go on. If you can help someone to understand this Dhamma through kindness, you will do that. And if not, yeah, that's it. You can't do anything. Did you get that, Joy?
Yes, doctor. Something else that I wanted to ask is that when the Dhamma friend said you feel but others feel, is it connected to empathy?
Yeah, you can call that, but empathy word is already taken. Empathy with self, without self. How can we explain that, Joel? It's so difficult, isn't it? Empathy without ego, empathy with ego. How can we explain that? That's what Aran said that day, said unbelievable love, because there's no word to say that. Love without ego. How can you say that? You can't really say that. So we don't have words to say these things. So I just can say empathy without ego. How would I know? How do I explain that any more than that? So because we have this empathy word used now with the self view. I am here, I have empathy towards them. What do you think? Again comes to that egoistic thinking pattern, or the thinking pattern that we have, that I'm here, I'm the one who is doing all these things, I'm the one who is going to have empathy towards others. And that's different. So if there is a word in this world, empathy without self, yeah, that is what we are talking about. Is that okay? Do you think, Suranika? Do you have any other words to add to that?
No, Dr. Hawker, I think that's right, because sympathy, empathy, all these words have that automatically, it has the self angle. I think the word empathy has kind of come about from the traditional sympathy, because they're trying to show that we are aligned with that person, we feel for that person, you and me are alike, you and me are one, kind of, concept that is trying to be um, conveyed through that word. But whatever said and done, ultimately it all comes from that self angle, and which is why uh, the more the Dhamma realization is there, the need to put things into words really crumbles away, because the use of words itself is like useless. I mean, that's not to say, again, to Dr. Gopala's point about that little girl and safety. That's not to say that the words are not going to be used. Definitely, one has to use a language, one has to use a vocabulary to convey certain things, indeed to convey even the Dhamma, the truth. But the engaging in meaningless talk, just just that rambling of the mind, even there comes a point where it's all useless, and even the formation of the thought itself, it's as if even that mechanism is fed up of the mechanism. The process is fed up of the process of the mind forming words, because even to utter the words, the mind has to form the words first. The mano sankara kind of mental construct happens before it gets turned into words, and the vocal cords are then utilized in order for the words to kind of come out with a sound. But even at the point where the mind is kind of forming the words, even it gives up. I don't know how to explain it, isn't it, Dr. Kopila? Maybe you can explain it better. There is because inside, innately, with the internal transformation, the complete uselessness of this volitional formation, this abhisankarana, where all these things are getting constructed. Because what are words? Words are trying to denote objects. Words are trying to denote a thing. It's trying to denote a thing where no thing exists. So when that profound meaning gets embedded more and more, the need for words, the need for speech, the need for those things just dies away. So it's not an easy thing to discern or understand, but it comes gradually. But to get to that, also you have to use words. To get to that, you have to convey a question, as you're doing now, Joel. You have to ask, and to ask, you have to use the mind, and you have to be inquisitive. You have to turn, because this Dhamma is understood based on, it has to satisfy the experience that is the jewel now, isn't it? Because the experience, the world, the sensory perceptions driven world that has created the jewel today is not the Dr. Kokila, is not the Surangika, is not the Sudharma, is not the Dr. Sakuntala. So the defilements and the way this construct has happened, which is jewel, that puzzle has to be solved. And that puzzle is a unique puzzle. So Dharma is another unique puzzle. Everybody is a unique puzzle onto themselves because the traits, the cankers that then make up the experience of and the self that is jewel, the self that is Sudharma, the self that is Surangika are quite different. So the way you get about it to fade those, get those defilements to fade is also a unique path of its own, which is why you still have to use questions, you still have to use words. But ultimately, and you'll come to that point at soon, but yeah, the need for all that will eventually fade away.
Yeah, and yeah, that's the thing. There's this internal radio can tell so many things. Internal radio works non-stop, and
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, can I share a problem that I have? I hope you all can help me with that. So I have come across now, actually now I see the thought pattern and I feel I always try to exaggerate. Small point, I kind of have the habit of explaining. Sometimes that the main point is hidden. So, and I also have the habit of repeating. So I wonder whether it has come through teaching because we tell the same thing 100 times when we teach. So I don't know. I see it now. And I feel that others feel uncomfortable also when I keep repeating the same thing and trying to exaggerate. So sometimes I do not mention the most important point. End up speaking rubbish. So that is the mind. I know at least now I see it. So is it a habitual kind of thing or what?
if the listening people are in front of you, just go by the feel, because
Oh,
you can feel them. You can,
yes.
if
Yes.
you this is not easy, Sudama. The
Yes.
Lord Buddha once went near Sariputta Ratan Vahanse, that's in Arahant. Sariputta Arahant Venerable was explaining Dhamma, and Lord Buddha was walking near them, and Lord Buddha said, it's enough, Sariputta, they have already felt it. They have already they're okay now, because Sariputta was explaining again and again. So this is the thing, this feel is different from person to person. Even Lord Buddha had the biggest feel. That's what Aran Vansi was telling yesterday in the, the Andolanaatmaka Deshana, that everyone should speak to him. He's saying that with a reason, because he is the non-vibration. We are just in the path. So the non-vibration feels all the vibrations. So the best feeling is the feel without the self-vibration. So it is difficult, but I would say if you tell about 5 times also and you feel that that person has not understood, just tell them to follow up with Varanasi or something like that. Sometimes some people can't get it. And at the same time, Someone might get it and just listen out of respect. Out of respect, they will keep listening. That's the thing. So, and sometimes there's another things too. Like someone might say, "Yeah, I got it," but you feel that definitely you feel that that person didn't get it. So these are so many different stuff. Like it's it's kind of a mastering the field. Doesn't you can't do it with the mind anyway.
Doctor,
Yeah,
Dr. Kokila,
yeah.
I just want to add to Madam Sudharma's comment, because I know what teacher is kind of, they repeat things, because my mother is also a teacher. So I can understand why they repeat it.
Mm. Yeah. But that's in mind. But yeah, Sudharma, do you want to talk?
Yeah, no, doctor, I got it. Feel is the solution. Yeah. The more we are awakening to the feel, these problems, at least now we notice that I talk too much, or I mean, go to
Well,
town with certain stuff.
there's one thing that we can add to that, Sudharma. If you actually feel that what you're talking is true, you get that. Just be careful.
Okay, thank you so much.
Do you understand? None of these things are true. We
Mm,
just
mm, mm.
these are all this in this dream we are talking about in the
Dream, film.
Dhamma. Yeah, whatever the word you
Yeah.
talk,
Mm.
it is the output of this sensory formation. So even the words now I talk doesn't necessarily mean anything. It means something. It's trying to convey a message, yes, but
More than the med.
your ego, or your power is when you feel what you're talking is true. Can't you see that? Can't you see when someone is telling a story, how engrossed they are in that? How, on the word engrossed, how can is there a better word,
Yeah.
Surangika?
Yeah.
I think engrossed is correct, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, kind of,
They're
like
almost
you
absorbed, right?
yeah,
Absorbed into it.
living in that experience even now.
Mhm.
It's very evident now. I mean, after listening so many years to Aran says Dhamma, we just feel 5% of it, and then still, even that, you can feel this self vibration. You can feel the, the that 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 power. Yes, just anything. Yeah,
Yeah, that so for Sudharma's case, now what you said about the feel is good where the audience is in front of you. But now, for example, Sudharma, if you are trying to explain a problem to RN Mahansa or to someone on the Zoom, then and that potential to repeat, because you automatically, I think it's coming from habit. Joel is probably right, because of the teacher mentality. You think you're dealing with maybe 50 children in the classroom, so you're trying to say the same thing in several angles, hoping that you will hit maximum children's ability to understand. And that same thing has almost kind of become like a habit. But when you are explaining a problem of your own, like a Dhamma problem, if you say it once and you are saying it reasonably clearly, and then you get the urge, always just kind of be aware that there is an urge that comes within. When there is a little pause in the Zoom, you're trying to fill the pause and fill the silence by trying to explain what you said a minute ago a bit more, and then a bit more, and
yeah.
again another bit more.
That's beautiful.
Where
Yeah.
is that
So
urge coming from?
that's very beautiful. That happened very recently also. Ms. Surangika, thank you so much for that advice. Please go ahead.
Both of you.
And
Yeah.
all that needs to be done is be aware that that urge is coming. There's nothing else to do, just be aware. So in that particular instance of presenting that problem, you might keep on going at it in various different ways. But the fact that you recognize the urge, that there was an awareness of the urge to explain more, will help in the next time it's getting presented. And then sometimes, even before you present to the Zoom, say you're listening to Andonatmaka in the night, the Zoom, and now following day morning, 5 a.m., you want to ask a question. So now, even in the night before you're going to bed, you're forming the question in your mind, isn't it? And you
Yes.
might
Yes.
think, this is the way I'm going to ask the question.
Yes.
And then now you're going off at a
And the most
tangent on
beautiful
that
thing is everything goes wrong in front of her. And once
moment, yeah, that's true. Moment
Yes.
Aryan steps into the Zoom, all the beautiful words that you had strung along and planned
Like
goes out of the window.
he said, like cackling hens or something. I don't know. He said beautiful metaphor to refer to the way the ladies talked on that day. I was the more stupidest because I had made a certain incident real, sad thing real, and I myself felt that I am in the mind, and I don't know, I really felt ashamed of me. But what to do? Even seeing that it is the mind, I didn't have control over that. You are so correct when you said that there's an urge. Yes, very, very insightful. And
That
I,
urge
yeah,
actually, I mean, each time we speak from the mind, sometimes there is an awareness that urge is there, but we can't control it. And then sometimes the urge is there, and this is where Aryan has to step in and say, Suranka, you're talking from the mind. Because one is not aware. So
yeah,
that
I think
awareness
Dr.
comes slowly,
Sakuntala
isn't it,
has
Dr.
had
Kokila?
the fair bit of don't talk like a doctor, isn't it? I think I remember that once or twice he has told, isn't it, Sakuntala? I think because our patterns are also there. Yeah.
Yes, of course, I have been told so many times. He has said, you are talking like you are treating patients. You are just trying to give some medicine and send the patient away." So as you
Yeah.
said, what we have been practicing for so many years, I think just comes out as a gati nimiti, I suppose.
Yeah, but then we forget that you have to go by the feel. So
Yes,
you
yes.
can't really do that
Mm.
by force. It just has to come.
Yes.
Yeah. And we can see if we are struggling to do that, you can feel that. But if you're just let go is the best thing to do. Just let go. This internal radio can't do anything. Just let go. It's okay.
thank you so much for your advice, of course, very important and very useful for me. Theruvan Saranai, we have Dr. 3 minutes more to go.
Yeah, Joel, do you have any questions? Anything to add in that sense?
No, doctor, thanks.
Oh, good. And yeah, anyone can add something. It's very beautiful to talk actually about this Dhamma. We try to do our maximum for Dhamma to our utmost ability, because whatever our flaws, Dhamma should not be tarnished. Dhamma is so valuable in that someone can actually uh, feel the cessation of suffering, because suffering is not the part of life. Suffering is life. Suffering is actually not needed to live. You can live in this dream without suffering. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. You never knew about that. you can still do whatever you can do to help people, to look after people, to help your mother, father, to, do whatever you can. But it will be just one moment. It will be just, a episode in this dream. So there's no suffering. So living without suffering, living without ego, living without self-vibration, living without self-view. These are beautiful things that we will keep repeating every day. So we worship our Ananse for his guidance, and thank you all Dharma friends for coming to this Zoom discussion today. And thank you very much, Joel, for asking so good questions. And yeah, may Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you all
Thank
Dhamma
you.
friends.
Thank you.
Peruvan Saranai.
Everyone say to namaskar.
Satich Pariyodapana. The stanza above means that you should always be aware that whatever thought that comes to your mind is a mental fetter, akusal sipa. Thoughts come very fast, and thoughts also tend to create more thoughts by thinking of past events and by thinking of the future. Isn't it the best to stay away from thinking of the past and the future? More thoughts only to make you feel like you are on fire, and more thoughts make you feel uneasy. Because when you have more thoughts, they always make you feel jealous, angry, greedy, or revengeful. Thought is like a pendulum of a clock. It always oscillates between greed, raga, and anger, dvesha. The mind always oscillates towards thoughts of greed or towards thought of anger. Thoughts will always oscillate from greed to anger. When you become mindful, it is like coming back to your base or to your point of concentration. Coming to the point of concentration is like stopping the clock. You can use your Sati Kamatahana base of concentration that you are used to so that you can maintain your concentration on seeing the thoughts. The base of concentration can either be your breath or the posture you are in at that moment. We use this Sati Kamatahana only to prevent your thoughts from going astray from thought to thought. We use the base of concentration only to make sure that we see the pure truth in every thought that arises. What we are explaining to you now is only the beginning of how to go on the path. The explanation for the last stages of going on the path is much different. This path to nirvana should not be considered as an easy path. The journey on the path depends on each person's capabilities. Some people are good at both samatha meditation and vipassana meditation. Some people are good at the concentration meditation, samatha, by birth itself. And everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shami, thank you for reading the book for us. You read 2 pages from the book, The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet, Therwan Sarna Aryan Mahansa. And also, we warmly welcome all of you who have joined the Zoom right now, and also our Dhamma friends who may be listening via YouTube at this moment. So, Therwan Sarnai, everybody. So, as usual, we will just, because we are behind the schedule, maybe I'll shorten what I am going to say. Uh, Again, what was sort of reiterated was the nature of the mind and the nature of the thoughts. Uh, when the thoughts are given a value, or when the thoughts are given a weight, or in other words, when we do not know how these thoughts are formulated, what is this mechanism, automatically there is a value or a weight added to these thoughts. We take them as real. And when it happens like that, more thoughts can be generated. And then only you feel that thoughts are really troublesome. And it becomes heavier and heavier. The thoughts about the past is a fresh thought that comes up right at this moment as a present thought. And also the thoughts about the future, about your future planning, etc., are again thoughts that arise right now at this moment in the mind. So, in other words, there's nothing called past thoughts and present thoughts. All of them are uh, arising right at this moment, now and here. Uh, and also, it was mentioned that how the thoughts are oscillating between the two sides, the uh, clinging and aversion, or greed and the anger. So this is the nature of the thoughts. Yesterday, I think we sort of tentatively talked about some discussion points today. So we can start it as we planned. There was a night, Dr. Kokila. We can start it.
Therwan Sarna. We worship Aryan Mahansa for his novel friendship. And also, I can remember Joel's question last time. But before that, I would like to ask him, what's your idea of ego, Joel?
Ego is something like kind of taking too much thought about this misconception of I.
How would you feel it?
It's kind of I, not I. Actually, it's like kind of pride. What I feel.
So it's something you feel, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that was very important to understand. So, this is in the feel side. This is actually not in the thinking side. This is something you feel. So, like, we feel the, the, we feel the anger, we feel the if we feel so much things at the same time. This is something we feel. How do we detect that? Or because, as I said, English meaning of ego can have the meaning kind of in pride, but actually it is much more deeper than that. It's kind of mental construct of me, as you said, but it's completely in the field side. So imagine you went to a discussion with someone. We can take an example. You went to a counseling session, and you kind of feel you coming up. I mean, I don't know whether this is a good way of telling that, but you if we take another example, you hear so many sounds. Suddenly you hear a voice that struck you, and you are kind of born there. I don't know whether you have experiences like this. It's in English, I don't know whether we can say, because when we in English, when we say self-conscious, it's just like too much being, too much thing, because when we even use that word. But ego is something we all have in different ways, in one thought. That's very important, in one thought, because it's only one thought we have at one particular moment. And when that thought, or whatever the thought it is, it can be mother, it can be father, it can be brother, it can be family, it can be Sri Lanka, it can be politics, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it's a feel that it is felt here, or the moment that you feel that it is there. Different ways I'm trying to tell something. I don't know if it will come out at all. But mental construct of me has no definition, because it's in one thought, and the amount of that is directly related to the amount that the stimulus is a thing. If a stimulus is a thing or has so much value, the amount of mental construct of me is also as strong as it's equal, kind of equal. So if it is something like your closest person, it can be to a mother, it can be son, it can be partner, it can be anything, or even job, it doesn't matter. There's something uh, something that brings up me in layperson's word. We can really say that, you know, when we direct it to the outside, if the outside is true, we can really say I'm true, because then there is problem like, am I failing this? Am I a failure? Am I not smart enough? Am I good? Am I bad in that sense? Or am I a villain? There are thoughts associated with that, but that's actually kind of when someone is pushed to the extreme outside. So the everything outside is true, and that's what we were before. Just imagine like that. Just imagine before listening to them, how you were. You believed everything is out there. Yes, 100%. And if they are there, I'm here, basically. And all your thoughts are directed in that way. So our thought process develops in such a way that it will give you like, I'm better or I'm worse, I can do or I can't do. Everything like revolving around me. But that's actually the extreme outside version of it, the basic version of it. But this keep going backwards and backwards. You know, someone understand this Dhamma, you won't really feel it that much. You know, you're not shaken by the outside that much, but still this dream will be still true. That you feel the dream, you will be in the dream, but still you're not that bothered. But still, in a lesser amount than before, you still feel you. You still feel you. It's a feel. It's a feel. Even when someone understands that actually all these perceptions are not true, they are just perceptions. They are just like electricity or gravity. It's just another vibration. All these things, and even getting that to the feel. You know, you get to the feel because your mind, the world, this dream, you feel like awakened from that, but still you feel it. Even in that level, you still have a subtle way of um, subtle way of um, you. So so that's the thing. So even the
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I'm presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the samsaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 9, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. After listening this true Buddhist philosophy up to now you can understand what is the action mind is. Action mind means the mind which is not attaching, grabbing with the names and forms. That means action mind is already redeemed from the name and form. So now you have to become the action mind. Yes. How to become the action mind? According to Aryan Vahanse's instructions of this true Buddhist philosophy and the path to Nibbana, the practical experiences, you will have to understand your mind and all the perceptions. We are living in a perception world. All these perceptions have some kind of power in them. That is why those perceptions are reaching us through our 6 doors. That means 6 sense faculties. When coming through these 6 sense faculties, these perceptions put into 2 categories. That means names and forms. And names and forms are combining. When we see a form, suddenly when we see a form through our eyes, eye consciousness says, what is you are seeing? What you are seeing is a coconut tree. That means mind, the eye consciousness giving a name. Then, like that, when the names and forms are combining and making thoughts, several patterns of thoughts. So those thoughts are of 3 types: lusty thoughts, hatred thoughts, and thoughts of ignorance. So when the thoughts are appearing, thoughts are also having a power in them, in it. So with the thought power, the thought is transforming to the consciousness level. So consciousness has a bigger power than the thought. Then consciousness is separating this thought from other thoughts and showing, highlighting and showing. So when we see this process, when there is a burning happening in us, in our mind, due to the perceptions, due to the names and forms, combined thoughts are happening in us, in our mind, then we will have to see through that thought, pierce that thought. Not every time when there is a burning only. In that way, when now we are able to pierce this thought and separate all these are perceptions, how the perceptions make thoughts, how the names are forms combining, like that we know this process. Then we finally know there is nothing in that, is just those are just perceptions, names and forms, just thoughts. So we let go them. And through that 4 contemplations, Aryan Vahanse has shown us 4 contemplations. First one is nothing outside, everything is in the mind. The second contemplation is there's nothing inside the mind also. Each and every thought, each and every objective appearing in this fraction of a second is at once appearing and disappearing. Therefore, there's nothing inside this mind also. The third contemplation is this body is only a sensor system. And all these sensor system is uh, activating through this action mind. So finally we understand this body is not belongs to anybody. There is no owner for this body. Therefore, no self. Understanding this part, now we know there is no self here and there is no outer world. World is creating in the mind, and inside creation of inside mind also, inside world also, just appearing and disappearing. That means there is nothing in the mind also. So when we understand this process and let go everything, finally there is the action mind only. This action mind is not combining with names and forms, because action mind is redeemed from names and forms. So understanding this is the way to become the action mind. So now we know how to become the action mind. One who is practicing this path, seeing the arising and fading of aggregates. Yes, thoughts are creating due to aggregates, heaps of thoughts. He will meet the action mind. Yes. When somebody is practicing this path, seeing the arising and fading of aggregates, that means arising and fading of thoughts. A thought means a lot of heaps of thoughts, that those are called aggregates. So somebody, the seeker who is seeing the arising and fading of aggregates, he will meet the action mind, because the seeker is not going to attach or detach or cling to those aggregates. Then all the thoughts are just appearing and disappearing. That means all the aggregates are appearing and disappearing. Then this mind is not going to grab that. Therefore, finally, the seeker is meeting the action mind. Action mind appearing through his mind. Yes, this action mind is also appearing through our mind. After practicing this path correctly and listening to Aryan Vahanse's true Dhamma, the action mind is arising within this mind. Why is that? The seeker who is practicing this path will be meeting action minds. When he sees this truth, action minds are arising in his mind. Yes, as I have described earlier, when the seeker is seeing the true truth, the eternal truth, then this path practicing this path and will be meeting action mind. When he see this truth, action mind is arising within his through his mind. When the seeker feels thirsty, then the seeker knows that thirst comes to his mind. Yes. When the sensor system of this seeker feels thirsty, then the seeker knows the thirst comes to his mind first. Then only he know he is having thirsty. But the mind could not drink water. Yes, because mind is a power, vibration of power. So mind is not in a position to drink water. Mind can't drink water. Therefore, the seeker used to put water into his body, and then the water is going to the belly. Seeker is putting water into his mouth, and then the water is going to his belly. He will talk this fact. We will talk this fact further deep. Aryan Vahanse is explaining. We will have to talk this fact further deep by taking so many examples. This is in every activity. This action mind is in each and this way is in each and every activity. When you sweep the garden, when you are sweeping the garden, sweeping is a thought, but the swaying of hands and swaying of broom is an equal broom is an activity process. But thinking is different. First, you think that you will have to go to the garden and sweep the garden. But that is a thought. But when the action part is happening, swaying of hands and swaying of equal broom is an activity process. But thinking is different. Feeling hungry. When the seeker is feeling hungry, seeker used to putting food into his mouth. Mouth activity. Chewing with the teeth. Those are different activities. Always the thinking is different from activity process. There are two things here. Mind is thinking to go somewhere. Yes. Mind is, the thought is appearing to go somewhere. Mind is thinking to go somewhere. But mind cannot walk. Mind can't walk. Can't go. Mind can't come out. Mind can't come out. Can't come out and drink water. Because we can't see, we also can't see the mind. There's nothing like a permanent mind is there, not there. Therefore, the mind can't come out and drink water. Or can't come out and walk. Mind can't do anything. Mind can't touch a baby. Touching by the hand. We used to touch a baby with our hands. Hand is feeling the hardness of the body of the baby. But thinking with the mind is different. Mind can't come out. Seeing action mind is a very valuable spot in Dhamma. Yes, in this path to Nibbana, in this path to realization, the path to bliss. Seeing the action mind is a very valuable spot because When we reach to that point means we have already, the seeker is already redeemed from the name and form. That means redeemed from the name and from the outside world also. Action mind is an Arahant's mind. Yes. Arahants in the past and Arahants nowadays, like our Aryan Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Arahant's mind is an action mind. Actually, this is Aryan mind. Aryan seeing through this action mind. In this nature, you are meeting the transcendental nature. That means through this action mind, you are able to see the transcendental nature beyond the sensual world, beyond the mundane world. Not like the sensual world. There is a self in sensual world, mundane world. There is a self. But in transcendental nature, there is no self. That means the seeker has already realized that there is no self in this transcendental nature. You are working, doing so many activities, but there is no self. The seeker who has come to this level is doing so many activities like others, but without a self, not like the sensual world people. The seeker is working and doing so many activities, but there is no self. There is no you, me, without me, and I am not me. The person, the seeker is having the action mind is like that. There's no me for him. There's no I for him. I am not me. It's a very special and a superior stage of mind, transcendental nature of mind. There is no self, but activity processes are happening. Yes, there is no self, but activity processes are happening. Yes, because according to the nature and the nature law of cause and effect, everything is happening with action minds, but without a self. After doing the work or the job, this person, this seeker who's having this action mind is not going to show off. He don't want to show off. Not going to tell that I have done it. No me here. No proudness, because ego is not there. Ego is already vanished. Redeeming from the place of I doing. There's no I doing. We are talking about the supreme place. Yes, this is the supreme place in this world, redeeming from human soul, going beyond that. Yes, through this action mind means a supreme level of the mind, supreme place. We are talking about this. In this supreme place of the mind, world redeeming from human soul. Yes, this seeker who has come to this level has redeeming from the human soul. So he is going beyond that. He is going beyond this human soul. In this point, no human. There's no human in this point. That is a Arya nature of Arya. That means without soul, without me, myself, mine. There's no me. He may feel heavenly nature. Yes, when this seeker of this in the supreme level of mind, with this action mind, fully awakened action mind, and going beyond the human soul and become the Arya nature without soul, he may feel the human nature while living. He may feel the human nature, not only the heavenly nature, Brahma nature. Yes, he may feel the heavenly nature and Brahma nature or Buddhakshana. Also, in this level of mind, we will talk about it. Aryan says, explain what is this heavenly nature, and you must see it, feel it, and realize it. Yes, as a seeker in the path to Nibbana, path to realization, you should feel that. You must see it, feel it, and realize it, the heavenly nature, through these practices of Aryan Mahansa's for contemplations and listening to Aryan Mahansa's Dhamma and understanding the true Buddhist philosophy. The seeker should understand that he is not a man in sensual world. After coming to this level, though he is still uh, in a human form to see others, but this seeker knows that this seeker should understand that he is not a man or yes, he is not a man or a woman in the sensual world, because he is already redeemed and went beyond the human nature and feeling the heavenly nature and the Brahma nature. Looking at the mind and redeeming from the mind little by little, slowly from the beginning, and then the truth is seeing like a tiny ray of light in the darkness. Yes, this path to freedom, path to Nibbana is not just, and it's not happening just. So we will have to listen to Dhamma, we will have to do the contemplations, and we will have to see the mind. Not every time when there is a burning, only we should see and pierce the thought, and we will have to live a normal life without even entangling with the Dhamma also too much. So slowly, this is happening very slowly. Looking at the mind and redeeming from the mind little by little, slowly from the beginning. And then the truth is seeing, truth is arising like a tiny ray of light in the dark. A very tiny ray of light in the darkness, very slowly, without our knowledge. Nobody can think and reach this point. Thinking is a separate path. That means the knowledge we gather is through thinking, and we can't reach this uh, tiny ray of light, truth. We can't reach this truth through this knowledge. because knowledge means the thoughts. Thought process is very far from this truth. Therefore, we should redeem from mind little by little, and then only slowly this truth is starting to arise through our mind like a tiny ray of light in the dark, because all these mundane world people are living in the darkness. They don't know, but they are living in the darkness with suffering. Don't know at what time the suffering comes to them, because they are believing there is a world outside, they are believing a God outside, but they are not seeing the truth. Until they see this truth, they are not in a position to feel this ray of light of truth in the darkness. So, as the seekers and the very luckiest people who live in this world, see in this true Dhamma, hearing and seeing this true Dhamma at this moment, true Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse are the luckiest human beings on this planet Earth at this moment, because we are blessed with the truth by the nature, and the message is coming through Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, and it's our duty to give it to the world community through this English language to overcome suffering, showing the path to overcome suffering to the other human beings. But when you are practicing this in the practical experience of for contemplations and listening to Dhamma of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the tiny ray of light become a large flash. The tiny ray of light become a large flash. Because of the wisdom is arising little by little, then the tiny ray of light become a large flash. Finally, in the whole life, you see this activity process. You are redeeming from the self. Yes. Finally, when you become this nature, when you become this truth, and you are see in this activity process and redeeming from the self. Certainly, at your date of birth, if some other name was given to you, now your name is not belongs to you. Yes, there are so many names are there, and each and every human being, a name is given after birth, after coming to this planet Earth, a name is given. But if other name has given, so the present name is not belongs to us. It is just a name. If so, your form is not binding with your name. Yes, if some boy's name is Kamal, and that Kamal name is not given to him at his birth, and whether he may be Nimal, and that name and form are not binding together. Like that, name and form are always separated, always separated. Then revealing the true you. Yes. When the name and form are separated, they are revealing the true you. You didn't have this name in your last life. Yes. In your last life, you don't know what is the name you had even. If you happen to be a human in your next life, will this name is belongs to you? No. If you become another human in the next life, nobody knows what name is there for you. Then, are you having this form? No. Like that. There is no permanent name or a permanent form. We want to anyhow show you the name and form combination. Aryan Vahanse is telling, Aryan Vahanse want to show that the name and form combination is just a thing and not belongs to this. Name is not belongs to this body, or the body is not belongs to this name, and in this uh, death and rebirth cycle of samsara, the names and forms are always changing. Nobody knows what is the next form or what is the next name. That is why we are trying to stop this cycle. And Aryan Vahanse wants to show how this wrong view of me happening, how the soul is creating. Yes, there is no me here. There's no me came from the past life. There's no me going from this life to the next life. There's no me here. Therefore, the wrong view. Me means I, me, mine, all are wrong views because there is no me, there's no soul, there's no self here. The soul is just a vibration of thoughts, vibration under the thought. Thinking that somebody is doing all this, thinking that somebody is dying. There is no somebody dying. If we say this to a listener, nobody can't understand because all are thinking somebody is here and somebody is doing this, doing that, and somebody is there to die and somebody is there to have a rebirth. But all these are just useless words because there is no somebody here to die. And if we say this to a listener who doesn't know about this truth, he can't understand this story. He will think that we are mad. Yes, if we go to say this story to others, most of these mundane world people, they think that we are mad. But going deeper, digging deeper and deeper, and see in the truth of world will understand this. If somebody is having some kind of wisdom inside, that person can see this. Going after listening to this ultimate truth, Dhamma from Aryan Vahanse's sermons, and going deeper and deeper, digging in deeper and deeper, and seeing the truth of the world, will understand this story. Yes, there are more than 12,000 sermons of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse in this YouTube channels. Still still the human minds, that means the mundane world people, are not in a position to see that because they are having wrong views. So many gurus, so many priests also not showing the truth yet. Some are telling part of the story, but not revealing the truth yet. That therefore, still the truth is half hidden because some people are not showing the truth to the society. So one who listen to this true Dhamma to understand the truth of humanity, the ultimate truth, every human being happen to live in this world should he should have the ability to listen to this true Dhamma, to understand the mind and the world created inside the mind and the body, the sense system. When somebody is listening and understanding this everything, and he will not feeling sad. Lord Buddha Lord Buddha was found a path to overcome suffering. Yes, Lord Buddha as Prince Siddhartha. He tried so many years because Prince Siddhartha knows that this world is a big lie and finally become Buddha and found a way, a clear path to overcome suffering, and it was hidden so many years undercover without showing. Our Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, started to reveal this true Dhamma before 5 years, and now we are very lucky to listen to this Dhamma and practice this path. So now we know what actually Lord Buddha preached because it was hidden so many years because of the ignorance of the people handled this Dhamma, because somebody from India came here and destroyed the Sinhala Tripitaka and translated the Tripitaka into Pali canon, and the message was deleted without the knowledge, because the person who came from India was not an arahant. He didn't know what it is there. But the priests of that time were not in a position to look after those books carefully, and therefore the Dhamma, the true Dhamma, vanished from this earth, and it was hidden in the sutras, but nobody knows how to reveal that. In this situation, after trying very hard, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse has revealed, understood, realized, and revealing this Dhamma, true Dhamma, to the human world and human beings to end the suffering. And this Dhamma, because of this Aryan Wahanse's true revealing, this Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist path to Nibbana will be on the planet Earth for another 2500 years. So people are lucky who are coming to this world. The new generation people are lucky because they can easily understand this true Dhamma because they are having the possibility of thinking and searching for the truth of humanity without living like blind people. So Lord Buddha has revealed this Dhamma in 4 noble truths that is called in Dhamma Chaturarya Satya. Lord Buddha wanted to end the suffering, show the path to end the suffering. So Lord Buddha showed a very clear path, and there are 4 noble truths to end the suffering. Suffering, dukkha. Dukkha means suffering, and dukkata hetuva means reason for suffering. Dukkha නැති කිරීමේ මාර්ගය means path to overcome suffering. First, Lord Buddha understood what is suffering, then understood the reasons for the suffering, then realized the path to overcome suffering. After attaining Buddhahood, Lord Buddha revealed these 4 noble truths to the world, the way of overcome suffering. This will happen after seeing the eternal truth. Yes. Anybody who is searching for this true eternal truth of humanity and the world we live, we created world, should first listen to the true Buddhist philosophy. The true Buddhist philosophy was covered so many years, and so many priests were doing non-stop meditation and died without realization. In this whole world, every corner of the world, there are so many people, so many priests, so many different kinds of gurus and people who are practicing, seekers, every corner of this world. But they got nothing. They are still practicing that one-pointed meditation and gaining nothing. Until they sit and meditate, they will feel some kind of some kind of release. But after getting up and while doing his day-to-day life, the suffering is coming like a wagon wheel behind him. So that is why the only Lord Buddha revealed these 4 noble truths to the world, the way of overcoming suffering. But to overcome suffering, the seekers, everybody should listen to the true Buddhist philosophy first. Without listening to that, nobody in whatever religion, they are not in a position to reach the correct path to seek the correct path to eternal bliss. Therefore, it is our duty to give this message to the whole world through this Buddothpado PeoTV 24/7 English channel. The people in this life, in this world can understand, most of the people can understand English language, and they can hear these sermons and discussions and explanations through this Buddothpado TV, and they can see, they can come out from their shells and see what is truth, because without living as a blind man in 100 years is useless, but living with the open eye in few days is far more better than that. But this is not just happening. There is a clear path. There is a clear path to redeem from suffering, overcome the sansaric journey. According to other religions, this is the immortality forever. So, reaching the immortality forever means there will be no any birth, no any soul creation. But still in this world, the other religions, practitioners of other religions, still thinking they reach immortality through one-pointedness meditation. No, because when their attention is in one point, that means their mind is hidden. So they can't understand the perceptions, they are not in a position to understand names and forms. They don't know how to combine these names and forms and how the thoughts are creating. They don't know how the thoughts become consciousness, and how this consciousness is highlighting the thoughts and how it is making thought processes. All these things cannot be seen without knowing this true Buddhist philosophy. Therefore, the practitioners of other religions still thinking, still doing this samatha meditation to get the immortality forever, but it will never happen because people are having different wrong views according to their books and what they heard from the beginning of their lives. They are not opening their eyes without wrong views to see the truth. They are just like the birds flying in this vast sky without knowing the correct direction. So it's very pathetic because every human being should have the ability to overcome their suffering because the human beings are having a high mind to understand something far more better than other creatures in this universe. So the human beings, we always think and we always invite each and every human being from the from every corner of this world to hear this, come and hear this true Buddhist, true Dhamma, through Buddothpado PeoTV 24 channel, Zoom and YouTube channel, and to overcome their suffering and live a happy life. At least understanding and realizing the first step will, that means the true Buddhist philosophy will help them far more better than their conditions now, because day by day anxiety is increasing, different mental diseases are increasing, depression is increasing because people are working without an end. Depression is happening due to the pressure living pressure, earning pressure, and they don't know how to relax their mind. So always living under pressure will give them this kind of mental diseases. They don't know how to, when something is not happening according to their wish, they used to suffer a lot, thinking and suffering. They don't know how to let go things, and without, always they think and they feel everything should happen according to their wish. And some people are fighting with each other for no reason, to show their power or something. But this human mind is very uncertain, because nobody, no human can satisfy this mind, because it is an illusion. Nobody can control the illusion. Nobody can satisfy the illusion. If somebody want to overcome this illusion, they should see the true Buddhist philosophy first. Eternal truth. They must need know the eternal truth at the first place. Otherwise, nobody will be able to live happily in this planet Earth, because there is a race, human race there, rat race. They are just in the morning getting up and running, having some meal and running for their jobs and earning money, and coming in the night. It's a cycle. It's a cyclic thing, doing this and that, and trying to overcome their suffering in different ways. But nothing will be helpful. They are always trying to satisfy their six senses, but that cannot be done until the time of death. And finally, after through running through different paths to satisfy their six senses, and finally fallen into the earth and passing away without achieving anything, or at least without peace in their mind at the deathbed even. How sad it is. Therefore, as human beings, we must know there is no outside world. World is created inside me. So inside the mind, and mind is also not true. And first and the foremost thing is, there is no self, there is no soul in this, attached to this human body. When understanding that, half of the sufferings are vanishing. After understanding, listening to this truth, people can live very peacefully, because they know, the seekers of this path to freedom, who listen to this true Buddhist philosophy, knows no use of running behind anything. This sensual pleasure is not permanent. Can't satisfy these six senses. How much they tried, that can't be done. It's only a dream. Living inside a dream and trying to change the dream according to the thought patterns. It will never happen. Illusion means illusion. So nobody can change the illusion. To understand the body and mind, and understand the true nature of the world, is understanding the self. This body is just a machine. 6 sensors are attached. The machine is created by the nature, and the mind is just a vibration of thoughts, vibration power. So a transformation of power is happening here and there. There's no self here. Self was planted in the early ages, in the very small age. Soul, that means me, is planted there, and from that point everybody think there is a me here, but there's no me here. Understand this, the selfless nature of this body and mind. Mind is a creation, and everywhere the vibrations are happening. We are also just this body and mind is also just vibrations, selfless vibrations, and understanding that people can live a peaceful life because there's no fight, there's nothing to fight, there's nothing to argue. Just live. You can just live without food, even you can just live. Even with one meal per day, you can just live happily because you know this is a machine. This is a selfless machine of belongs to the nature. Nobody is there. And in calm and serenity, you can live a very quiet life and peaceful life. Your That means with this action mind appearing, with this action mind, not going behind anything. The satisfaction is always there and already there. So can see the world very nicely and feel the world also through these 6 senses very quietly. And that is the greatest position a human being can achieve, to live without suffering. That is the part our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is showing to the world. The luckiest people on planet Earth will listen to this true Dhamma and live a peaceful life. And there is no death, overcome death and birth. Living is very wonderful experience. So for today, I am closing this session. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship our enhancer at this week, Tiruvasanai, our enhancer. We are very grateful for all the guidance that you are providing us. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. This is yet another discussion session of Buddothpado PeoTV English channel, which is there 24/7, enabling the friends who are looking for true Dhamma from any corner of the world, so that depending on the time which is convenient for you, you can join this Zoom. And of course, the friends who are having any problems or unclear points of these sermons, you can always join this session, and we will try to do the maximum justice to your question. So we can start the session. Also, I just want to remind that true Dhamma or truth is something common to any person, irrespective of your uh, religion, your background, your country, race, whatever. Truth is common to everybody. So if somebody is looking for truth, there are many people we know that they have reached all their goals, they have fulfilled all their ambitions, but they feel that something is lacking. Then they turn towards the spiritual side, and they want to find out what the truth is. We are addressing such friends to join us. We invite you to listen to these sermons, which is actually quite different from the traditional dhammas that you have been listening. And also, the impression that we had about Buddhism was that lots of Pali and lots of meditation, particularly the concentration meditation, which I would say both are wrong actually. You do not need to know lots of Pali, because now there are enough translated material, and also we hear very simple Dhamma explanations from our noble friend R.N. Mahansi. Most of us know very little, very little of Pali. So therefore, that is not a reason to step backwards. And also talking about the meditation, R.N. Mahansi has explained quite often that concentration meditation was there in India, even at the time that the Prince Siddhartha was born. And he found that it is not uh, the ultimate point. Whatever the meditative state that you have reached, or the dhyana that you have reached, it's not the nirvana. And what Lord Buddha explained was actually a unique Dhamma, unique truth. It's a system that is functioning, and it's common to all of us. So knowing the truth means we want to find out how this system is functioning. So we can start the discussion. I can see Sudharma also has joined for after a long time, and our Dhammasunanda Swami Wahanse also has joined. We respectfully worship Swami Wahanse, and Champa and Dr. Kokila also has joined. And I think our new friend Padma also has joined. So may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. We can start the discussion. if there is any particular topic that we have to take up for the discussion, we can start. Thiruvan Saranai. Any of you can point out anything that you want to discuss. We can start the discussion from that point onwards.
Everyone, Saranai chapter. Everyone,
Thiruvan
Saranai,
Saranai.
all Dhamma friends. First of all, I pay my homage at our spiritual teacher, Buddothpado and Vanse's feet. And Doctor, very recently in one of his sermons, he mentioned that, okay, uh, even if you talk about how the self-perception or self-view is created 1,000 times, that is not enough. So we also experience that. We listen to sermons, we discuss that. So as you all every day point out, uh, understanding this is one thing, realizing it and experiencing this non-self perception is something else. So I would like to request you all to discuss on that further, how the self view, self perception gets created. If there aren't any other questions, Teruvan Saranai.
Yes, Sudharma Thiruvan Saranai. Thank you for starting the discussion. I will just mention what I feel. Dr. Kokila will add whatever is necessary and or correct me. Yes, very true. Actually, the inner transformation or the internal transformation, that is a word that we could use, abhyantara parivartanaya, is something that will come up automatically. You can't take it as a thought. So even some of us who have been listening to this Dhamma for a long time uh, do know it as a knowledge, but that inner feeling sometimes takes a while to come up. But it will come up at any moment. That is what I feel, because at a point where you are not thinking of Dhamma, at a very ordinary event, you might feel that there's no fire to that stimulus, no burning to that stimulus. So it is something that the system will feel and it will come up spontaneously. Like this sutra, I remember a metaphor given by Lord Buddha that if a hen is giving the adequate warmth to the eggs, at some point the chicks will the eggs will hatch and the chicks will come out. If the hen is not giving the adequate warmth but just lay the eggs and just walking around but expecting or praying that the chicks should come out, then that nothing will happen. So whatever the supportive things, like as you said, listening to Dhamma with concentration and maybe revising the facts that you heard, even things like discussing among ourselves will help, like you putting the water and manure to a little plant, but the plant will decide when it will bloom, when the flowers are coming and when uh, the fruits are coming. So like that, I feel that it is not something that you can purposely get it, but need time, and the supportive things are the ones which are important. Dr. Kokila, would you like to add anything to that, or you might have a different explanation? Teruvan Saranai.
No, actually, it's good. You can't really do. We actually discuss few things like the five. You told about the five things what we can do.
5 hindrances.
No,
Is
5
that the case?
hindrances is something, and that those are the things that would prevent, and the
Mm.
other 5 things that we can do is also there, isn't it?
Mm.
The can't remember the single thing, but yoniso manasikara pratipada and listening to Dhamma. Is it discussing Dhamma?
Partogosha is also there. That means listening to Dhamma. Yoniso Manasikari and Yatabhuta Jnana. Is that what you are trying to say?
Yeah, usually they say 5 things are there to improve the entry into the path. So listening to Dhamma is there, Pratipada is also there, and Yoniso Manasikari, that is penetrative insight, is also there. I don't know whether the other 2 are
The
discussing and
spiritual excuse me,
spiritual
doctor, that
teacher.
Kalyana Mitra say, yeah, spiritual teachers, guidance, is it? And
Yeah,
Dhammanudhamma Patipata something.
yeah. So
Mm,
all 5 things,
yeah.
and the hindrances,
Yeah.
identifying hindrances is also very important. If you are very the hindrances are a lot of aversion, a lot of craving, and if there's restlessness and worry and stupor and the sloth, that is being very lazy, and the doubts about Dhamma. So this is all the things that, and also being true to Aranhansi says a lot of things about the paramita, being true to ourselves, being having true true need for this, being vigilant. There's so many aspects into this Dhamma, which I can't remember all the paramitas, but they all, according to Aranhansa, it's all actually leading to this. So if you are truthful, you being truthful, and you being truthful to yourself, because this is nothing to others as such. So uh, there's so many paramitas. Even Dana Paramita Aranhansa says it in a different angle. Same thing, but in a different angle. So because everything paves the way for this realization of Dhamma, actually consolidation of Dhamma. That's the main important aspect, that penetrative insight into the vibration. But actually, I think that is the Aranasi has told this multiple times in the past, but this time I think it's catching. Everyone is kind of ready, so it has gone to the to everyone. I think to the core of everyone, so that they will fully realize that the non-form level has to be pierced. Today, Ranwansi, I just had a little bit of time to listen to the Patana Karaniya thing, and he was saying how if it is the eye, what if you're seeing something, how the actual value of the thing is whatever you're seeing, value of that is the sensual world, but the actual he used the word rupa satahana is the form. So the form, and he used the actual smell is if it is a smell system, then smell is the form, that is the sanya. But non-form is a vibration. So that is the feel. It's a complete feel without after piercing the form. So the form doesn't matter actually when it comes to the non-form level. So I think because Aranwansi is repeating this a lot now, I think it will be very obvious that that this is what is going to actually catch your own vibration or the sasa. So to understand how much power is there, this power is bit tricky actually, because this is difficult, in the sense not difficult, but confusing when we think about it. It's not confusing when you actually um, have the experience. It's not confusing, but when you try to think about it, it's confusing. But main thing is to when you see the chair, to understand that the actual chair is the self. There was never a self here. So that if chair is becoming a thing, only the self is there. So that this whole thing is again Dhamma. Dhamma in the sense to truth. So the truth resonating due to noble friends push, like push towards the non-vibration. I think there's always a chance that this thing will be felt. So the non-vibration is, and even I don't know where there was a sermon when he was using the I don't know if this Tombakuda one, but he was talking a lot about this understanding that the how the thoughts are not. So because there's three types of sankhara, three types of construction happening here: the actions, talking, and the thinking. That's the mind part. But those all three actions can be fully understood. And also, he also said a good thing. I think today morning also, like Sama Ajiva. This how this he mentioned a little bit of it. How Sama what did he say? It was talking about the eightfold path, but it was very
Right,
small section. He
livelihood.
said, wow,
Is
what
it
does it
right livelihood, doctor? Right livelihood. Oh,
livelihood? Okay.
livelihood.
So the
Yeah.
right view, then he said right view, after right view only right livelihood is there. So the right view is the Samma Ditti, or the right view is the main important thing here. When the Samma Ditti is there, that is right view is there, then Samma Sankappa, Samma Ajiva. Samma Ajiva is the right livelihood. So in the day-to-day life, understanding that actually there's no one here like that. So it's all Aranwansi has actually told everything. There's so many sermons out there. Even because Buddothpado TV is also having these sermons, and randomly if I tune in, I'm like, oh wow, it doesn't feel like I have listened to almost all of them, but now when I listen again, sometimes like, wow, that's so beautiful. Like as if I'm listening today. So that's the thing. Even one single sermon. I think Lord Buddha did this. He asked one venerable to do the same sermon. I think it is Nanda. I can't remember. Venerable to do the same sermon over and over and over and over again. So that kind of thing, the every day, even if just if yourself, if you are doing telling the same thing, the understanding is slightly different, not to the level of Varanasi, but still slightly different to previous. That's how this system changes. What happens is, so the self perception is, when you talk about this perception, we know how it works. Even in dream, you can see your mother in the dream. The same as this self-perception is also a perception. It's a perception there also, because in the dream, usually you don't see yourself kind of thing, but you feel that you're there. In the dream, you are kind of actively in there, isn't it? That's a self-perception. So this self-perception doesn't need to be thought about or anything like that. But the self-perception, to understand that the self-perception is nothing, self-perception doesn't have a self-perception there. In the sense, smell perception doesn't have smell there. Light perception doesn't have actual light there. It's just a vibration. Because perception is a tricky thing. Perception doesn't actually carry anything. It's a vibration. That kind of understanding should be there when we try to get all these things into one line. But I think time has come. Everyone is keen. Everyone is aware that there is this non-form level other than the form level. Because most of, almost all of them, listening to the Buddothpado Aryan Hanse definitely feels much calmer, much better, much cooler than before, 100%. But the thing is, his effort is to actually let all of them feel the non-vibration. That is the important thing. Not just be comfortable with whatever the level you come into, isn't it? What do you think, Sudharma? What made you to point that out?
No, doctor.
And I
Actually,
heard that you are in Australia at this moment. Is that true?
yes, doctor. I'm in Brisbane, Mackay. I'm with my son for 1 month. I will be here, doctor. And
You can join the Zoom then.
whenever possible, doctor, I join for the Dhamma talk. Also, I have swapped the time, the slot. Uh, I'll be doing it from 6 to 7 here Australian time now for this month. And whenever possible, I will be joining the discussion also. I have missed a lot, so nothing to worry, but still, because of the commitments at the school, doctor, I was unable to join those discussions. And when I was in Sri Lanka, I really missed a lot. I tried my best to listen to. And actually, what made me to pose that question is, it is true, doctor, now as you said, this right wheel. All these sermons, 84,000 sermons of Gautama Buddhacharya Vahanse revolves around this single stimulus. And this right view is again the absence of the self. No, that wrong view is believing that there is a self. So even though we listen to it so many times, always when we happen to listen to a sermon by chance, we feel as if, oh, it's some new content. You may not feel that, but in my case, sometimes I feel, oh, we know that we have listened to it before, but it's the same thing. But again, it's new to us. Very recently, Aryan Maharaj said, as when somebody asked about self, how now we know how the self view gets created, self perception gets created. Then he said, even 1,000 times you listen to that same thing, that wouldn't be enough, he said. So until it becomes so, I mean, that you all talk about the feel without taking it as knowledge, until we becomes that, we have to go on listening. And I mean, until, as you also said, we have to leave behind the raft. We can't, that as Dr. Sakuntala also said, that happen naturally. It's such a gradual process. Until then, we have to, like, in whatever way possible, uh, we have to be a part of it. Now the path is open, all the opportunities are open, all guidance is provided. So it is, we have to relax and take time and do it. That's how I feel it, doctor.
I
But
think
I have not, yeah.
time will, because you might get more time when you are here if you are not traveling a lot around this area. I think you might get a chance to relax, isn't it? Because actually
Yes,
it is
yes,
needed,
doctor.
because this rat race is not good enough sometimes for the kaya viveka, chitta viveka thing. It's
That is essential, yeah, doctor. Even when I step into the road here also, that calmness, I don't know, the difference is felt because this is my first time anyway in Australia. So here, even in the uh, in this place where I'm staying is also, it's so calm in the morning. I practice this walking meditation because I don't have any burden whatsoever right now. I got rid of everything, every important commitments or responsibilities. So as you say, I have that freedom and relaxation. Yeah, and doctor, I have another question regarding this perception because I have missed that opportunity to talk to you. So at the now zygote level, we know that samsaric vibration telepathizes into that. It's the same vibration we talk about whatsoever. Whenever a stimulus arises or any thought arises, it is the same vibration, that same power that repeatedly occurs. There may be, I mean, increasing and decreasing of that depending on the level the person gets deceived. And doctor, when I was contemplating, this came to my mind like at the child in the cot, the radiant mind level. Now we know after the birth of this mundane world, these sensory faculties begin to function. So they function individually. So they are individual sense experience. But gradually, all these are assumptions, honestly, because we no one of us remember what those experiences were. So the tasting of milk and the smell of milk, then the texture of milk, liquid. So all the child, though the sensory system experiences them as individual sense experience. But gradually, though the child doesn't know the name or the sound milk, those three experiences may merge and some perception may generate within, and later when somebody introduces the name, it becomes the complete thought may be forming. I don't know whether I'm explaining it properly. Is it, can we take it that way, that merging of individual sense experiences is a natural phenomenon? No one is doing that. One, you all explained that with the single sense faculty, the worm experiences the world. So, like that, this formation of perceptions and thoughts happen naturally that way. Maybe first two, three sense experiences merge as a natural phenomenon, and gradually, with the introduction, it develops into a complete thought. Can you please explain it, doctor? That's what I
I
contemplated.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
It's I don't think there's any problem there. What made you to think there is a problem there?
No, I just wanted to verify, doctor. That's only I
Yeah,
because
yeah, it's
when I
fine.
was talking, yeah.
When the word merge is used, I don't know whether we can actually use the merge, because
Hmm.
synchronize is different to merge. Merge, I don't know.
Merging.
Word
Ah.
merging is okay
Mm-hmm.
because this synchronization. I mean, it's okay. These English words are a bit tricky, but I think it's
Mm-hmm.
okay
Mm-hmm.
because
Thank you.
looking at something, uh, there are few aspects. One aspect is to go back to the beginning. So that's what we are doing. We are going back to the beginning and trying to understand where this self perception has come. So
Mm.
self
Yes.
perception is not coming alone. It's always with the stimuli. Uh, but
Stimuli.
uh,
Yes.
but the beginning is actually in a dormant form in the psychotic level. That psychotic level vibration is always there, but there's no mind. There's no
Mm.
actually manifestation of any sensory organs. Slowly, as you said, the sensory organs are manifesting. Then the sensory organ manifestation is there. Even if we take just like the worm, the sensor, the skin sensor, it it can have the temperature and the, because temperature can be one vibration and touch can be one vibration, even though the sensor is the same.
Yes.
So
Yes.
then even they can form kind of this. The alive feel is there anyway because the skin
Mm.
conscious or the touch consciousness, temperature consciousness, like that. The skin consciousness or the body consciousness, actually, the word body consciousness can be there. So the body consciousness itself gives you the life feel. The worm has the life feel. But this beautiful thing about humans, actually, beautiful, we can't really say beautiful, but the formation of human mind, which is needed to understand Dhamma also. Formation of human mind is the biggest creation in the world, where that is also created for the safety, I think, safety of this organism, the actual the species, because every animal has some kind of escape phenomenon, like safety phenomenon. But in humans, it's usually the mind, because mind is very strong. They will find a actual survival aspect. But anyway, this mind formation is a normal thing. That mind is actually it's not anywhere. The understanding this is a bit tricky. That is the thing. Mind is nowhere, but you feel like it is here now. But mind is actually nowhere. Mind is there when the causes arise. Uh, it appears as there, like Niagara Falls, or if we say Sydney Bridge. Uh, you you can you can you it arises now, but the thing is, Aranwansi says nothing arises now. There's uh, always a past experience if you have a name and form. So that this whole system of human system, actually, human system has this phenomena of uh, this one kind of one vibration. It acts as a one vibration. It acts as another sensory organ as well, because there can be pop-ups like any other organ. The thought can pop up, but always there are reasons for the thought to pop up. When it is Aranhansa gives a beautiful explanation about that. When the cold is felt, it always goes back to a past experience, something like that. We have talked a lot about traumatic events to children. So if something related to that traumatic event is seen now, you will immediately go back to the previous one. And the anger and the fear, you can see the adults actually shivering in fear or having a panic attack now, just by going back to that previous experience. Now nothing is happening now, but the person can be having a panic attack now. So that's how it works, this synchronization. So the synchronization of this system, how it works, is the main thing that we understand. So when we understand this system, now after 1 month, even if you go back to Sri Lanka, you have an idea about all this Brisbane and all those things. So there's a perception that is kind of active now. You know, when you didn't come to Australia, you had a picture of Brisbane just by saying, "Oh yeah, my son is in Brisbane." But now, because you physically came there, you have like a visual picture of that. See the perception side. But the thing is, what eye catches is just a photo. But we have so many ideas about this photo. So the Brisbane or the even just imagine your plane slowly coming down the airport. You can immediately feel finally I'm in Australia. Kind of, if you're tired, also you might feel like that. Oh my God, this journey is ending. Thank God, it's so tired. Something like that. But anyway, you have the perception that it's the Sydney airport or whatever the airport you landed, and journey is over. So the problem is not with the perception itself. Problem is the feel that it is true. That's the whole thing. So the other thing Aranand says is when the one perception arises, every other perception also is there. If you have billions of perceptions, all the billions have the potential to arise at that moment. Also, one other's perception is the self-perception. As soon as it is felt as a thing, because it is felt as a thing anyway. If it is if someone has listened to Dhamma, this changes, but I'm just talking in the beginning. So the self-perception is anyway there. So the what is this first one? Existence perception. When the existence perception is there, the self-perception is also there. Another meaning, if the existence feel is there, alive feel is there. These are, we can't really change them because this is all in the mind side. Actually, Aranasa said something about this Bhavarupa also one day. So all these are actually kind of perceptions. You know, that female male thing is also a kind of a perception. You know, these are the things that gives so much value. You know, we have so many ideas that being a female, this should be that should be that. Being a male, this should be that. Like that, there's so many ideas. Apart from that, these are the basic ones. Think about this mind perception of like mother. I'm the mother. End of it, isn't it? If you really feel I'm the mother, I mean this is valid for mothers. If you really feel that I'm a mother, like That's how it is. That perception is real. Self-perception is anyway there. You can't prevent it. If something is felt as real, the notion of I'm a mother, or the thing I told that day, I'm the breadwinner or something like that, or I'm the father of this family. I'm the boss of this institution. I'm the chief incumbent of the temple. Whatever, it doesn't matter what it is. So whatever it is, uh, even in a, like, I'm a teacher, I'm a doctor, anything like that. It doesn't matter what it is. If these are felt as real, these are very tricky things that will take long time. If you have been a mother for 20 years, you 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 can't find it difficult to even understand. Well, someone might actually come to a fight and ask, okay, am I not a mother? No, you are a mother, it's okay, just calm down. Only we can say it's okay, you are the mother. But actually it's a perception. Even the Lord Buddha said, mothers deliver, mothers never deliver. And if someone says that now, actually it would be very controversial. But it is said in that kind of aspect. It's a perception. Perception that I'm a mother. Perception that I'm a teacher. Perception that I'm a doctor. Perception that I'm holding this Zoom discussion or something like that. Or I have to do this, I have to do this and that, all that. So the reality is, how real you feel is the self-perception. And if you go into the non-form level, how real you feel whatever the stimuli is, how the life feel is. But if you are turning this around, as soon as you understand what Aranwansi is saying, if you are turning this around, this turning around is the main problem here. To turn it around, you have to fully realize that none of these things are actually true. So, so just imagine I'm the mother. I'm a mother. Well, I'm a mother is like a thing that can give so much value, isn't it? When you say I'm a mother, I have responsibilities, I have this and that. Oh my God, like we can write a whole essay on that. But I'm a mother is a perception. Perception actually doesn't have a mother. What is a perception? Perception is just a vibration. That's why you can see your own mother in the dream, no? Otherwise, how can you see them in the dream? Because it's a perception. But actual perception doesn't have the mother there. What is a perception? Perception is a vibration. So the vibration, when you come to the vibration, there's nothing there called mother. But if you are looking, if you are touching, if you are whatever the 5 sensory organs are involved, you still feel something. I feel something. So if it is a thought, that's the value of the thought, the mind consciousness. So this thought, mother, can be so heavy. That is, actually speaking, that is a self feel as well. How heavy that, how powerful that is. So when you keep understanding that all these, if you, I actually Google about that in science, but these are really not right. But they say in science that they think, I think they assume that there are like thousands of thoughts per day. So whatever number of thoughts per day, just imagine if you don't know Dhamma, every thought is felt as a thing. Even if you the point that Sudharma was trying to say is, even if you know Dharma for a long time also, this can be the same, because the piercing may not have happened. It's okay, because this is not going to change. If you have entered the path, it doesn't change, but it has to manifest in such a way with the effort, right effort. There is Chanda Chitta Virya Vimansa. That is, you have not a craving, but in you want to actually understand them and have the mind for that, and have the correct investigation about that. So all this will help you, an association with the noble friend. All this will help you to actually see the truth. Most important thing is how you react to these things. That like being the mother now, you're close to son now, so it will be very evident now than when you're talking over the phone, because you can see, you can hear, you can actually touch. So you can actually do this experiment and see. So sun, the perception of sun, how it works. So the perception of sun doesn't have sun in that. You know, if you just imagine you're looking at the sun. Early in the morning, you get up and you saw sun getting ready or something like that. You see him. So when you see him, it's actually a photo. What the the value is a different story. That is a sensual world, but actually the Rupa Satana, or the form, actual light form, is the form level, and the field level is actually a fast vibration of the eye only. So come to this level is the most important thing. But we know all this now, like we just have to brush it up and just let it go. Even Dhamma, you have to let go and just see how it works. Because surely I know a lot of, including Sudharma, now mostly this, the sensual world part is not that important. But still the form level can be important. We don't know, it depends. So it's only evident to oneself. If you actually feel that the sun is outside, then definitely you feel like I'm here. It's a direct, it's even that is a field. You know, this duality is a field. You can't talk about the duality, it's a field. And the perception level also, even if you say it as a photo, like the form level, even that, still there can be that slight duality, you know. But in the vibration level, it's just a field. There's no duality, nothing. In that form level, only we can catch the vibration. That if you don't know Dhamma, you will not know what that is. But because you know now, you will definitely understand. Wow, that's something that I felt as, because sun was felt as a thing. That is the strength of that vibration. But you realize that's the self vibration, because and in the end, the consciousness with power. We have talked about this before. Consciousness is the life here. This has this extra power because that is why we feel that. But as soon as you fully realize that it's nothing like that, it's just the sensory function only, because you know Dhamma already, it will come automatically. And you can feel the release of that power, because then this Aranvansi says a word Sakiyatva, or like feeling it as happening here. I use that word in English, but I don't know whether it is correct. The vibration happening here, feel will be gone. So that is the still the seeing will be there, but still that it is happening here, kind of feel will be gone. That is the thing. But this discussion can be different from one to one. You know, Aranasi says it in different ways. So you have to be vigilant enough to understand this. Even Dhammapada walks, Aranasi says nicely, you know, he knew that animal was angry. He knew everything. He was, so you can't compare his walk now to with our walk, can we? No, because he doesn't. He doesn't have the if he doesn't have the self perception and the self vibration, it's a different entity, you know, different way. But all the mothers, when they walk according to their levels. Doesn't matter. It can be like very different to each and everyone. If we have 10 people there, 10 people's vibratory level would be different. He can be 0, and then everyone else can be in different levels. One can be 100, one can be 35,000, whatever vibration level. If you are giving a value like that, it's arbitrary. But so the actual thing is fully realize that the sensory function, if you actually fully realize that it's a sensory function only, there's no way that the self can do anything at all there. The self will be released. If it is only for a fraction of a second, that's okay. It can be the first experience. But after that, your insight will be very clear. You definitely have a, we have sansaric journey of life here, let alone this self-perception. Self-perception is only in the mind. But a life field is there for the whole sansaric journey. Mind is only like, 75 years of age, 85 years of age, maximum maybe 110 years of age for a human. That much. If it's a rabbit, maybe 10 years, 12 years, like that. So this timeline. But the feel, it might telepathize to any level, So whatever these levels, doesn't matter. If you fully understand Dhamma, whatever you feel, in the sense whatever you feel is wrong, the word, whatever the feel is the only feel that is there. Sensory function is the only thing that is there. That understanding should be there. So another, the way that you ask the question, as if you have to do something, no, you can't do anything. But after fully realizing this Dhamma with so much what do you call it, chitta viveka, how do you say that, mental calmness, or mental, actually viveka is
Relaxation.
relaxed mind and the relaxed body, that is all needed. That is all needed because, but this can be different if you're constantly worrying about something about Sri Lanka. If you're worrying about, you never know what you're worrying about. So these are the tricky things that hindrances. So hindrances can be very low. Hindrances should be very low actually, and for this event to happen. And the actually mind should be very kind of good elevated state rather than sloth and stupor kind of thing. It should not be in a kamachanda vyapada state or worry state, which is kukuchu. Kukuchu is restlessness and worry or guilt. So finding a time without hindrances is really tricky, isn't it? You can't really actually search for that. It should arise. So for that to arise, you should calm down anyway. I think it will happen anyway because we have listened to Dhamma for a long time. Already outside is not true. So I think it will be very conducive. The situation will be very conducive. You can't do anything here. Only causes will come to act. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, that is what I also felt, that it will automatically come. As you said, now there is better sort of free time than you were in Sri Lanka. But also, as you said, that the Chitta Viveka, I mean, if you are worrying about the home front and daughter-in-law here, if you are worrying about that, that again will not give the Chitta Viveka. So just let everything sort of go, and then I think you will be able to have that necessary background for your realization. Just actually, Dr. Kokila, I wanted to, sorry, Sudharma, are you going to ask anything?
No, thank you so much for detailed explanation, Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala. What actually, when I was meeting my son, maybe after 8 months, I think, so I was not that excited. So Dhamma has actually, as Dr. Kokila said, Dhamma definitely has had an effect on the system. And again, coming to a country, because it was also a big thing for us those days. I remember when I went to UK, I was so excited and my eyes were rolling around, seeing things and lot of excitement. But that was also not there. It was so neutral. So Dhamma definitely has had an effect, because it is the truth. That assurance was given to us by Lord Buddha himself, and Aryan Mahanse always, and all Dhamma friends say that. So this time actually I could spend it fruitfully, as you said, Dr. Sakuntala. Now the thing is, I don't know how and why it has become so. It is so when the women who work in those tea plantations back in Sri Lanka calls me, only I remember how I have to see to that. When somebody from there calls me, only I at least think of them. So that strings of thoughts, thinking about Sri Lanka. I know there are things are happening as usual, but those thoughts do not arise unless and until some trigger is there, or some some stimulus in relation to that arises only. I respond and think about that. And another experience, as Dr. Kokila talked about, these sankhara mental formations
verbal formations and bodily formations. Now here, there are a lot of coconut trees. So the moment the visual formation arose, I identified it as coconut trees. That is name form. What I'm telling is Dhamma is everywhere. There is nothing called a life and Dhamma. So the identification happened. And then the thoughts that vitakka vichara, so okay, then there must be because canned coconut milk is used here. Then I was thinking, no, there are coconut trees, so coconuts must be found, can be bought in markets like that. Thoughts of, so the verbal formations, actually this didn't happen. I am just taking this as an example. I could have asked, I mean, uh, I didn't go to that level, but verbal formations would be, I would ask my son whether there are coconuts in the markets. Can we buy them? Why do we use this coconut milk, canned milk? So fresh coconuts we can use, so on and so on. And then bodily formations would be going to the market and looking for them. So when a stimulus or a perception becomes true, this course follows like mental formations, verbal formations, and bodily formations. So a lot of, I mean, everywhere in everything we see Dhamma, and thank you so much for detailed explanation. They really help. And
Even
yeah,
even someone understand Dhamma and actually feel Dhamma,
yeah,
even someone like Aranhanse comes there will be thoughts, there will be seeing,
yes,
there will be listening, there will be touching, there will be mental formations, verbal formations, uh, bodily formations. Yes,
formation. Yeah.
it doesn't matter though because there's no self view and there's no self vibration. The with someone in the path, uh, there will be no self view. Actually, fully, if someone is fully in the path, there will be no self view. But the here and there, self vibration may or may come, may or may not come.
Mm.
It doesn't. We can't really predict it. So detecting how much power is there now and how much power is there more to go is kind of a thing because uh, initially, usually, if you're fully aware about the non-vibration and the vibratory level of your system, then definitely you know how much to go kind of thing. That's the asavakshanyani. So all these things are very beautiful. How much effort you put in actually will give you conducive environment. Also will be helping. Even our advanced does that, making monasteries in a mountain or very calm area, and like that. Like there's so many conducive places, circumstances where the mind is not powerful. The mind power should be very near zero for the field to arise and the non-field to arise. In the sense field of the sasava and or the vibration and the non-vibration to arise. Because of this power mind bubble is so powerful, it's a bit difficult. But with the helpful, conducive conditions might happen. And we all use tricks for that, like Dombagoda walking is also some kind of thing that we use because it's such a area that has this different Arananse has gone on a walk. I understood by the talk that he went through a lot of areas where the different sensations are there. So one time it will be very hot, one time it will be very cool area with the shade and like that, so many different views. So there's a variety of things, how these things change, how if they are a thing, how self-vibration works, how self-perception works. If they are not a thing, how actually action mind comes. Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's very beautiful. Anything else? Dr. Sakutala, is there anything else to add?
Yeah, actually, I had a couple of questions when you were explaining. One thing is that itta sanya, or this perception of existence, it can occur even with one sense of faculty when it comes to this earthworm state, isn't it? But when in the human beings, because we have more than one senses, we need two or more of the senses to combine together to form the thoughts, which eventually will lead to this feeling of existence and the self perception. Am I
No,
correct?
no. Feel of existence is there even when the light is there.
No, sorry, I think I used the wrong words because when it is in the human beings, we need at least two senses
No, the
to combine. Hmm?
baby, this is the problem with the word sita. The
Hmm.
word sita is used for everywhere now. So even um, if you go to the baby in the cot, light is felt. It is also a sita. It is a stimuli. That's the problem. That this sita word is very tricky. The mind, the thought. I've told you
So,
this before.
so you
So
can't talk about the thought level anyway in the worm, isn't it? Because that is just the
no, but it is there. Skanda is there. That's what I'm trying to say. The stimuli is there
Mm,
now, like the
mm.
baby. Worm is similar to the baby.
Baby. Ah, right. Okay. Mm, right. Okay. Understood. So,
The
yeah.
baby
Mm,
has multiple ears, but until they coalesce together, or as she used the word match, or
no, it's not
synchronize
combined.
together,
Mm, mm,
uh, only this chair will come, or the mother will come. I don't think
mm.
chair will come to the baby as early as that. Mother, milk,
Yeah.
all these things. So that is a different one. That is the mental perception.
Mm, right.
But
Right.
the first level is there. No? First
Mm,
level also it is kind of a sita, kind of a stimuli. That is the level that life feel is there. So the life feel to happen, you don't need multiple.
mm. Yeah.
Mind formation is just a human thing. But this sita word is used
Mm. Everywhere. Yes.
everywhere because it's to denote the stimulus.
Mm,
Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana is used for the sita, no? But
mm,
actually it is the stimuli. They actually there's no way that they are even if you take it as stimuli, I think it's much better
mm.
because these words are confusing. But anyway, little baby only has the feel like the worm. But there
Okay.
is
Right.
self-perception in that. That's your question is. I think it is from the. This is kind of even unicellular organism. It's a self vibration, not the self. We can't really call it self perception.
Perception. Yeah.
But there is a subtle thing which I feel that there is a subtle thing that they have, which is like in Astrava, the Astrava level.
Mm,
Because there is potential for everything, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the baby is also the same. Potential is there. Whether we can use the word self-perception, I'm not sure, but definitely the vibration in the first round. Second round, yes, 100% self-perception is there.
Yeah. So you can't exactly use that word, isn't it, in that
Yeah,
level?
this is the
Unless,
wording. Wordings are not actually important when we experience something. Wordings are not necessarily, they don't matter, because humans only can attain nibbana. The field level animal can't do anything. Even field level Brahma can't do anything. No? So what about the worm? So it's only human birth that is valid. And why human birth is there? There's a chance for the non-vibration. Human birth itself is a chance for non-vibration. Lord Buddha said
yeah.
it is the chance for non-vibration, and we keep missing that. So the non-vibration to arise, there should be Dhamma, the truth. You have to hear that is also a very rare chance. And this awaken to the moment is also very rare. So everything should align. What was the reason for you to ask that question?
No, because this we talk about the worm having only one sense of functioning, but still has that
One
pitta
sense of
sambandha.
function, but temperature is a different thing.
Okay,
Touch
yeah.
is a different thing. So
So you can take it as four things, isn't it? Even though it is felt through one
no, two
organ.
things. No, I don't know. Because touch also has variation. These are really tricky things. Touch variation. We have so much variations of touch. I don't know what type of touch is. I have to become the worm and see what type of touch the worm has, isn't it?
Hmm. Yeah, I was thinking of them as one category because all four are felt with the skin vibration. So that is, I think that was a mistake, isn't it? I was
Yeah,
taking
because
all
there's
four.
so many. This
Mm.
if you take the skin, we have the deep touch, soft touch, actually pain receptors, stretch receptors. There's so much.
Yeah.
But when we talk, Lord Buddha has just categorized it into some kind of way. So the categorization actually doesn't matter. You have to
Anyway,
have the
under 8 elements, those are considered as four, isn't it? So as you said, you can't just put them into one bundle and take it as one
yeah,
sense of faculty.
yeah. Just one is enough for everything,
Yeah.
because there's anyway more than one vibration. 8 vibration as Suddhastaka is only humans, no?
Yes.
So it can be 2 or 3. Aranvansi he can tell the 3. The 3 would be, I don't know, he talked about that. So it can be just the hot and cold and the fluidity and the solidity.
Just wonder, any other friends are waiting to ask anything or discuss any topics? Actually, today morning I heard the discussion. Yes, Padma, there was Sarnai. Sorry, I
Padma
think
or
you are
Mala?
Malini. Sorry, Malini.
තෙරුවන්
I'm sorry.
සරණයි.
Sorry about the
තෙරුවන්
name.
සරණයි. there's something about the perception. It is changing. The nature of it is changing continuously and reconstructing. It is continuously changing the nature of the perception. Is that correct or I don't know?
What
We
is
are
the
new to
example? What is the example of that?
the perception is continuously changing.
Yeah, what is the example for that? What are you trying to say?
Example.
So this time it is the door, the next time it is the wall, this time it's the
Right.
like that. Or I'm asking, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yes, that is. I see. Sometimes I see a chair. Then next time I see a wall and tree, or like this. Is that correct? Or
Well, actually, it is very tricky when you say that. It's actually not I see the mango tree, I see the jack tree, I see the flower tree or something like that. That's not what it is. Actually, this is just the thoughts arising. So the perceptions change means thoughts are arising. So the mango tree arises. So don't say I see, I.
without
So the words
without
are, when you use words, they become, double-edged swords. So you have to use them properly. So what happens here is thoughts. That's all what happens. Perception. So if you say actually stimuli. So aramuna. That's all what is happening. That is what you call the mind, actually. So the flow of water is called river. Same thing. Aramuna, like that. The stimuli, that is called mind. We use the word mind for that. So there's nothing new about it, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes.
No. What made you to ask that question? Was it the one you meant, or is it something else?
I don't know about the perceptions. That's why.
You know about the perception, or you don't know about the perception?
I know it, but I
Yeah,
want
I know
to.
you know it because you have listened to Dhamma for 4 years, isn't it?
4 years. But
Yeah.
English terms are, we are not using these English terms. That is the problem. And
It
I
is a
have to go
problem to
through this,
everyone.
go through these books for a time to understand these words. Because
But you know,
4 years, for the 4 years, we only listen to Sinhala.
Yeah, but actually non-vibration to arise, you don't need the English or the Sinhala or whatever, because non-vibration should arise. That's the whole idea of Dhamma. So
Words
even
are not
Sinhala
familiar
is
to us.
enough.
These words are not familiar to us. That's why we can't.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thelon Sanai, were you referring to the term Sanya Abhisankarana? Is that what you were trying to ask?
No.
No.
I'm not.
Right, then it's okay.
No, I don't know whether she was talking about the Viparinama. That's why I was trying to understand what she's talking about. Because Sanya Viparinama is also there. But Sanya change is also there. So it's difficult to understand the question, because because of the language issue, I think, because we also don't know much how to discuss these things in English, but we try. Because Sanya Viparinama is, what do you call Sanya Viparinama, Dr. Sakuntala? What do you call it?
Can you say evolving?
Sanya,
Evolving of perceptions.
Evolving of perception is different from,
not
yeah, I don't think
Sanya
you meant
Viparinama is
you didn't mean that, did you?
no, I don't mean Sanya.
Yeah, I think I got you correct then,
Then
because
once, Doctor, if
yeah.
you don't mind, can you talk a bit about that evolving of thoughts, Sanya Viparinami?
Or actually, I'm not the best person for that. I'm not good in with these terms actually, but I can say something, I can say something, but I'm not sure 100% about these wordings. But as soon as imagine that you see a kangaroo. Now you are in this country, you might see a kangaroo. So as soon as you see a kangaroo, this is just a metaphor I'm using. So kangaroo perception will come. The kangaroo thought will come.
Yeah.
Underneath the thought, there is perception as well, and the feel as well. So all the three layers are there in kangaroo. That is a normal thing. So this kangaroo, when kangaroo comes, that is not the only thing that comes. The existence feel also is there. When kangaroo is there, existence feel existence feel is another thought actually. That's the thing. This
Doctor, that is the kangaroo perception, and that there is a kangaroo perception, is it? That
yeah,
makes the
that it is a thing that thing is
Mhm.
also there. So this
Right.
synchronization to multiple things can happen at the same time. So actually kangaroo perception is the only thing there. There's no problem. There's no problem at all. No? But it is giving you actually it is synchronizing to this alive field immediately, in the sense the self thought also. So this just kangaroo itself is enough for you to have the self perception also there. So this doesn't take fraction of a second to happen. This is like one existence. If the kangaroo is existing, self is also existing. That's one kind of idea I have, but I don't know. There may be so many ideas in this. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have any idea about that? I mean, I can't remember much about that.
Yeah, about is it this evolving
Evolving.
part?
Yeah.
What I thought was now different times the perceptions that you are having about a particular stimulus can change. I don't know. I'm just sort of trying to explain the way that I have thought of. So now the perceptions that we have at like when we are going to the kindergarten level, the perceptions we have are different. And the perceptions will change when the child is going to school. Now, say if you see maybe the perceptions you have about your toys, or the perceptions that you have about the pencil boxes, um, erasers, those things will change when the child grows up to a different level where those perceptions do not become very prominent, and the later on the perceptions that you have about those will be different. So depending on that stimulus, depending on that child's growth or whatever, different time periods, the perceptions you are having will be different. And also now regarding the perception about the mother, with the time, now we have got a huge bundle of perceptions about the mother, because over the time, perceptions have been adding more and more and more. So we have a very heavy bundle of thought about the mother by now, whereas it was quite different and it was much less in a child who is just about 1 year, 1.5 years. So that is how I have understood the evolving
No,
means a
it may be
changing.
true. It may be true because I can't remember.
Yeah,
And
it's
the word,
changing. And the
Change.
Abhisankaran is also part of the evolving,
Mm.
actually. Evolving means changing. Whatever the change which
Mm.
is happening can be included under this word evolving. So one day I asked Narayan Masi whether Abhisankarana or this empowering of this perception also can be a part. He said yes. So under the blanket of evolving, even the Sanya Abhisankarana or this empowering of the perceptions also can be included.
that's the part I was telling. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Right.
That means the value attribution changes. The
Changes,
power,
exactly.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very
Mm,
beautiful. Yeah, everything comes in place. Because the when you said that nursery thing, we had
mm,
attributed lot of value to perceptions like pencil cases, color pencils, platinum,
mm, mm,
so on and so on. And the mother perception, the radiant mind, that at the child at that level did not have a thick perception of the mother, but
mm.
later when due to sanya abhisankaranya this happens. Yeah, all are interconnected. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank
Interconnected. Yeah. That's why the children can play under the coffin of the mother and they think the mother is
you.
sleeping. And they don't understand that they anything about the death. But they understand the sleep, so they think mother is sleeping. So but if the child is an adult, they will definitely, even if you give a call and say mother is dead, you will fully realize what it is. But also this death concept is also like that. We have so much ideas about the death as well. Some believe that the death can be painful, it can be this and that and all that, and there's so many assumptions about the death as well. So all assumptions and the fear of death uh, is also actually magnified by all the thoughts. But actually, what matters is the this non-form level of vibration. What matters? But it can be very magnified. Like if it is like, just imagine it is like 100 watts. When it comes to the sensual world, like sensual level, it will be like 56,000 at the time of the death. I'm just giving an idea. So this just caught catching this vibration, which is the reason for this power. If you catch this power, there's no reason that it will never increase after that. Definitely, Lord Buddha gives you the assurance. If you feel the vibration, there's 100% guarantee that this vibration level will never get worse more than that. It's definitely going to get lower and lower. How quickly it does is affected by the noble friend, actually. And this bhavatanha, kamatanha, bhavatanha, vibhavatanha is actually kamatanha. Anyway, we can understand it's a vibration towards the sensual side of it, but bhavatanha is actually the power to become. So Vibhodhana is in a different angle, same thing, but power to not to become, but it can happen in the path also. So these are things to identify.
Doctor, in the past, we were really scared to talk about it, even if we happen to mention death at home. Especially my grandmother used to, "Oh, don't utter such bad things. Don't refer to things. They were considered as asubha things, unlucky things, and so on." And actually, after listening to Dhamma, also I had this fear of death. Even now, I have it. Of course, we haven't fully liberated from that, but still, doctor, after having a conversation with Aryan Mahansi regarding the death fear, when he explained that the pain, the death is just 17 chittakshanas, just one thought. Everything that happens before is just unnecessary fear due to ignorance. Actually, that's the truth, isn't it, doctor? Now, if some elephant
Yeah,
is
yeah.
coming to, yeah,
It is
to trap,
100%. That is the problem with the baby is not
yeah,
scared. Baby,
mm,
but still baby is not an arahant because baby has this sasava. So
yeah.
taints. So that is issue. But baby will not have the fear of death. But still there's 100% chance of synchronizing somewhere else. But why this fear of death is there is uh, the magnifying effect of these thoughts or bisankan thing, mental. I don't know whatever the word. It's magnified. It's like I don't think it's 1,000 times. I think it's I don't know maybe million times magnified because it one thing it is hidden also. People are not. It's not talked much, and when it comes to even talk, some people are very open to that, but still uh, they have so much ideas. So one way to get rid of that fear is they think, okay, I'm going to a better place. So my place now is I have leg swelling. I have my knees are not working. My body is not functioning. I can't eat myself. I'm depending on others now. So I better die so that I go to heaven or I get a. It's better to die. Something kind of some agenda is there. So they might actually like it as well in a different way. Still, the vibration is the same. So there are ways to handle this fear as well. Some people will pray to God. Some people might ask for euthanasia, thinking that it will help that. I don't think it's necessarily going to help the vibration because vibration is going to continue. We know that 100%. As if the baby is also having the same problem, what about the other condition? It is definitely going to be much, much higher because Aranvansi says even if you have an idea that I'm going to go to heaven, that's the Bhavatan, isn't it? That's a great power. Any of these powers are great powers. Whether it is, I don't know how to say in English, how to say the vibhava. Bhava is becoming. So becoming something. Uh, so becoming a God, becoming anything in that sense. So the not becoming is like think it in another way. No, I'm not going anywhere. Like you can think it in a different way, but still it's the same. Same power. Power is magnified by when I talk about power, this is the craving I'm talking about. Tanha. Tanha is a power. This force. It becomes a force when it's Upadana, but Tanha is basic power. So this power is there as long as ignorance is there. That's the thing. Anything else?
So, Doctor, there's no room for duality in this Dhamma, no? Bhava, Vibhava, whatever they are, just dual, becoming or non-becoming, isn't
Yeah,
it?
no.
Yeah.
Actually, දෙයක් වෙන්නේ is Aran Hanse's motto is the best word in Sinhala. I don't know. In English, I don't know. It doesn't match that well. You know, in
Actually,
Sinhala.
Doctor, it is no thingness. No thing. That is how we translate. Not nothingness. No thingness.
Wow, that's interesting.
But actually, it doesn't give that heavy feeling that we
No,
understand in Sinhala, isn't it?
yeah. Then
Mm.
it's not a thing. It's not a thing. Maybe better than that. But anyway, it is a bit difficult because this to become Bhavatanha or Vibhavatanha, there has to be a thing. No? So if the God is there, I want to become the God is Bhavatanha, or the becoming, the craving for becoming. And I don't want to become you can say it in different ways. So whatever the way, if there is a thing, you have different, you can like it, you can hate it, it doesn't matter. Whatever the way, if there is something, definitely there is self vibration. And actually today morning when Aranvan asked, do you have a question? I actually thought later I thought I should have asked the questions that is coming up in this discussion, but nothing came at that point. Because we have questions sometimes, but it didn't come up at that moment.
I also could listen to it very much late, so I heard that he was asking you that question. This about this Vibhava Tanha. Is it the attachment to that nothingness? Is that what it means? That attachment to the shunyatave, is it what it's meant by Vibhava Tanha?
Yeah, the nirvana also can be a thing. Yeah,
Mm.
even in that nothingness.
Means shunyatave in Sinhala, I suppose. Sudharma, am I
Yeah,
correct? Shunyatave.
nothingness.
Yeah, Doctor, that Shunyatavya Aryan once explained that it is the Shunyatavya is this non-vibratory, that experience, that complete liberation from the thought, spontaneous, effortless. That is the Shunyatavya that we refer to here. So the attachment to that, now I said we are looking forward. There was a time when Dr. Kokila was asking about the field. We were really agitating and asking what it is and when we are going to feel it. So that kind of expectation, is it that? Could it be that the even making the non-vibration a thing? Could it be?
Uh, maybe we can put that there.
Hmm.
I'm not 100% sure because Bhavatana is becoming, not becoming
Hmm.
is just strongly. What can I say is these are all in the mind side.
Yeah, now all these words have a new, not new interpretation, the deep interpretation in these sermons. No, earlier Bhavatanha, Vibhavatanha, all related to these 31 realms and gaining birth in heavens, higher realms, etc. But now it is all about this stimulus coming true, and so in that sense, we can go by this
Yeah,
whatever.
because there
Yeah.
should be a thing to become or not become.
True.
That's the thing. I mean,
Yeah, both, I think the self is there, isn't it? Even the
yeah,
Vibhavata
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
self
yeah,
is
yeah,
Yeah.
there.
yeah.
Mm.
Same thing. So if Kama Tanha is anyway there is direct acceptance that there is something, then there is attachment between that, the craving for that. But Bhavatanha is actually kind of in the perception level.
Yeah.
But because Kama Tanha is this is something. I mean, we can ask Sarah and Nancy, but that's what I feel, because Kama Tanha is always in the sensual side of it. Bhavatanha is, I think, in the mind, the form level side of it, because there is craving to become, craving to become, craving to not become. But craving to not become, in the sense, it is like hating in a different angle. Different angle.
So is it the non-form level, doctor? In that sensual level, form level, non-form, formless level.
I don't think so, because this becoming or not becoming is in the mind.
Yes.
Feel, they don't know anything about that. Feel can't do anything. Feel is just a feel. Feel level is just a feel. If Dhamma comes there, then the fully understanding will come. But this, I think we might have to ask, because there's, Bhavatanha, maybe in the consciousness level also we can explain. Actually, that's a good question that Sudharma brought up, because consciousness level also we can talk about becoming. Yes, and not becoming. So that's the thing. Again, they are quenage. The consciousness level is the form level, no? So the consciousness is light consciousness, sound consciousness. Maybe we can discuss the Bhavatanha in that as well. Actually, it is there, because there is craving for the consciousness as well. That's why this to become is there. That's why the next one, even the worm has that. Even the baby has that. Yeah, true. Actually, it is true. But the thing is, this Vibhava thing, we might have to listen again and see. Not becoming is actually through Dhamma. If someone has to actually think, no, that now time when Lord Buddha was born, there was so many people not wanting this suffering. So they were chasing things, thinking that not becoming. So they wanted, they didn't want the craving, basically. They didn't want anything. That's why they ended up in asanya. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala? Does it match? we can listen to something like that in Sinhala Zoom and actually come back and discuss about it because I can't remember that part. What do you think about that, Dr. Sakuntala? Are you free? Today Surangika is not there. We can't ask her. Maybe Dr. Sakuntala is not free. It's her time to go. Yeah, we can
Yes.
discuss about it after listening to this. Kamtanha, Bhatanha, Bhatanha. But it is this power. Tanha, Tanha, Tanha means the power.
Power, yeah. And doctor, these words, as you earlier said, it's so sometimes complicating things. Now, when we are doing practical programs with mothers, now for name and form also we use Shabda Varna, sound and color. So that color, that Varna is all sensory inputs we know, that is even smelling, tasting, touching, then hearing, all fall into that umbrella term varna, and then the shabda is the name. So name and form, it's not confusing, but when we use Shabda Varna, always mothers get confused. They think this Varna is only about eye perception, or what is perceived by the eye. So, as you said, this explanation of the terminology is very important when we introduce Dhamma to someone who is listening to it for the first time.
Yeah, that's the thing. If
Yeah, so,
someone
yeah.
like even this venerable is listening, so if we say something, these Dhamma words are very specific, so we have to be very careful. I usually try to be very careful when I say a meaning of a Pali term, because someone can actually challenge us saying, no, that's not the meaning of the Pali term. Because we are not geniuses of Pali. We haven't studied Pali. We are, I mean, uh, it's not fair to do that. But because we talk mainly by just practical aspect of, so the practical aspect I can say is this power can be manifesting as in 3 ways. That's all.
And doctor, when we talk about this thought formation, now say mother, so they are now mother's smell, taste, the touch, then what is this touch, no, the image, and then the voice, and then again we say sound mother, sound, the word mother. So they are also, when I was
Tell that
explaining
again.
it,
Tell that again. What was that?
that the all sensory inputs related to mother, like mother's warmth, that is the touch, then the smell, then the maybe the child, if the child licks, the taste, then the smell, the
Mother's voice
image,
is mother's voice is
mother's voice also,
yeah.
that is for the ear. And then again we say the mother, sound mother, when you use Shabdavarna, Shabdaya mother, Amma. So that again mother's voice, and then again the name, it's actually the name. When we say name, it's easy for them. Otherwise, if we say sound color combination, in Sinhala we say Shabdavarna. So Shab,
I
Shabdaya
usually
called,
don't use that anyway.
yeah, that's really confusing. In Sinhala, I mean, practical sessions, it is used
I
often. Yeah,
usually use
Namarupa is better.
no, yeah, I don't even use that word. That's the problem.
Uh,
I don't
Doctor,
really
what
use
do
these
you use?
words.
Uh,
But I haven't done a single sermon for a long
you
time. But
don't get, yeah.
yeah, but actually, what I usually talk in such a way is the light wave and the sound wave and the touch wave coming together, forming the mind wave. and that's the mother.
Yeah, doctor, but when we do it with mothers, I mean, those kind of people, we have to go in Sinhala and explain because
No, the
they are,
Pali is not
we,
needed that much.
yeah,
Pali is not needed. And also the what you said may be very tricky because Namarupa
hmm.
is different. Namarupa
Yeah,
is different.
it's different,
Namarupa.
doctor. Yeah, yeah, that's different. That is consciousness part and
So you
something. Yeah.
shouldn't actually use those words that much if
Oh,
you're
right.
because if you are talking to a nun or talking to a someone who has so much knowledge in Pali,
Pali.
then it will be very
Hmm.
confusing to them what you are saying.
Hmm. Hmm.
Because Namarupa is different. These five vibrations coming together, uh, the formation of the thought, the words can be different. The words we use
No,
can be different. Finally, what
different.
happens is the same thing.
Yeah, but
But
doctor,
the
we can use some labeling is there, no? The naming, not the name and form, but that we have to say that identification that as using a certain word we are introduce that no apple, mother, tree,
yeah, but that is the sound.
sound. Yeah, that is why when we say sound, then again the voice is also a sound. Now, so that's what I said. We
Mm,
have to clarify them. The mother's voice and this sound they get like however they can understand if they have to contemplate, they have to
actually,
think.
because mother usually says amma, amma,
Mm,
amma.
mm.
Mother usually says that, no?
Yeah,
That's why a child starts to say amma, even if
yes,
child doesn't know what it is. Usually, child doesn't know what it is when they say the word amma.
yeah. And
They just
doctor,
reproduce it through the vocal cords, through the
yeah,
hearing.
it's
But because this mother is actually jumping up and down, then this system realizes there must be something related to that sound. That's how they
yes.
realize who the mother is. So this, yeah, actually, this mother sound bringing up the uh, picture is a basic teaching in Lord Aranwanse's Dhamma.
Yes.
Because this is to understand how perceptions work.
So
Because when I
in
say
that,
Niagara Falls, you get the picture, no?
yeah, doctor. And when if we take that same perception, doctor, that now the sound mother, and on the other side, let's say all sensory inputs, their mother's voice is also there, isn't it? The voice, that sound coming from
Yeah,
mother.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so that
But
is
but
also.
but the thing is that is what I can't understand where the confusion.
Mm,
Because these five vibrations coming together can form the mother, then mother is vibrating alone now.
yeah, true.
That's a different
In
vibration.
single shot. Yeah,
Yeah, single shot. But when you say mother, all the five things, actually six things can come. Don't
come.
forget that.
Mm. And vice versa too, no? When the image,
Yeah,
when one of
yeah,
those
yeah.
inputs arise, everything. Yeah.
Everything comes. Yes, 100%. So that's the thing. So usually this Pali and Sinhala and English, it is a bit confusing. But what we have to actually understand here is there is no self. There's no
True.
self. And what you feel here is the the power of the sensory, whatever the stimuli,
Stimulate the mind power.
mind power. Actually, that mind part has these all three layers. So when you take Niagara Falls, all three layers are there. This mind power, how to catch this mind power is the main thing. But by catching the mind power, you are catching the whole samsaric power as well.
True.
Because the non-form level. That's the beauty of becoming a human.
And doctor, we didn't know that now me, and some Dr. Sakuntala may be at the Niagara Falls, but we thought all were experiencing the same. Now only we know the power of the that stimulus is different to one another, isn't
Yes,
it?
yes,
It's
yes.
so
Yeah.
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the thing. So now, if I say, if someone, if you were in Sri Lanka before, Brisbane sounds something. Now Brisbane may sound different thing.
Different, yeah. Now hereafter, when I hear that sound, the perception that arise may be completely different. Yes,
Yeah, but what matters is any of
whether
these,
it's
if you
true.
have
Yeah,
billions of perceptions, if any of these are felt as true, you are there.
exactly.
Mhm. That's the problem.
And doctor, this
Mhm.
Dhamma is truly self-evident. No, it's actually we can talk about it so confidently now. I mean, uh, I used to have doubts. I mean, earlier, where maybe first year, the second year, but it becomes self-evident. Truly, it's self-evident because with these experiences, my previous experiences of flying, and now, uh, I mean, you don't have to fly or do anything like that to experience this, but it is clearly evident that our Maha's words and these Lord Buddha's words are true, and you all have done a great job in molding us, I mean, and the path. We are so very grateful to, I mean, everyone who has done their job. I mean, taking things personally. I know how difficult this is, not just flattering or praising you in the face, but that gratitude is there. It is not an easy job doing this. In English, Sinhala, whenever possible, with the busy schedules you all have, that commitment cannot be like,
Yeah, but we can't match Haran Wansi at all.
of
Uh,
course,
we
true.
can't. Yeah. And I think we are coming to the end of the sermon today.
It's the last minute, doctor.
Yeah. And thank you all, Dhamma friends, for coming. Thank you, Aran Wansa, for your noble guidance. So, everyone, may Triple Gem bless you all.
I
We'll
Thank you,
do.
think
doctor.
Arya
Thank you
Mahase has joined
for
Dr.
the
Kokila.
presence tonight.
I see iPhones. I think Arya Mahase has joined.
He left.
Oh, here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
May-
Today Champa didn't talk at all. That's fine. We'll talk
No,
tomorrow.
it's okay, doctor. Mr. Sudharma was explaining, and you were also explaining. I heard everything. Very nice discussion. Dr. Sakuntala also taught. No need to talk every day, no, doctor. Today I listen.
All good, all good. Thank you, everyone. May
Okay,
Triple Gem bless you all.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Thereby
Devan
signing
Saranai.
off.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 64, second paragraph. We are trying to teach you how we practice following the path to nirvana. Whenever our mind strayed from being mindful of our thoughts, we would bring back our mindfulness to our breath. It is like bringing our mind back to our home, which is our point of concentration. Satya tamai ape gedara. Satya means emptiness. Emptiness is our home. Supposing you are doing something like walking, working, or you are in any other posture and your mind strays away behind other thoughts, then you can quickly bring your attention back to your breathing or bring your attention to your posture you are in at that moment. It is like coming back to your home. Thoughts means unskillful mental patterns, which consist of raga, dvesha, and moha. When you say that you have arrived home, it means that your journey is over and that home is where we end our journey. Similarly, our home is our mindfulness. Mindfulness means emptiness, or nothing. It means shunyatave. Nothing exists in that mindfulness. When you say that you maintain mindfulness, it means that there are no thoughts. Nothingness means that there are no thoughts. Thoughts mean they are unskillful mental fetters of lobha, greed, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion. These mental fetters prevents you from following the path to Nirvana. Being mindful is what will help us to go on the path. Therefore, you have to practice and realize the pure truth in order to reduce the generation of akusal slip or unskillful mental fetters. Saticca pariyodapana. Therwan Sarna, everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us and starting the session. Book is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. As usual, we all worship Aryan Mahanse at his feet, Therwan Sarna Aryan Mahanse, and we all welcome we welcome all of you who have joined this Zoom discussion via different ways. Therwan Saranai, and also we are very grateful to our Dhamma friends who are helping with technology. Therwan Saranai to all of you. So this is our English Zoom discussion. As usual, we are starting it daily basis from 2:45 to 4 p.m. And we have been gradually discussing and going from the simple level to little by little to the deeper levels and trying to understand how the thoughts are formed, what is the nature of this mind, what sort of behavior has it got, and what is meant by self-perception. So these are the questions, or these are the problems that we have to little by little disentangle and then get clarified. So just briefly, if I summarize what we read from the book, it mentions about this mindfulness. The word mindfulness is very broadly used to describe many new concepts that are being practiced in the Western world, but actually what is described in Buddhism is slightly different. In other words, mindfulness means actually kind of nothingness. In Pali, it is called shunyatave. Really speaking, there is no thing called mind. It's just a fast flowing thoughts, and thoughts are the collective function of the sense activity. So basically, when you go deep and deep and analyze, you end up having nothingness. There's nothingness at the end. So that is what is meant by uh, the mindfulness in Buddhist teaching. Well, the thoughts, it gives some description about the thoughts. Here I want to clarify something. The thoughts are actually products of the mind sensor, like the picture, like the light and sound and taste, smell, and the skin feel. They are all creations of the sensor. So in other words, actually the sensor means the creation of this. It's more or less same. There's no sensor separately and created feel, but they are both are same. Creation of the light means the creation of the sensor, rising of the sensor, or rising of the eye. Creation of the sound means rising of the ear sensor. So like that, when you take thoughts as a simple thing, thoughts are creations of the mind sensor. But when you describe the things, the mental fetters like lobha, dvesha, and moha, which means the lobha means the greed, dvesha means the ill will, and moha means the delusion. These are actually mental fetters, and then they are actually the ones, the thoughts, which are taken as true existing ones. So when the thought is taken as real, it has a value. There is a weight to that, and those are the thoughts which we try to identify. They are the ones which initiate some form of current in the mind, which gets carried away from birth to birth. So they are actually called unskillful mental fetters, or in other words, akusal sit in Sinhala, and also another word is defilements. So that is a summary of what we read actually. I think yesterday we sort of ended up the discussion planning to talk about the sensor function today. So maybe we can start that discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start the discussion. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Thiruvan Saranai, will worship and answer. Yeah, I think it's a good one because Joel also is here. So it's just basics we try to cover because all the time we get confused about this sensor function. That we can understand that the mind sensor is actually is a product. I mean, it is also difficult to feel it, but at least we understand properly that chair is just a mind formation. But the actual, touch of water or touch of the wood or warmth or coldness, these things we feel as real. So there is a bit of a trick in every sensory organ. So that's where we have to try and understand whether they are actually real or what's happening there. So when we try to talk that, I think it's better to go back to the baby again, because baby also felt everything. Baby felt everything. So baby can see, baby can hear, baby can feel, baby can smell. Also baby can taste. But you will know that the whatever the outcome of the mind sensor is not yet there, but there are feelings. So but we don't attribute any burning, like a massive burning in that baby's level. But there is a misunderstanding of the sensory organ is there because it hasn't been addressed. Misunderstanding in the sense that the feel is happening here and happening to a happening here basically is a feel that the baby has, and baby can't address that because baby is not aware about anything like that. So any animal like a worm will feel the same, that everything is happening here. in this place, kind of your bodily functions. So, but beauty of human life is humans have a like a sensory organ which develop bit later with the co-vibration of the same at the same time, like kind of simultaneous vibration of the sensory organs. So the mind is formed. When the mind is formed, we have the kind of the ability to think. It's a massive, beautiful sensory organ. Like we know, like the different organisms have different sensory functions. They are beautiful. If you watch Animal Kingdom, you know some sensory functions, they are really unbelievable. The way they can change the color according to the sensory organs. They can do various and so many stuff. So, but the problem is here. What is the problem? Every organism, every animal, every human in that case, they feel that it is happening here, kind of in this system. And the self, idea of self is originated naturally. It's not originated by just because someone tells you. It's not originated by yourself. It just originates because of the way the sensory functions act, the way they work. So after the sensory function of the mind occurs, we learn through this sensory function of the mind. We kind of understand. We hear this Dhamma. We have to hear it, and we hear this Dhamma. We hear that actually this whatever the sensory functions are, they are actually there because of the very fast vibration of the sensory organs. So how can we understand this? Just try and understand. You can do the research yourself. Actually, the I, this is not the capital I. I'm talking about the vision. So I'm talking about the vision. So when we talk about the vision, actually we are not talking about this eye ball. We are not talking about the eyeball. Actually, we kind of when we talk about the eye function or the vision, it's mainly the feel of the light that we talk about, and it's a feel. Even though we talk about the light that's in the mind, when you come to the mind, it's all described. It's a red color, it's black, it's white, it's it's bright. So we have several understandings about the visual effects, but actual visual function is called eye, EYE. So the eye function works beautifully. Yes, it's a the function itself is the perception. So it's very difficult to separate them. Perception is again the vision, the feel of light. Because of the fast vibration, if you research about the light, you will understand why light has a frequency. It's the fastest kind of. So when you understand, the light comes first, the sound comes later, like that we have understood. So the light works very fast. But the main problem we had was, we thought that light is coming from outside, falling onto my eye, and then I get a visual image. That's how we are taught. But actually speaking, what we are trying to understand here is how the perception of the light has happened, because the description doesn't matter. Description doesn't matter, but trying and understanding how this occurs, how the visual effect happens, is to understand, trying and understanding and stretching or slowing down the process. If you slow down, you will understand. You will never be able to appreciate a light. Why? Because it's vast vibration that we see as light. So if you look at a bulb which is dying, good olden day, we had bulbs like that. When they are dying, they kind of start to flicker. Then we can't see a light. Can we see a light there when they are flickering? It's flickering, and there's no light. But then similarly, if we actually slow down this process, we will never be able to see anything. So the fast vibration of the eye is the light. This we have to understand, and we can feel this. If you try to feel this, you will be able to understand what is happening, because this is kind of something like a sparking. So the spark happening so fast is bringing up a perception of light. But how it happens is, when there is a vibration here, why we focus on like this way is to understand how we synchronize to anything in this world. So how do we synchronize to light? Is we just, when there is a vibration here, we can synchronize to any vibration, similar vibration out there. That's why humans have a narrow level of vision. So whatever the function of the eye, only that level only you will be able to see. Just imagine you have a hawks. I think it is a hawk or the Rajalia. I'm not sure whether I use the proper English word for Rajalia, but you know,
Eagle?
like eagle,
Is it
yeah, eagle, yeah, eagle.
Yeah.
So the eagle has a different eye. So the eagle's eye is different. The function of the vibration of the eagle's eye is different, so that the outcome is different. If you can understand, the vibration of the cow is different, and the outcome is different. If you Google and if you can find out what because their perceptions are different. Eagle can see so far away, so small stuff, and they will see us as ants, because we feel very big in front of an ant, but we will become like an ant to the eagle. I think it's even much more smaller than that, maybe, because everything is different. And also some animals, the vibrations are so different, they see only at night. So then we can understand. So at the same time, if you are blind, whatever the if there is no vibration in the eye here, you can't synchronize to any vibration out there. So the main thing here to understand is, if there is vibration in this system, there's always the ability to synchronize anywhere. Mind you, this is the same mechanism that you are going to be born anywhere as well. If you have that self vibration, it's the same thing. If you have the self vibration, there's always a chance that that will synchronize to any other form of birth, any other zygote or anything. It can be animal, it can be anything. That's how it happens. It's not like anyone is going from here to here. It's just the similarity of the vibrations that it will be it's just the similarity. So if it's happening here, it is happening there as well. This has been proven by the new theories of scientific theories too, that like the quantum theory and stuff. And it's now actually even they are surpassing that, even that theory, and they are bringing a lot of so many theories. But they have found that if the vibrations are similar, it can be similar in like completely different place. And when they are similar, they act similar. They become similar, and they can switch. So understanding this co-vibration is very important to try and understand the light perception. So the light perception occurs when there is a vibration in this system. So the eye system, eye anyway has types of cells. We don't really need to know them because that's useless. But if you just understand there are specific cells which vibrate in the with different way, and the other cells are vibrating in a different way. So when one cell is vibrating, you kind of get the can synchronize to the white light, and when the other one is vibrating, you just slightly can vibrate into different form of light. But that's what I'm trying to say. So if there is a vibration here in the eye, there is the ability to synchronize to anything. But the world we perceive, some animals, they don't have this 7 color variation. We know that some animals have only red color, some animals have only green color, some animals can see only hectagonal outcome. We know that the dog has kind of, I can't remember exactly, but like there is kind of like
Black and white. Black
black and white, yeah. So even though we try to give them a red toy, we try to give them a red toy because it appealed to us, but it's different. So the outcome of the eye is depending on the eye itself. But to even feel that it is there, how do we feel that light is there is because of the fast occurrence. So the vibration is so fast, we feel it as light. So the same thing with the ear. We know we can hear only one frequency level. There are some animals, especially dogs, they can hear much deeper levels, further levels of frequency. But that also depends on the specific cells in the inner ear which vibrate, and these vibrations, if there is vibration here, it will just have the ability to vibrate synchronized to the vibrations. That's how the sound is originated. So this happening very fast is actually there's a sound outcome. When you say the piano, even though the word piano is not aware by the baby still hear something different, isn't it? They hear something. That's something. Even that formulation is there because of the because of mixing, not mixing actually, very fast occurrence of different sounds. If you actually separate the sounds, then it is just notes, it's just notes. But then when they come coalesce together with the speed, you can hear something, whatever the long sound that we may hear as a music background of the song. So these keep happening. So, but the main problem with the baby is baby feels all these things. They feel it. They don't have a understanding about anything there. They feel the light. They feel it very. They get startled in the beginning because they can't really. They feel it very strong, but then they get used to that, and even the sounds. They slowly develop the ability to differentiate them because there's similarities of the sounds. So when there is similarities, like mother's voice, the mother's voice is not in the baby's mind in the beginning because it's just a sound. But the similarity of these things make them feel safe. If you even in the womb, if you have this frequency, it's all about the vibrations and the frequency levels. So this main problem here is existent field. So the existent field is the feel that we get. When you touch something, you feel it is there. But the misunderstanding is that existent field is actually there. Existent field is actually not there. It is due to the speed. But we feel it because it's happening anyway now. If I'm touching now, at this moment, I'm touching my two palms together, making it as a eyeball thing, like the way we worship. And I can feel the touch of the two palms together. But then what actually happens here, other than the mental formation part of it, mental formation part of it is the two hands coming together is the mental formation. But actually what happens there is, you feel there's existent feel. With the wisdom only we understand it is due to the fast vibration of the touch receptors. There's so many receptors in the skin, so many sensory organs in the skin that you can kind of feel, and that is also due to different vibrations. If you research about this, you will find out that the solidity is actually a different level. Fluidity is a different level. It's just the different vibrations of the receptors. You will understand this if you're really into science. You don't have to. You just understand how these things work. So the even the pain, if you know that it is due to the stretching. It's due to the stretching of the sensory organs. So the stretching gives you kind of a sensation. That's how it happens. So when we keep understanding this is existent field. Existent field has no problem. The problem is the misunderstanding around that. The existent field is actually there. Existent field is there due to the speed. If the existent field, if this world actually slow down and actually there is no anything like speed, there's no way that this perception will be there. It is due to the speed that we feel this, that as the speed, the existent field is there. But the problem is not the existent field. Existent fields gives us a different idea. Existent field gives us a different vibration, like a life field, which is kind of the one that Aaron Vansi was trying to tell that day. Because a life field is the one which gives us it's a kind of a perception. It's a perception because of the existent field. Because we feel the touch as existent, we get the life field. That's different. So even though it is kind of similar, it is different. Because we take existent field as real, then we get the life field. but it's not actually real. It is happening due to the fast vibration. And there's another problem too, because there's due to the fast vibration, when you feel the existent feel as real, then comes the live feel, and then comes the perception of being alive, like perception of being being in the sense self-perception. So this is the thing. This is how this magic is formulated. How did you feel alive? How did you feel that you are existent? How did you feel this duality, that I am here, you are there? How did we get this magic? How are we seeing things like that? How are we hearing things like that? How are we touching something and feeling there is two different things, that I'm touching the daughter, something like that. So how do we get these things? So if we do this research, you'll keep understanding. Touching my daughter's head. So that is kind of the mind sensor. That is okay. It's a mind sensor. It's not true. We know that. But then the next hurdle is when you touch something, you feel alive, kind of, don't you? You feel that it's happening here, but actually we keep understanding through Dhamma that it is actually the fast, speedy occurrence of the sensory organ only. This is the trick. Sensory organ only. There is a sensory organ function, yes. So there would be existent feeling until you die, because until the respiration is gone, sensory functions are going to happen. So there would be sensory functions, but the alive feel is due to the misconception that we have, that because we took it as actually real. So this mind formation actually happened due to that, because we felt the the touch as real, we felt the sound as real, we felt the vision as real, and then on top of that, when they co-vibrate, the mind is formed. No one does this. It's not a function of anyone. It just happens. That's the dharmata. What is dharmata? It's just a phenomenon, natural phenomenon, or natural way of life. That's how the life is. The life, or Jivi Sabhavya, I think it's the life happens due to these things. So the most trusted field we have is the life field. Most valued field we have is the alive field. Most dreaded thought is to lose this alive field. Basically, we're afraid to die. But when we try and keep understanding this, if you keep doing this research, you will understand. Actually, it is just a misunderstanding here. Just a misunderstanding here. But you need to feel this. So sensory functions will continue to function. There is no problem there. They will continue to function. So the existence feel will be there. You will touch something, you feel it. Just you eat some sweet thing, you will feel the sweet. Because if the tongue is working, if your tongue doesn't have a cancer, or you haven't got any infection that has stopped the sensory function of the tongue, you will feel. It's just a feel. But if someone is aware about all these things that you know, basically you know. First, this is a knowledge first, so you will know that it's actually a sensory function of the tongue. It's fine. It doesn't go away, as I said, until something happened to the tongue. So, but it's complicated when the mind sensor is involved, because then it comes, this is cake, and it's so tasty. And we know that the eye is the same thing. You see something, and then the mind sensor is already there. Then you directly see the relative that used to tell things to me, something like that, you know. So this is, the interpretation always comes. You can't really separate them now, because you're not a baby anymore. You have had these data. The input of the data is also natural. Even if you are Tarzan in a jungle, you will have the same duality. You will feel that you are feeling the touch of the tree, you are feeling the sounds of the animals, you will see things, and you will feel this thing. It's okay, but you will definitely feel as there is a separate self because of this duality. So, and even though there is no human being to tell that you are Tarzan, I am Jack, even the mummies who are monkeys or monkey friends, they will, that Tarzan will actually have a perception of who will be saving him, who will be looking after him, who will be close to him, who will be eating him if given the chance. Or I am here, you are there. So the self notion is always there. This existent feel can be there in any form, any being, even a unicellular thing will feel the existent feel, but they can't solve this problem. They can't, because they don't know. They can't solve their existent feel. But once we, because we are humans, we can actually understand. So because we are that, that kind of species where the ability to comprehend things about what you see, what you hear, what you feel, and what you think, and understand the mechanism of life, mechanism of self, mechanism of self, feeling of self-existent, mechanism of self-perception, mechanism of suffering, whatever the word you use, doesn't matter. So the being a human is so privileged, because we can actually understand this, because any other being is not able to understand this problem, that there is a problem, at least there is a misunderstanding, or there's this mechanism, how this magic is formed. And when you hear this, you will understand, okay, yes, we see, but is it actually true? Even the light is not true, because light is there because of the fast occurrence of the vibrations in the eye. That's all. So can we take it as actually existing? No, it's arising at that particular moment. One thought arises only at one particular moment. It's only one thought. It can be starting from the eye, it can be starting from the ear, it can be starting from the touch, it can be starting from nose, it can be starting from the tongue, it can be starting from the mind itself. We were just thinking. So just be mindful about this system, and When you keep understanding that the fast vibration of these sensory organs have given us the feel of existence, you don't really get deceived by that. You continue to feel, that's fine, but you don't get deceived by that. So then the alive field has no power. So that urge to maintain the alive field is gone. That's the absence of the power. When the power is not there, self vibration is not there. When the self vibration is not there, power is not there. So the power to vibrate even after the cessation of your respiration, why there is additional power left, so that is vibrating to anywhere, synchronizing to anywhere in the world. How that happens is because this is nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Nothing to do with the actual sensory function. Because if you existed, if only the sensory function existed, there's no problem, there's no suffering, there's nothing. But because this is happening because we have taken it for granted, taken it as real, taken it as a thing. So that's how it works. Not sure whether I have covered. I just let it flow. So Joel, if you can ask a question, that would be great, so that we can find out whether there is any pitfalls in the explanation.
I'm thinking what to ask.
That's okay. Yeah, you can ask later. Anything else, Surangika? Do you want to add something, or Dr. Sakuntala? Do you want to add something?
Surangika, if you are free, you can talk. Tervasanai.
Dr. Pokila and Dr. Sakuntala. I think that was a very comprehensive explanation, Dr. Pokila, which is probably why Joel is scratching his head to us and wondering what to ask. But I think because Joel has read the book, True Dhamma has Awakened, Volume 2, there will be invariably references to the practical aspect of how one can understand the senses, isn't it, Joel? And with Dr. Pokila's explanation now, you will be able to, I'm sure you'd have got a deep understanding, and I think we've talked about this in the last couple of days. The best way of getting further understanding and reflection is through that insight meditation, which is nothing other than just putting it into your daily routine. Everything that is discerned or experienced is coming from the sensory perceptions, and what is getting manifested here is also, as Dr. Kokila said, due to just the speed of the vibration. If the vibration doesn't occur in the eye, then there won't be light. If the vibration doesn't occur in the sound, in the ear, there won't be sound. And in that similar manner, the taste gets manifested, the smell is manifested, and the touch, the solidity, temperature, and so on is also a manifestation in the body or skin sensor. So from that you can see that all that is being experienced are these perceptions arising out of the senses. And then apart from the five senses, the eye, the ear, the body sensor, the nose, and the taste, the tongue sensor, the mind also acts as an additional sensor. That's the sixth sensor. But the thoughts that arise in the mind sensor is a culmination or a combination of the other 5, which is why when I think about a week or 2 ago, we talked about the apple. And the first time the notion of apple or an apple was shown to you when you go back to your childhood days, or you think about a child in a classroom, the teacher might show an apple and say, this is an apple. So there is a shape that is being shown, and then there is the word apple, the sound apple being said. So the shape is just the light sensor or the eye sensor activating and taking in shape in the form of an apple. But what happens is the light is manifested at that point, and then it's the light that then is recognized by the mind as an apple or the shape of an apple. Similarly, the ear sensor, the sound vibration will then be taken by the mind and acknowledged and interpreted as apple. So in that similar way, if there is a tasting of the apple, then the chewiness of the apple, the sweet and sour nature of the apple, the fact that it gives a little fragrance of an apple, distinct smell, we call that the fragrance of an apple or the sweet fragrance of an apple, and so on and so forth. So these are separate sensory perceptions arising out of the different sense faculties. And yet, now, fast forward 30, 40 years to today, the moment, your mother says, next time you go to the supermarket, Joel, get some apples. In a flash, the apple comes to the mind, isn't it? And in that flash, the apple, the fact that it is round, the fact that it can be red or green, the different types of apples you bought in the past, how an apple tastes, how it feels to the touch, to the tongue, all those sensory perceptions come alive, isn't it? But the illusion here is that those are all perceptions arising out of the senses, but don't you see it's a grand illusion? An absolutely grand illusion, isn't it? It's so difficult to see unless there is the truth being shown, which is why these discussions are so wonderful, isn't it? And you can imagine, we just gave the example of an apple, but imagine all the things that surround you today, all the experiences that have been gained in this lifetime. If one thinks and believes that those are external and that the world and the objects and everything in it are real, what a big facade of a world it is, isn't it? No wonder people get tricked into believing that this is so real, because it feels so real.
Yeah.
That feeling that Dr. Kokila explains so beautifully is coming from that whole undercurrent. The power, the vibration gives rise to that existent feel that all these things are there. There are apples, there are orchards, there are people playing, there are fields, there are supermarkets, there's how many things that we can say. And that whole feel, the existential feel, then gives rise, further extends, and the alive feel, as R.N. Mansa said yesterday also, the alive feel is an offshoot of the existent feel. It's not the same, but one cannot have the alive feel if there was no existential feel. So the beauty of this truth, as you are opening your eyes more and more every day, Joel, and the book, I'm sure, would have really given you a good understanding. And with all this, putting it into practice will make it more, you'll see through the illusion further. So yes, keep understanding. You don't have to make too much of an effort, as our friend said. Just seeing seeing that these are sensory perceptions, how they arise, itself is enough of an insight meditation for you.
Yeah, actually, when we say I live in Australia, if someone is actually taking it for granted or actually feels that it's true, then definitely we are in trouble. If Joel says I live in Candy, and if Joel actually seriously feel that is actually true, that we just have to understand how tricky this mind is. Like, if I say I'm from Sri Lanka and you're really into that, this is tricky when it comes to children, parents, and all this. If I say I have a daughter, I have a son, and it's difficult to dig into one's feel, so no one else will actually know how seriously you feel this. And I mean, it's funny to say that now, but it's really serious thing, like when you feel them as real. So as Joel said one day, if the relative or even that counselor, if you actually meet them, how real you feel that there is a person standing in front of you, and that this is happening. That's how it's a beautiful illusion, I would say. The most beautiful film we have ever noted, even though we don't know about that. Now we know, kind of. We can admire that as well as not get involved in that. So if you can actually feel the weight of these things, the weight, it's so much weight, like if you feel, just imagine if it's a mother, how heavy the feel of children would be, how heavy the feel of partner would be, how heavy the feel of parents would be. But does that mean that they are not there? That's not what it means. Just we understand how this illusion works, that's all. But Joel, I have to tell you, the most important illusory feel here is the duality feel that we get, like the feel that we have, like there is a self here. And even that's a perception, like the perception of the child, perception of the chair, perception of the neighbor, perception of the relative, perception of the counselor, whatever the perception, this perception is the ever perception we have, because you know your mother, but all the other people you have met maybe for the last 6 months, who knows? But whatever said and done, these perceptions are felt with a real heaviness. Imagine about the self-perception, how much weight we have. You will not imagine this. You have to feel this. You have to understand this. How much powerful is this self-perception? How powerful is that? Is the reality we get, how strongly we believe in that there is self. That is a self-view. So there is a vibration here because of the power that we feel, because of that additional power I was talking about. But then it gives a self-perception that we feel that there's a self, there's a perception. It's like perception of light. It's like perception of touch. It's like perception of sound. There's a perception of self as well. And that leads to perception of like the self-view. I said, like, it happens to us and it happens to anyone. It happens even though someone is not teaching you that there is self and your name is Joel. Even if it has no name, still the perception is there. I'm here, you are there. That perception is there. If you can feel this duality, it's really beautiful to understand how this film has been a film to us. So you can actually, you are kind of in the film now and suffering inside the film. But if you get to know this, you will be out and you will be kind of directing the film. Yes, Joel, I saw you. Yes.
No, where like I was thinking to ask a question, now it came up. First of all, like you told about a baby, right? So I was just thinking, when the baby is inside the womb, sometimes the baby reacts when the mother is happy. So does the baby has some sensory feeling to the mother's happiness?
I'm not sure about the mother's happiness, but definitely there is a feel. Definitely there is a feel. It's even been told in the science as well. They feel the vibrations. It's just vibrations they feel. So when the vibration is, if someone gets angry, the inner vibration is so high, the child will feel that too. But when the vibration is low and calm, that child will feel that vibration as well. But if I have to prove it in scientific way, I am not. I can't remember anything about that. But that's a thing. Because vibration is felt. This synchronizing to a vibration is always happening. Don't forget. So if the baby's vibration, if there is a vibration in the baby, because there is a vibration in the baby as well, it can synchronize to any vibration. And if the vibration outside is difficult, then that will be felt too. And there are so many things that they develop the sensory organs in different fatal times. But you don't necessarily need all these things, because what we understand is, yes, there are sensory functions. Some may work, some may not work. Some people are blind, some people can't hear. Some people have defects in some sensory functions. But given all that, they all have this self-perception. That is the thing. Even the worm has only kind of the skin kind of thing. But the skin, even with that, even the life feel is there. That's why the worm would be seeking the mud. You go inside the mud as soon as they are exposed to the light, because they feel uncomfortable. They would seek the thing. But there's no big mind. It's just the existent field. But they can't solve that problem. Only humans with this great mind, even though we know that it's a great illusion, we use this mind to actually understand this phenomena. What happens here? Anything else?
Yeah, I just thought of adding something small, because both of you gave a very detailed, simple but very detailed account on these things. What I will suggest, Joel, is to listen to this discussion once more, maybe, because more things will be clarified when you listen, because most of the things that we discussed today are new, perhaps. One thing to remember is this physical part is necessary for this function. So we need an eye to have the function of seeing. That means the physical part. So similarly, the ear, all five organs should function, and it as physical part, it should be there. So for a person who has no eyes or no ears, you can't talk about the function of seeing and hearing. And also, second thing is, there should be a vibration of that sensor faculty. So those two components should be fulfilled to have the function. That means the physical part should be there, and there should be a vibration of that physical component. Then only the function of seeing function of hearing is completed. And the name faculty or the sensor is used for the function actually. I think Dr. Kokila mentioned about it. It's not the physical component, but it is the function. So the functions, the 5 functions will combine to form a different type of a function, which is the thought. So just I thought of adding those little bits of things. I don't know whether Joel has
And
any
also,
question.
I think
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
add, I don't know whether this will be too much, but we can add that as well. If you understand, Joel, when I say, if I say mountain now, didn't you get
Terwa Saranai. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, Kalyan Mitrayan Mahanse. Pada Namaskara Karami, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, Avasarai. As usual, this is our Pure TV English Zoom discussion, Dhamma Talk, Dhamma Talk. So this is another way of listening to Dhamma, where Buddothpado sermons you can listen the same way what our Kalyan Mitrayan Mahanse has reached in his sermons under different topics. You can listen to nearly 12,000 sermons. So what Lord Buddha has preached 2000, 5000 years ago. So here is another attempt of giving that true Dhamma to the whole world, to the entire mankind. So when talking about this Dhamma, you can listen to this true Dhamma, Buddothpado sermons actually. In this English channel, PeoTV channel, throughout the day, 24 hours. So you are really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma if you are a real seeker of this true Dhamma. Not only that, you can listen to Zoom discussions throughout the day in Sri Lankan time from 5 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. at night. So where this true Dhamma is discussed. And also there are practical sessions where you can go on this practical Zoom. So there are different types of Zoom you can experience. If you like to listen to Dhamma, you have to listen to this Dhamma discourses. Even PeoTV is another way of spreading this true Dhamma to the whole world. A lot of Bhikkhunin Vahanses, nuns, and monks, they preached this true Dhamma to the whole world through this PeoTV. So 1 hour Dhamma sermon is doing by these nuns and monks of Buddothpado, other than Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. So there are so many opportunities, and also practical sessions are going on. These Metma Vivekashramas and Meheni ashramas all over the country. So the people are gathering in search of this true Dhamma day by day. Gradually, the amount is increasing. We can see it while they are talking to these Zoom discussions. So discuss about the results actually, whether they have gained this Dhamma or not. They will have to have a true discussion directly with Kalyana Mitrayan Vahanse, Aryan Vahanse. So there we can understand that most of them have realized, have started the real feeling of this true Dhamma. So this is not true Dhamma, is not some kind of a knowledge where we can write it in a book or somewhere in a paper. So gathering knowledge is not something which is in these Buddothpado sermons. This is really based on practical, where we missed that practical session actually, although Lord Buddha has preached this 2500 years ago, we missed this practical because nobody has gained this experience. So everybody was just talking about what they heard. All these monks and nuns, other than Buddhothpada, they were not really talking about this Buddha. Even we were attached to these places earlier, so we can experience that. So they were talking throughout the day. They were talking. Even we go for a poya day. If we go to observe Sil. So what we did was we were just seated. It was divided into separated time slots. So we did meditation for 1 hour. The next hour we were allowed to listen to sermons. and also doing some mission and also some pujas, and throughout the day we did something like this, and we came home, but we did not stop. We could not stop our suffering. We could not understand what this mind is. We were just passive listeners, actually. We were listening to them carefully. For the whole day, we were very calm and quiet. Sometimes that is also not. So we went to the temple uh, for about for about 5 6 hours. We were very calmly and quietly listened to these Dhamma sermons, and we came home. We did not understand. If there is something special we could understand, other than that we were not able to understand, and we came home with some stories and some knowledge gathering which we have read in the books. So that's all. So after listening to these Buddothpado sermons, actually we could realize what this real truth is. We saw the difference all of a sudden when we heard these sermons to this YouTube. So we understood that there is some hidden meaning there which tells a nice story what Lord Buddha has preached. So likewise we fortunately found this Buddothpado sermons done by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. So later then, we gradually understood that this is true Dhamma, where we did not find. So what we found earlier was a kind of a mixed soup-like actually. Not knowing what to do, we just followed, and also there were no result. So even we did not know that there was no results also. So here it is completely different. Aryan Vahanse or our Kalyana Mityanan Vahanse always wants to see how far we have understood this Dhamma. If I am a follower of 3 4 years, so definitely we will have to speak to Kalyana Mityanan Vahanse directly. He himself gives the Kamatahana directly to the person. So where we did not find this thing anywhere else. That is because this Dhamma, this true Dhamma is our Kalyana Mitranan Vahanse's first-hand experience. Actually, if I say something like this, he has searched this true Dhamma from his childhood. So he has realized this Dhamma. He has searched it, he has experienced it, he has read so many books, he has gone all over the world in search of Dhamma. At last, with his own experience, he has realized this true Dhamma. So 5 6 years ago, he has realized this and he has kept quiet. But at last, he has decided to give this true Dhamma to the whole mankind because he feels sympathize about this whole mankind. This is what the Lord Buddha said actually. This is what the Lord Buddha did actually. So, giving this true Dhamma, thinking that it will be benefited, it will stop the suffering of the whole mankind, he has realized to give this through Dhamma to the whole world. So as a result, we are experiencing this through Dhamma because the practical side, that is what Lord Buddha has taught us 2,500 years ago. So Buddhist philosophy or Satya Jnana, where we were unable to understand. So it gives very clearly as a Pratipada program. He himself has prepared this Pratipada program, and it is given and it is distributed to the whole mankind, to the whole world. And most of the people are experiencing this non-alive feeling. So this is very, very important. Actually, this is not a religion. Whatever the religion you are in, it doesn't matter, you can experience this. Whatever the gender, it doesn't matter, you can experience this. Not only that, whether you are rich or poor, what is your caste, what is the color of your skin. So no matter whatever it is, this is for the whole mankind. So this is what you have to understand. If you can understand this true Dhamma, actually you will win this race. You will eradicate all your sufferings, no doubt. So this is what this true Dhamma says. So in Buddothpado sermons, actually, Kalyana Mittyanan Mahanse pointing out very nicely about this Kisa Gotami, Patachala, Rajumala, and also Sunita Sopaka, Gatikara. Very nicely, he is woven out these stories given by the past. Although we have listened to these stories so many times, we have written these stories so many times. We have written answers while we were going to school. We have written answers for so many times. It was actually just stories for us. It did not become a real thing for us. But once we start listening to these Buddhothpado sermons, all these stories, the people were suffered a lot, even Visakha. So all these stories came to our mind with another view actually. So is that true? Isn't it true? Yes, this is true. We were in an illusionary world actually earlier. So when we heard these stories about this Kisa Gotami, Patachara, Rajumala, Gatikara, these stories came to real actually. These stories became real to us. That is true. Yes, we were not able to understand this, and also nobody is highlighting these stories. So whatever the cloth, it doesn't matter. If you want to, if you have that real intention of becoming an enlightened one, to go to the path of this nirvana. So it doesn't matter you are a monk or a nun. It doesn't matter you are a layperson or not. So this is very, very important. The problem is that you have to understand and you have to feel this Dhamma. So whether you are poor or rich, or whether you are a minister or a king, it doesn't matter. If you have the knowledge, first you have to get this as knowledge. You have to get this as knowledge. First, you have to hear the message of this Kalyana Mittyanan Mahansi. That is the most important thing. Getting this first as a knowledge is the very first thing that you have to have. So then, thereafter that, you can start going in deep and deeper. So you have to investigate. This is some kind of an operation actually. So if you are brave enough, if you are strong enough, you will win this. That's all. So if you have that courage, you must have that determination. I'm going to find this, whether I or my mind concept is here. So that is what you must have. If you have that braveness, you have that courage, if you trust this thoroughly, if you trust this, Buddhothpado sermons, if you trust Lord Buddha, So there the path is open for you, no doubt. You will understand this. You need not to have a lot of Pali things, Pali studying of Pali, Sanskrit or whatever it is. What you have to give, what you have to have is the message given by Lord Buddha. You have to understand it. You have to feel it. You have to identify it. You have to investigate it. So that's all. So uh, you should identify, and also you should ask yourself whether uh, you have a soul, whether you are there in your soul. That is the most important thing here. I-ness, this existing world. You have to identify that you are living in this existing world. You believe that you are there, your soul is there. You don't like to lose your soul because the so-called soul is there. So you have that, the birth and also the death. You have all these things. So this alive feeling, once you see this chair, so you are there. To see that chair, you are there. So you don't want to destroy. You don't like to destroy that. You don't like to destroy, or you don't want to investigate who I am. That is what has happened here. If you can understand that there is no soul, so you are just living in this mundane world. You are in the path of nirvana. You should ask yourself whether you like to lose your soul, or that individual self, or me, I, my, mine, that concept. So if you like to separate from this entity that we believe in Sinhala we called it Atmiya Bhavaya. We most probably we use this word for the sense of individual entity or I-ness in our talks, where we always use. But okay, but we don't like to lose this identity actually, Atmiya Bhavaya, because we are always living with that. If I say in reality, there is no such soul or individual self. It is just a belief, an imagination. So you dislike, you do not like it, and you will be scared of losing your non-existing self or non-existent me, because most of you are afraid of this. Even you do not like to talk. You don't like it at all. If somebody says this, what you think about me, you will use your me. When you listen to this Buddothpado, you will say, no, I don't want. But How can you lose an imaginary thing? How can you lose a thing that does not exist? It is just like uh, somebody who is inside a well is afraid of coming out of the well. Actually, you don't like to come out of that. What you are thinking is good, so you are very comfortable with it in it. You don't like to come out of it, coming out of the shell. That means you are afraid of all imagining uh, fearful things outside. If I ask you something like this, can you find any living individual within you? What will be the answer? Actually, there has never been such a self or a separate individual in you. The problem is that everybody, not only you yourself, everybody is afraid of losing an existing imaginary self. Imaginary me, as I told you earlier. Here, we use this term self, a soul, self, soul, individual self, even I-ness. In Sinhala, we can call it Atmiya Bhavaya to express the same meaning. All the meanings are the same. Atmiya Bhavaya in the same self, soul, individual self, I-ness and all. So where is this individual self? Where does this exist? These Buddothpado sermons, throughout these Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aranase is trying to explain this. Where is this individual self? Where does this exist? How does it come into seeming existence? Have you ever inquired about this? So if you have already understood that, you will understand that find it is an imagination, a belief. It is just a belief, a thought. It is only a thought. I, my mind, that individual self, or Atmiya Bhave, it is only a thought. So if you are a regular listener of this Buddothpado, these things are very common to you, because if not, anybody who is listening to this Dhamma talk, so please try to identify and try to follow what I am talking about. So I am talking about what Buddothpado Adan Mahase is preaching throughout his sermons. So try to listen to these sermons as well, where you can understand very clearly how much of suffering is having this entire mankind. So the entire sermons, he is having these Zoom discussions, and also he is explaining everything in an English language as well. Throughout his sermons, you can recognize the fact that there is no such individual self or Atmiya Bhavaya. So you will observe the nature. Instead of that, That is to say, actually, the knowing Dhamma. It is complete understanding of Dhamma, knowing the truth. This is not just knowledge. As I told you earlier, Kalyana Mitraran Mahase he himself has experienced this through Dhamma. So there you will find what Lord Buddha has said the same way. This is not just, that is why I told you this is not just an intellectual understanding. This will be a life-changing recognition. So once you understood this Dhamma, through Dhamma, you will understand the feeling of that Dhamma. So even when you are listening to this, his sermons, uh, by bringing up very small examples, if it is a book, always he gets the book to emphasize that to the listener actually. That is also another technique. Five 5 years ago, he tells about the book. Even now he takes as examples to emphasize. That is most probably a technique. The same thing he preaches, because he doesn't want to take different examples. Also, he knows he doesn't want to show his power. He's just thinking about this innocent mankind, and up to their level, he is bringing out all these things. The book, the chair, you can experience in his sermons, even as followers, disciples of Buddothpado, we too have taken the same way. So, is this I permanent? That is the very common question asking by anybody. Is this I a soul? The I is the activity of seeing actually. It is like a camera. If we take a common example, as I told you earlier, a book. By looking at this book, you can say, what I see is a book. Book is a word. It is in fact a sound. Is there a book in that sound? Or is there a sound in the book? Where is the sound? Where is the book? How did the book come into seeming existence? So the question, is this I permanent? The answer is no, the I is not permanent. Although this question is, you will see it a very small question, but you need to be understand in this correct sense. With the activity of seeing, the I is created at the moment by your own mind. This needs to be recognized. Once you recognize, then only you can say, no, the I is impermanent. The I is not a soul. As I asked you that question earlier, is this I a soul? So once you understand that, you can say the I is not a soul. You know for certain that there is no such a thing called a book. It is a fabrication, an imagination. You never find a thing called book. That is why Lord Buddha said it is impermanent. So this is the place where we were unable to understand. So in the same way, you can ask a question, is this chair permanent? Is this big brick wall permanent? Are you permanent? Or the soul? If there is a thing called a book, it implies actually there will be somebody to see it. If there is a mango tree, there will be somebody to see it. If there is a brick wall, there is somebody to see it. So very nicely you can elaborate this actually. So taking, as I told you earlier, as Aryanvasa is taking very limited examples actually for the person to understand that it is some kind of a technique he is taking. It is a technique. So the book as that there will be somebody to see it. A book cannot exist without somebody seeing it. If it is a book, if it is a brick wall, the brick wall cannot exist without somebody to see it. If it's a mango tree cannot exist without somebody to see it. You are there and the mango tree is outside to see it. So there, the subject-object relationship is established. Is it the truth? We should investigate so-called somebody in the book. Is there an independently existing book? Is there an individual self? So this is the place where you have to identify very clearly. Most probably, there will be somebody to see it. Always, as far as you are in this mundane world, there is somebody to see the outside things. If there is an individual self, then there is a journey. The sense of individual self, that is that bhavaya, it is created. If you recognize that there are no things, what you think, they are not outside, then you become a Buddhist. Even to become a Buddhist, it is not that easy. Isn't that so? Yes, earlier what we thought was uh, in a birth certificate uh, against that religion, it is said that Buddhist. I am a Buddhist. So we were really proud earlier that we are Buddhist. Maybe you have seen sometimes in these posters also in a vehicle or in their rear side they have pasted that sticker, I am Buddhist. So according to this Buddothpado sermons, are you really a Buddhist? Here, Aryan Mahansi has explained very clearly to become how to become a Buddhist. There are so many sermons he has done. Even we were shocked actually the very first day when we were listening to these sermons. We were shocked by actually we got goosebumps. Is this is true Dhamma? Because to become a Buddhist, we were doing lot of activities, Namisha, pujas, almsgivings, so many things we did. Sometimes making these buildings and all in the temple and offering these things to Lord Buddha. And also Katina Pinkam, Kapruk Puja, so many things on behalf of Lord Buddha or Buddhism. As a Buddhist, we did. Now, when we think about these situations, we are afraid of that now. Actually, uh, so many people are doing all these things as usual. They are unable to listen to these Buddothpado sermons. Unfortunately, even Buddothpado sermons, in Buddothpado sermons, Aryan Maharshi is not asking us to stop all these things. You can do better than in a better way. Once you become a real Buddhist, once you understood uh, this real path, real truth, you can do them better than in a way that with the non-existing feeling, with without I-ness, you will be able to do all these things with that understanding. Where we do not have that. So many people are running a rat race and they are with their ego. So all these Hatinapinkams are just like a rat race. It is just like a race actually. So the next time it is my chance. I have to do better than the one who did it this year. It was the intention of, oh, I did something very nicely. So I am the best. So after doing this type of Hatina Pinkama, you are really satisfied and the ego, self is there. So you have that soul, Bhavaya, you are creating. If you listen to these Buddhothpado sermons, you will never do that because you understand that there is nobody here. Only these sense faculties are working. There is no I, my concept here. So with that intention, you try to do all these things. When you see a book actually, what is happening? You have a sense of I, seen a book. Is it not? Then how can this self or individual entity me come to existence? You have to check it out. Is the sound a self? Is the color self? If you do not find a thing called a book, how can there be an individual self to see such non-existent book we are talking about? Non-existent self, non-existent world. Where is the world? Does it exist outside of you? These are very, very important things. The color came to the eye. Is it the world? The sound came to the ear. Is it the world? You have to find it out. Whatever you perceive, are those real or just mental constructs? Actually, the most important thing here is the understanding the functioning of six senses. It is called seeing the world created by six senses. So throughout these Dhamma talks or throughout these Buddothpado sermons, you can aware the faculties, the sensory faculties. The six senses, eye, ear, tongue, nose, skin actually, body, you can say the body, and mind. This mind is created as a result of five sensory sparks. So if you can cease, if you can stop of these six sensors, there you are, there in this real path of nirvana. So understanding that there is nobody, there is no one, there is no I, my, mind concept here. So there you will find the whole revolution. You will find the whole salvation actually, the liberation from mind. That is what you will have to understand. So to understand it, you have to have a good knowledge in this philosophy, Buddha, philosophy of Lord Buddha, Satya Jnana. If you can understand it properly, if you can, first of all, you can have it as knowledge with the message from the Kalyana Nityanan Mahanse. How does it comes to you first? So thereon you have to have like this investigation of I. You have to investigate that where is this I, the soul? Where is my soul? If you can find the answers that there is no body here, only these sensory faculties are working, you will win this whole race forever. You can eradicate this suffering, you can break the cycle of samsara. If not, you are going this mundane world until you understand this truth. There is another very nice example given by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse that watching a film, you are still watching this film, you are in the film, you are watching that teledrama. You can't identify this mundane world because it has become a reality to you. When you go to a film hall or when you watch a teledrama movie or a drama or something like that, you are in the real world because you are in this mundane world because that film has become a reality to you. If your friends, if you go with your friends or if you go with your husband, when they ask you to come out of this, so shall we go out of this theater or film hall or this place, you will say no. The rest is there in the film. I won't watch it and come out. So you are acting in the film. All these examples are given by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse very nicely to understand this true Dhamma. That is why his sermons are unique. Nobody can preach like this if not Buddha. So very unique examples he is giving us. That film, that is what we are doing actually. What Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse says is that come out of that film and be the director of that film. So you can see when you come out of the film, you can see clearly what you are doing there, what others are doing there in the mundane world. This is another very nice example. So until you realize this truth, pure truth, the ultimate, the pure truth, you are acting in a teddy drama. You are watching a film. You are watching a film actually. We are watching a movie. Although others are asking you to awake, come out of the film, you say no, you don't like. You don't like to come out of the film because uh, you cling to this. You want the next. What will happen next? So something happens. With something happens to when uh, some beautiful thing happens to your favorite actor there. So you are very happy. You feel very happy. If something happens to that person, the incident, you feel sorry. So you are oscillating in this mundane world. Happiness, truth, sadness, everything is mixed in your world, which is not permanent, which is only a thought. So this Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has given us the awakening of Gautama Buddha Sasana. That is true. So he is giving the real message to the disciples of Buddhothpada, not only everybody, to the whole mankind. He is giving this beautiful message. Listen to this, take it, understand it, feel it. Once you start feeling it, you will realize this is true Dhamma. Yes, you found it because you're suffering. All of us are suffering. By looking at somebody outside, you will say he's happy, he's very fortunate. I am not. So all these things are thoughts. Once you understood this, everything is a thought. Everything will become false when you understand this true Dhamma. So such a beautiful Dhamma we can listen throughout the day. Even day and night we can listen to this Dhamma. You can talk to this Dhamma. So you don't feel time passing when you start speaking of this true Dhamma. Such a beautiful way he has explained this. He, I mean, our Kalyanamicharan Mahanse. So try to get the knowledge first and try to understand that. Start from the practical program where the philosophy of Lord Buddha starts. So there you will find Satyajnana. So from Satyajnana, you will understand that there is nobody here. Only the sensory faculties are working. There is no I, mind concept. So when you understand this, when you feel it actually, after understanding, you will start this feeling. It does not happen overnight. It will take time. It depends on the way you grasp it. So you will feel it gradually. You are eradicating. Your suffering will be eradicated gradually. So this is, I have come to the end of my Dhamma talk today. Uh, so as usual, I would like to wind up this Dhamma talk in this way. May we have the courage, to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. So that is my last wish, as usual. May all beings be free from suffering. Uh, uh, so this is the end of this Dhamma talk. I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyanamitranan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාද ආර්යයන් වහන්ස අවසරයි තෙරුවන් සරණයි
thought is only a fleeting moment or kasita. The moment a thought is formed, it ceases or it comes to an end. All the thoughts come from the mind consciousness, mano vinnanya. All what we think are all mental formations or sankhara. They are all illusions, lies. Once you understand this, you begin to realize that this whole world is a lie. When the Buddha said, Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa, the Buddha meant that this world is a lie, an illusion. The Buddha also said, Rupam anittito, meaning all the aramu or stimuli we receive from the six senses are not true. The Buddha said that the six senses is the world. Vinaya loke abhijna domanassa kayanupassi viharati. It means if you want to attain nirvana by being mindful of the Satara Satipatthana, you have to know that all our senses and this world is a lie. If you believe that our body, our senses, or our mind and our thoughts are all real and true, that means that you are ignorant of the pure truth. Where there is ignorance, there is no nirvana. When the world does not exist, how can you develop wisdom, believing that this body, these feelings, this mind, and these thoughts are real? If the Buddha says that the world does not exist, then the heavens, the hills, and everything else becomes a lie. They exist only in your mind consciousness, and they are only perceptions, sanya, from the six senses. These perceptions become mental formations or sankhara, which also becomes the mind consciousness. In order to practice seeing the thoughts, it will be helpful to have some understanding of the samatha meditation or the concentration meditation. Whenever you realize that your mind is straying away from being mindful of your thoughts, bring your mind back to what you consider as the point of concentration. Your point of concentration could be the breath. Terasan, everybody.
Thank you for reading the 2 pages from the book The True Dharma Has Awakened, Volume 2. We have been discussing about the thoughts and the mind. And it was briefly mentioned how the thoughts are formed. It is a system coming into action. The 5 senses, that means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin, the 5 senses will create something, and the mechanism we call it vibration. There's very speedy vibration, and then there is some creation means a light, sound, smell, taste, or cold and hard feelings to the skin. So these are the 5 senses actually. And the end result or the collective function of these 5 we call a thought. So it's important how the thoughts are formed. It's important to know with very good clarity how these thoughts are formed. Then only you can have a deep understanding about this system, how it comes to work. And they are all the thoughts are actually mental constructs and mental formations or constructs. And this mechanism, this speedy mechanism is called sankhara, where some of these perceptions are collected together, and the result is this what's called the mind consciousness or the vijnana. So mind consciousness means basically all thoughts. So we have been mentioning this earlier also. Everything is a thought basically. Whatever the action, the words you talk are also thoughts. So also it was mentioned that right at the beginning, for a beginner, it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down yourself. And it means that the attention is focused on one point, one event or one action. Commonest thing is a breathing meditation where the focusing is done to the place where the airflow touches in the nose. Sorry. So it can slightly vary from person to person. For a person, it might be the nostril. So for another person, it may be the root of the nose. Or for another person, he might feel better to the upper lip. So wherever, I'm giving a little more description about this breathing meditation. So whatever the place where prominently the flow of the air is felt, can be focused. And this is a very simple meditation, what's called the breathing meditation. In Pali, it's called Anapanasati Bhavanava. So it's useful for a short while to calm down yourself, and then you can research on these topics, how these thoughts are formed, and you sort of penetrate deep and deep into these matters and try to understand what is this process, how it happens. So from there onwards, I think we can start our discussion. Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sarnai. We'll start the discussion. We'll worship our Advanced. And actually, it's so beautiful to understand this. What we so-called real dream, that's so-called world we live in, how it has formed. It's so beautiful to research about this. So I invite everyone to do that research. This dream or this world, it's just the 6 sensory organs, that's all. That's all and nothing else. So if you can understand this, that is a production of the sensory organs. We can understand how this world is different from each other. Why it is different is one reason is sensory organs can be different. The other reason is the power underneath. That's an power in that system can be different too. So we have to understand, we can't just keep saying that there is no self. Actually, we have to understand, if there is no self, what are we feeling here as self? That's what we keep understanding. Yes, there is a manifestation. There is output of 6 sensory organs. Yes, dream is there. We can't say it is not there. Dream is there. But is it actually there? No, it's not actually there. It's just a production. So if you keep understanding that, you will feel lighter every day. Whatever the output of the dream. So output of the dream may be that you are very short of breath. You can't breathe. You may be struggling to survive. Even that, it's just part of that dream. Then we understand why we are then struggling there, why we are suffering, what is the actual burning here. Burning here is due to the ignorance that we keep believing that there is this continuity of this dream is the important thing. That is not the important thing. Actually, there's nothing like that. So anyone can ask questions. If someone has dwelled on anything, yesterday we had our great teacher come into the Zoom discussion yesterday. It was so beautiful. Something he highlighted was, there's so many things that he highlighted actually, how the sadness and the happiness is in the mind, but at the same time, whether you are sad, whether you are happy, how this tranquility can be underlying thing. So that is the thing that is a beautiful thing that we try to say. And so if you understand the Dhamma, what is Dhamma? Dhamma is this understanding of the mind, how this mind works, in the sense how these sensory organs work. Not only the mind, all the 6 sensory organs, how do they work? How do they bring up this illusory world? It's so beautiful, yes. Or sometimes it's ugly, yes. But how? How is it formed? And why do we feel alive in that dream? So anyone can unmute and join the discussion. I think Dr. Sakuntala went for the programs Monday.
Yes.
Sunday or Saturday, I'm not sure. I think both days,
No,
didn't
Sunday.
Sunday.
Sunday to Sunday, yes.
How was it? How did you feel?
It was actually good. It was the first program in that center. Actually, it's not easy access to that place because the road is not motorable. About 1.5 kilometers out of that, about 1 kilometer stretch is not motorable. Actually, the 3-wheelers also find it very difficult to go up there. So we had to do the walking. But when you go to the top, actually, it's a very, very calm and quiet with lush greenery around with the mountain tops. And we were on top of one mountain and there were peaks around, all covered in green. So there were about 37 people altogether. First 2.5 hours, we discussed the darshana, that means how these thoughts are formed, because there were several.
My question was, how did you feel?
Yeah, I could now, especially when I was doing the walking part. That I will say, because I other times actually when I was doing the talking,
Are you the person who is holding the?
Yes, mostly yes.
Oh, okay.
So that time actually I was engrossed in the explanations and answering the questions, etc. But during that walking session, we walked down that whole stretch, 1.5 kilometers back. Because I have done the steps several times. I mean, more or less that practice was there, and automatically that I felt that there was no person walking. I could feel the senses which were sort of alternatively taking role, and the senses were alternatively felt, but there was no tiredness or no concern about the sunny weather also, and didn't realize that a long stretch walk down, it was sort of kind of tireless and effortless walking at the end. So even though we were explaining the steps one by one, probably because I have done it several times earlier, I automatically felt that I was going to the third and fourth steps of this practical procedure, so that there was no thinking part, and felt that automatically the action is taking. So it was like the sensor functions were taken all alternatively one after the other. So it was very relaxed and very relaxed type of walking meditation with very little thoughts, I would say. Time to time there were disturbances, time to time sort of thoughts came up, and then I got dragged away. But more or less, most of the walk was like that.
Thoughts can come.
Sorry?
Thoughts can come. It doesn't matter. Then you
Yeah.
have to know that thought has come.
Yeah, thoughts can come. I mean, I was carried away by some of the thoughts.
Yeah, okay.
Occasionally, because there was one place where there was a strange sound of a bird, and several people who were walking sort of got distracted to that, and they even went up to that place to see what was the bird. So that time I felt that my thoughts also sort of got along that one without realizing that it is only a sound. So there were a couple of occasions like that. Apart
That's
from
really
that,
interesting. That part is really interesting. Just imagine someone is doing this insight meditation, stops that and run away to see a bird. That's a beautiful example of how this mind works. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
It's really good. It's like smelling like a cake, and the meditation is over. You run to eat that.
It was a very unusual, very strange sort of sound. I mean, we knew that it was a sound, the bird sound. And then at the end of the meditation, we had a little discussion about that stretch also, how we walked, and how the people experienced it. And then the comments came. Some people said it was we saw the bird. Yes, we saw it. It was a valikukula. Valikukula is that our natural bird. So they went up to that. So it was complete distraction from the point of this walking meditation.
Yeah.
So they went and peeped up. I got distracted. But
actually, can you see that the exact point is missed, isn't it? Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is.
Yeah.
So this mind sensor is so thick that no penetration is done, or no liberation is done. and not only that, and you get carried away. So actually, that means you have slipped to the complete outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
In between, there were thoughts, as you said, I mean, a sort of flash of a second, some thoughts will come about some topic. And then I realized that it's a thought, and then sort of it became one of the senses that I was observing. But this particular one, I felt that I got carried away by that sound, and because the others sort of wanted to go to the edge of the road and peep and find out. So that was one of the points that I could remember. Yes.
Interesting. Any questions that came up with the question and answer thing?
Now what we did was we explained them each step, and then we because the latter part of the program was done in a different temple at the base of the mountain, base of the hill. So that place actually didn't have much space for this walking meditation. So we more or less walked around the bo tree, and some were asking, especially when they had most of them had a difficulty between differentiating the sensor from the thought. Now, for example, felt something, felt sand. So straight away it was like that. Now, not something like felt something hard, and the interpretation of the mind was sand. So things like
actually,
that.
Actually, we'll elaborate on that because Joel is also here. So
yes.
we need to understand that this bodily sensations, mainly bodily sensations, the skin and the mainly skin. I'm talking about there can be sensory output without the mind getting involved. So the solidity, you don't necessarily need the mind sensor to understand the solidity, the feel.
That feeling of hardness, isn't it? If Joel has a difficulty, because feeling of hardness is what is,
solid kind of thing. And if you have like a description in that, like this is so soft, or this is very hard, or even though it is kind of can be told by the sensor, still if you have like a description coming up, that is the mind sensor, that is all right. So this is the tile, because immediately that is what it comes, when you keep even if you are, imagine you are blindfolded, like kind of your eyes are covered by a cloth, then definitely you are asked to walk somewhere, you can feel something, and it is kind of the carpet, or it is some kind of the tile, and sometimes it is watery, kind of it is slippery because of its watery. So even when we don't have other sensory organs, still just the bodily sensations, the skin, you have different outputs. So that's the thing. So mind sensor is already involved in that, but actual sensor function doesn't need the mind sensor. But it's very important to understand that, especially if you're doing the walking meditation. And also, it's a tricky part because you don't directly feel the, it is Yeah, I mean, we just have to keep understanding how this mind works. Anyway, if the walking has become true, it is difficult to feel the mechanism, because the mechanism actually didn't have anyone. But if you are in the mind, and if you are in the mind and you are walking, then you can't feel that it is happening, just a happening thing. Walking is just a mechanism, just a what do you say that? Kriyavali, or what do you call that? Like
Action, can you say action? Or?
Action, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting to keep doing this and try and understand this touch. It's actually touch has no definitions, but we do have definitions. It's okay, but if you understand that the definition itself is not true, then only the piercing is, piercing will happen, or the dissolving of the mind can happen. Whatever the word you say, it doesn't matter. The liberation from mind can happen, because until you are deceived by this mind sensor, you still have the problem. You just have to know that. That's okay. Anything else? Do you have any questions, Charles? Or you are just listening today for okay?
Just being selfless these days makes life easy. And,
yeah, that's good.
And what I noted down yesterday was what Aryan once was saying, that that was real. He said, love is not benefit or business. And love is everywhere. Be selfless. And love is a feeling. I was just pondering these things, and I think yesterday Auntie Sudharma said, when you're doing something, you won't feel that you're doing it. You just go on doing it. So yeah, you don't feel tired. You don't feel anything, and that's nice. That's awesome. And
Yeah,
also when
awesome.
I'm doing this concentration meditation, suddenly I see I'm sleeping. I don't know how I go to sleep when I do that meditation, but I go to sleep. Yeah, this feels good. Really good. Thank you.
All good. So, anything else? Yes, Sudharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all, I worship Bhagyanan's feet, spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, I was listening to Dr. Sakuntala's experience, and I was wondering whether at that point, when she heard the call of the bird, with some sort of awareness that it is the mind sensor, that thought occurs, that awareness without contemplation, with that awareness, if she walks to that place and see the truth, see the bird, but without contemplation, without any attachment or aversion, get that experience, and then continuing to walk. what is
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, Sudharma. It shouldn't have done.
No.
Yeah, definitely it should have happened like that.
If
Yes.
Aranwanse was there, I would say so. But the problem is, it is us who go there, and our inquisitive mind trying to find the bird. It's definitely different from the talk. I can understand. So we can't really justify that in that way. But
of course, no.
maybe when Narayana is there, I mean, this is the thing. We can't really, if we are in the path, we can't really talk about the fruit, in the sense the outcome. So the outcome we can't compare with the now we can't put Aranvansi in that position and think that this may be the way that Aranvansi must be doing. That is not how it works, actually. You can't really compare like that, because he doesn't feel alive, so it doesn't necessarily mean, the burning is not there. I mean, I should say in that way, the burning is not there. It doesn't matter whether he actually even see it or not, or recognize it or not. It doesn't really matter. That is the thing. But this practice is different. Practice is for practitioners, like the people who try to see this truth in one at least one particular moment to get to the non-vibration. That's completely different to the person who is already achieved that. So you can't really compare. So we can't really say that. So that what Sudharma said was, it's kind of the Lord Buddha doing that, or Aranvansi, someone Arahant doing that. Then you can say like that. But the problem is, as practitioners, we are in the path, so we go there to practice and see whether we can feel the non-vibration, the sensory function without that power that we talk about. So to feel that, you can't really miss the practice when we are doing it, because then only it will train you into that exact moment that where we feel the non-vibration. So just imagine you keep hearing multiple birds. If they are just hearing only, that's it. But that's the Arahant's state. If it is hearing only, that's an Arahant state. But in the path, when we are trying to do this, because we are in the path, we try to try and bring it up. When we do that, first step is first step would be we hear the sound. In the sense, not we, there is a sound, and you identify it as a bird sound. And then whether the bird sound is true? No, bird sound is not true. That it is a bird sound itself is just a thought. Then the hearing part is just a mechanism. It's just hearing. And then if you feel it only, the non-vibration will be felt. So this is very tricky. This is just an explanation. It's not the experience. If you actually experience it, it would be direct, very direct liberation from mind, exactly to feel that whole first bit is not there. That thinking part is also not there. And that dream part is also not there. The bird sound part is also not there. It's just a sound only. If it's just a sound only, there's no self there. That's how you can say that. So it's a very unique experience. So
Interestingly, Dr. Kokila, with all that effort, Dr. Sakuntala saw the peasant or the jungle fowl in her mind. No, there wasn't a jungle fowl outside.
Yeah,
That happened actually at the time of the discussion because I didn't see it. I just heard the sound. And then at the end of the discussion, we just asked the participants, what were your experiences during this walk? Then only they came up. Until that time, I had no about this jungle fowl. What was a bird? I had no idea. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, but the thing is, we miss these very interesting moments. We miss them. We miss the chance. Basically, feel without the mind power. We miss it. We miss the chance to feel without the mind power. Do you get it, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, true, yes.
Yeah, we miss it.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's very interesting, actually. Even the missing part is very interesting because once you see something and you understand that it's a popcorn and it is completely missed because you feel like eating it. Likewise, you hear a sound and you understand it's a bird sound and you're completely lost because you want to know who that is now. So that's the thing. The liberation of mind doesn't come that easy because our mind is a pattern. It just seeks next one. So, yeah, it's very regular pattern that we are addicted to. Thinking. So the thinking is actually not true. Thinking can happen, but the feel, it's difficult. It's covered by all the thoughts. What do you think, Sarangika?
Interesting example. And it just shows, isn't it? It's obviously a common experience for people. And that goes to show that, there must be complete embedment, isn't it, through the practice in order for the instinct or the impulse not to kind of jump to the mind and go in search of the jungle fowl, isn't it? The stimulus suddenly becomes real, no matter how, even if one is quite entrenched in the walking meditation, the moments, in a moment's notice, something out of the ordinary, something unusual. If it was just another, a cricket chirping or something, it would have been fine and everybody would have gone on with the meditation. But something out of the ordinary, the mind is always ready to jump, isn't it? Ready to latch on to a stimuli. And it just goes to show, there's nothing wrong with it, as we always say. This is the tendency of the mind. And through ignorance, isn't it? Yeah. The aspect that I wanted to, two things. One was, so you said Aryanvan's, of course you can't, kind of compare what he experiences, and sometimes he recounts these experiences on the Sinhala Zoom sessions about, how he observes certain animals and the traits of certain animals, particularly squirrels. He has told us so many times about squirrels, how he observes them and so on. And then he says how beautiful it is and various things like that. But so my question there was, so obviously Aryanvansa does not have the alive feel, But to a certain extent, those on the path also can experience that, whilst not, it may not happen with every stimuli, which is what we discussed a little while earlier about not being the 100%. But in some cases, this goes to that Kemakateros, probably the supra-awareness is not 100% permanent, but there are instances that it is there. So in those instances, even if there is an encounter in a park of something, it can still be noted without it being a thing, isn't it? Because there is still the recognition, there is still the existent field, there is the stimuli is still a stimuli. It's all that is not there is that it doesn't become a thing.
I'll try to answer
right,
that. I'll try to answer that, Surangika. So what I was trying to say is someone who has become the non-vibration is completely different to any person who is in the path. So who is in the path may have different levels. Yes, it is not a thing. I mean, we don't know. It depends, because one may not feel any interest in the stimuli, may not even go and try to find the animal who is shouting, or may not even think about eating the popcorn, but still it can be still inside the dream. So this part is really tricky, and it's very difficult to even explain. So it still can be inside the dream, in the sense it may leave a imprint. So there's a perception of something happening, but if the mind component is not strong at all, then it would be the feel. So the feel is also you can have the life feel. So the existent feel with a life feel, or existent feel without a life feel, is the difference. So this is all something that we can't really explain. So whether someone is seeing something with a life feel or without a life feel is a very, very, very specific issue, specific to that system. So in one stimulus, if you have felt this in one stimulus, if someone has felt this sensory function without the power, or feel of existence without the life feel, yes, for that instance, definitely it has happened. So, in that instance, it has happened. And at that instance, you clearly get the idea that all we have studied, all we have listened, all we have taught, that feel of existence and the life feel, if the feel of existence is not a thing, a life feel is not there. So this is very, very, very specific thing. Very sensitive issue also. So that's the thing. So that is the beginning of the path. to just in one moment to feel the difference between the sensory faculty function without that power. So whether it is going to happen in every stimuli, then the story is over. There's no story, then there's no path. There's no path complete. But if someone is in the path, this may come and go, yes, but it's not there all the time. But when it comes and goes, each time the kind of it gives the more strength to Dhamma, you keep feeling more and more. That's it. Did you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Doctor?
Yes.
Just a question regarding Dr. Saguntala's experience of walking meditation or any meditation, concentration meditation.
We don't
And
really we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation, Joel, because that can actually trick you.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't really emphasize on that. We actually invite all the people to do insight meditation. And insight meditation is the practice that we incorporate into the walking.
Okay, right. So in walking meditation, she said that she got distracted by a sound, right?
No, actually that is also not true. What Sakuntala was going to say was the sound, so our steps are a bit different. So the steps are, sound is coming, then the mind sensor tells it's a bird sound. That's the first step. We don't deny the sounds. We don't try to stop the sounds or anything. We are completely free, Joel. Completely effortless. This process is completely effortless. Because in concentration meditation, you have to put an effort. This completely effortless, very free mind, very beautiful state. So you just go naturally, you walk naturally, and there's a sound, then you understand it's a bird sound. And the reflection is, if you are reflecting state, so this doesn't, everyone's states are different. So in the beginner, you have to reflect. Reflection is the actual, it's a bird sound. That is just the mind output. The mind says it's a bird sound, but bird sounds is a perception. Actual sound didn't say it's a bird sound, but we say it's a bird sound. So that is a perception. That perception is not true. It's just like a, just another thought. So it's a mind sensor. And then the third step is, so the first step is whatever you hear or see or smell or the skin or the taste or any thoughts, whenever they happen, you identify them as they are. There's no any change, or we are not going to spoil the experience. We are just experiencing the experience. And the sound is there. But then when we understand that actually it's not a bird sound, it's a sound, then I don't think we have come to that point, Joel, the third part, how we understand whether the sound is real. This is very tricky, actually. We have to, actually, in one session, we have to discuss that, Joel, so that you understand that sound is actually a production of the ear. I think we discussed it slightly, but not a lot. Sound is just a production of the ear, human ear, because we are talking about the humans when we talk about this one. This six sensory organs. So sensory organ means 5 sensory organs, and they vibrate at the same time. This mind is formed. So we understand that it's a valikokula, the sound of a valikokula. So that's the mind sense. It's a thought, basically. But actually, there's a sound too, like this sound is the sensory function. Sensory function is actually the fast vibration of the ear. And fast vibration of the ear, if there is no fast vibration of the ear, you can't actually hear anything. You are deaf. But because there is vibration in the ear, we can actually telepathize to any sound. So when we say we hear something, what actually happens is the two vibrations synchronize. They synchronize. They become one. That's how we hear. So it's actually, we can't really say the sound is outside. It's actually that if there is a vibration here in the ear, if in the meaning if you are not deaf, there's a vibration in the ear. If that is synchronizing to anything, that's what we call as we heard something. Anyway, that hearing is just a function of the ear. It's not a, but when we hear something, it is because of the fast vibration that we hear something. Otherwise, if this whole thing, if the fast component is not there, you can't actually hear anything. Even if you understand the light, the function of the eye, there's specific cells in the eye that vibrate so fast. That is how we see light. If there is no fast vibration of the cells in the eye, you can't really call you can see, you're blind. So that's how the light is formed also. So it's very important to understand that the function. So we don't really emphasize on concentration meditation. If someone's mind is so flustered that they can't even come to senses, then you can do 5 minutes concentration meditation, yes. But it's not the highlight of this insight meditation. Insight meditation means reflection of how these sensory organs work. Knowing the magic is the trick here. Not trying to solve the magic. Actually, we try to see through the magic. If we know the magic, you just penetrate it anyway. It doesn't become a thing. Did you get it, Joel? I think Aryan says also, Joel. Yes,
sorry.
Joel.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Just did you get the point? I think we need to discuss it one day about this ear function, the eye function, the nose, the basic sensory organs. We need to understand that it's nothing coming from outside. It's actually production of here, which synchronized to the anything outside. But the valikokula is definitely in the mind sensor.
Yes. Doctor, another thing that I just wanted to ask you is that sometimes, like yesterday, Aryan once said, don't even think about tomorrow. But sometimes it comes to my mind and I start to worry. How can I stop worrying about the next minute? And I get disturbed and I worry about my future and all those things. I know it's a perception, but sometimes when that worry comes, it's very scary. How can I practice this and come out of this worry?
Yeah, don't even worry about trying to come out of it. Just try to understand how this works. Then you will definitely understand. You are not the person who started talking on the first day, Joel. So you have changed even now. So you even can, your the way you talk has changed, the way you express yourself has changed. You're feeling so free. So the same thing will continue to happen. Nothing is going to hamper you. Even if you now just imagine you get a thought, okay, what am I going to do tomorrow? Yeah, just another thought. And if you don't burn that much, so just imagine you get, just an example, 1,000 watt burning now. When you think about the future, when you go on understanding how this mind sensor works, one day a thought will come to you, oh my God, what am I going to do about my future? And you will be wondering where the burning is. So the thought, it can be there, Joel. Thought is not going to run away. Thought can be there, or thought might not come also, because if it doesn't really, when it doesn't bother you, the thought may not come. But even if the thought comes, it doesn't necessarily mean anything if the burning is not there. So imagine we are planning something for tomorrow. We have a program like Dr. Sakuntala went to a program like that. So just imagine like that. There's a program tomorrow. So there's a thought. There's a program tomorrow. Yes, it's just another thought. So, but then when you keep understanding Dhamma, what happens is this underlying burning will slowly go away. It takes time. It takes time. Well, what can you do? You can only do try and understand these 6 sensory organs. How this has created such a world that we were engrossed in. We were like can't say even the how much engrossed we were in. Like we thought we are inside that, and we were crying. We were happy one time. We are sad sometimes. Everything. But when you keep understanding this world of you, world of someone else, world of an animal, world of a a dog or whatever, how these worlds are formed and how they feel that it is actually true. How does it become a thing? That's what we keep understanding. So the underlying mechanism, understanding how this works, is the key. How we understand that this notion of self has come because the importantly in the stimulus. What is you is actually the stimulus. So what we keep understanding is if the stimulus is a thing to you. So I can imagine now, because you on the first day your question was, I get agitated by the thought of the job or some stuff like that. But now today you are telling the word, even thinking about tomorrow can make me feel a bit jittery, or upset or worried. So that's what I'm thinking. So that's your thinking. So what thinking or this mind sensor brings up the thought tomorrow. Just someone might talk about tomorrow and you might be thinking, oh my God, is there a tomorrow or something like that? I don't want tomorrow to come, or what am I going to do tomorrow, or what I'm going to do in future. It's okay. The question is okay, but the burning will be gone. So you will tell it one day. Don't worry, you will tell it one day that even if a thought about the future comes, it doesn't really bother you. So the understanding what is future is a thought now. Future is a thought now. If I'm thinking about anything about the past, now past experiences that you have told us, like neighbors coming and telling, or relative coming and telling about you, how that's the past. But we ponder about it at this moment. So this moment you are born, in that particular moment when it is a thing. So when you think about the future, if the future word has terrified you, because sometimes it can happen, even you were a counselor So you know definitely that the future brings us anxiety. Past brings us depression because you can't depress about the future. It's actually future is the anxiety. So the past is the depression. So but we are not actually trying to suppress any of this. Is what we are trying to understand is how this works, how this miraculous world is brought about, how one thought now here is projecting to the past or to the future. That's all. It's a projection. It's a mind projection. So the mind can project anything. Mind projected the Valikukula there. Mind can project anything. So mind can project about the future too. What is going to happen to me in future? So anything about future can be blur. So because you don't have a clear idea. It's okay. Who has a clear idea of future? Do you think the clear idea is actually true? It's not the point. But if you actually understand this Dhamma and you become so light, and you even the future thought has come, you will not burn. And actually you might be able to do something now without worrying about anything. That's the beauty of Dhamma. Are we running out of time or?
4 more minutes are there.
Oh, okay. Did you understand, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I think tomorrow, if you can just elaborate on the sensor faculties,
Yeah, we'll
both the
elaborate, and I
sound
think
and
we should
this,
start.
it will be
Yeah.
clear.
Yes, 100%.
Thanks, doctor. Thank you.
Share at what time is now? Right? At
Time.
what
Time is 9. My time
yeah,
is
it's
9
okay. I'm
minutes.
so. But I want to tell you something.
Yes, Saranaz.
Everybody, our eye creation. World is our eye sensor creation. Yeah, sensory world is a sensor given us. This world. This world. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working only. So that is the Dhamma. Nothing else. Who is sad? Who is suffering? No suffering or sadness here. We understand. We won't understand what happened here. What is the system? What is the Dhamma we are talking is dependent origination? What is this dependent origination Dhamma? Is our senses. Sense creations. Nothing, anything. What is the Buddha's inside meditation? Dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? Dhamma. Buddha not told the concentration meditation Dhamma. Because first Buddha's Dhamma discourse is the 5 teachers Dhamma Chakrapavatana Sutra. What is Buddha's word? Never heard before them. Buddha no.
There are some errors.
Oh, yes. Never heard before Dhamma. The meaning is Buddha's word is never heard before Dhamma. Ubbe Anse Dhammesu. Is a Tripitaka is there. Pali words. Ubbe Anusutesu Dhammesu. Never heard before Dhamma. So, first time Buddha explained this Dhamma. We know concentration meditation. So Hindus are doing. Today also doing. So at the Buddha's time, practitioners also did that, concentration meditation. Buddha also did that, but it's not the way. It's not the way to liberation. It's not way to freedom of mind. It's not way to ending the suffering and sadness. So it's not the way ending the cycle of birth. So that is why concentration meditation is not the Buddha's way. Today, whole world, many guys doing concentration meditation, they are thinking it's a Buddha's path. But it's not a Buddha's path, it's a Hindu's path. So Buddha's path is inside meditation. It's dependent origination. What is this dependent origination? These are our sense creations. 6 senses. How creating these senses? There's the dependent origination. It must mean sati idang hoti, it must mean asati idang hoti, it must upajja idang upa, it must nirodha idang nirodha. This is the dependent origination. It's the Buddha's word, it's the Pali. But what is the meaning is this? Cause and effect dharma. It's not the concentration meditation. Otherwise, it's not the action and effect dharma. It's a cause and effect dharma. What is the cause? What is the effect? Cause is vibration. Effect is a something. So, what is I? Buddha's word is I is the word. What's the I is the word? I is the birth. Your I given you to everything. The example is the I. But you know I given the sound, right? But otherwise, your ear given the sound. This, like a factories, it's a product. Yeah. We are talking outside their sound. We are talking outside their light. But it's not true. It's a deep meaning is inside. Why colorblind guys can't see red color, can't see green color? Because it's not outside. It's their own mind. It's their own eye creating. That is the world. It's your eye is the world. It's okay. I won't tell this. Dhamma is our senses creations. Dhamma is nothingness, final effort is a nothingness. You know, cause and effect Dhamma is a huge story we were talking. How is light? Light is an effort. Cause is vibration. Is very important. It's a speedily sparking happening. That's the vibration. It's very important. That's the meaning. How is creating our senses? How is coming this light, sounds, smells, taste, and hot and cool, smooth and rough? How is coming the alive feel? How is coming existent feel? How is coming alive feel? How is coming soul? So nobody is here. How is telling that? We have feel, no? We have alive feel. How is talking about nobody is here? That's very important. I think huge explain we won't do. Today, tomorrow, and couple of days. It's okay, tomorrow we can do this. Today time is over. As everybody, I like everybody explain this. Suranka and Sudharma and the Chandani. Dr. Chandani know this. Dr. Chandani can explain very well. I think we won't get the chance. Dr. Chandani and the Sudharma and the Suranka, also everybody. Yes, Kokila.
Yes,
Everybody won't explain this.
Yes.
Not only our Dhamma friend. Everybody won't, I think, this very special point. How is light is coming? How is sound is coming? How is this sensation? How is alive feel is coming? I know. How is this happening? Death or birth? What is this death and birth? How Buddha's guys win the death and birth. You know, Buddha's guy win the death and birth. They have a death and birth. What this meaning? It's okay. We can talk about coming soon. Let's try. It's okay. It's okay, everybody. It's okay, our chair friend. SU, very important. I think everybody given the questions. I think it's very important. Yes, chair. Thank you so much that questions because our guys are like sleeping. No questions. It's very important. It's okay, Kokila. There was all right. There was all right, everybody. Tomorrow we can discuss again. There was
Thank you, Aryan.
There are certain processes of reality, and to these processes, different names. These processes could be natural processes or man-made processes. All what we seem to do is that we assign different names to them. Some examples of assigning names to natural processes are given below. For example, look at a newborn baby. Doesn't the baby move his limbs as he pleases? Doesn't he not breathe on his own? Does he not eat when he is fed? But he did not realize or know anything that he does. But the newborn baby does have a process, and he does perform some actions. Isn't your breathing process and the breathing process of a newborn baby who has pure and an untainted mind the same? Isn't this process of breathing common to you and the newborn baby? Now let us also look at the process of walking. You think that you are walking. It is you who assigned a name as walking to that process. There is nothing as walking. In Sinhala, we call it avidinawa, and in English, we call it walking. It is a sound. What we have to realize is that it is only an action. Therefore, if you remove the sound from the action and only observe the action, then you would be able to erase the name, sound that was assigned to it by the Sammuti. When you are on the path, this process of erasing of the name or sound happens little by little. When you practice to observe only the process without the sound, you begin to see and feel that there is nothing. You realize that all what you see was made in the mind. Once you realize the pure truth and become so one, your mind cannot trick you anymore. Therewon Sarana, everybody.
Therewon Sarana, Shawnee. Thank you for reading the book for us. We worship Aryan Wahanse at his feet. Therewon Sarana, Aryan Wahanse. And we also warmly welcome all of you who have joined this Zoom discussion, and also the other friends who are listening to us via other means. So this is our English Zoom discussion as usual. Yeah, going to discuss the facts that was described in the book that Shani read. We are still talking about the mind and the thought, and how this process of thoughts are formed, and how with the growth of the baby, how these thoughts are formed and how they are developed up to the level that we are experiencing right now. So as she mentioned in the book, it's always a thought. Everything is a thought, and thought means it is the collective action of the other 5 sensor faculties. If you experience simply a thought, which means in simple words we say that I was thinking and this thought came to my mind. So when you mention something like that, it always indicates that it is something happened in the past. It is a mental picture which occurs right now, but it's always the collective function of the 5 senses which happened at some point earlier. And also it was mentioned these thoughts are composed of the rupa, or the observation of the sensor, and some form of naming behind that. So this naming can vary. It varies depending on depending on the language, depending on the environment, culture, etc. So some simple things given as examples. For walking, the English term is walking, and then in Sinhala we call it avidinawa. So it's the name part, but actually it's just the function of the sensors. So what happens there now? For example, if you take walking, it's a series of sensor functions. The skin will feel hard or soft things, and there will be a feeling of lifting and keeping a little away from the previous foot, and then there will be a feeling of the joint. So like that, it is a continuous series of sensor functions of the body. For these series of sensor functions, we call walking. So when it comes to the mundane world, it's a thought, and a name has been given to a series of functions. So it was also mentioned in what we read that erasing of the naming part, actually it means, it doesn't mean that removing that name part. Actually what it means is that the value which was given as a part of the thought, the value gets erased. Because the thought will appear as if it is happened earlier. So the thought will be there, and the identification of the rupa part will occur, but the value which was given to that total thought is the one which gets dissolved. So those were the basic things that we got from the book. So I think we can start the discussion. Dr. Kokila, Theruwan Saranai.
We worship our Ananse and Yes, we can start the discussion. Anyone can bring up a question so we can discuss around it. Or we can talk about how these perceptions are actually giving us, the false or illusory nature of the existing world. So actually, in the last bit, Joel asked a question yesterday. I don't think we had enough time to cover it. So I just thought about going back to it as well, just to highlight few things. When we try to understand this truth is just how this phenomena works, how this alive field has brought up all these questions of suffering or the burning or this problems. But when we keep understanding this, the main step we understand is actually the whatever we feel as out there, because we have a projection. Like we have a projection, as we said, that's my neighbor. And if you're looking at him now, you can really say, yes, I'm looking at my neighbor now. He's cleaning the garden. So, if someone say, did you really see him? Yes, I saw him with my own eyes. That's what we say. So it is something that happened. If someone asks you, did you actually see? That means they are questioning what you saw, and you say, no, I saw, definitely I saw his face. It wasn't someone else, it was the neighbor. So, in a way, we are trying to tell something that we saw. That's right, isn't it? But with the truth, what we try to understand is, did we see a neighbor? Or what we see is that the neighbor? Or the neighbor, how did the neighbor come to that picture, what you see? So you saw something, yes, 100% you feel like that. Because the actual seeing or vision is something you feel, feeling of light, or the visual effect. But how this mind works is, mind is a tricky thing. How this mind works is, mind gives you, mind is actually the slow. If you try to slow it down, you can understand it's just flowing of thoughts. One thought. That very fast flowing of thoughts, we call it mind. There's no actual organ called mind. So then, how this mind is formulating is due to that whatever you see, you have a notion that it is the neighbor, like an idea from what you have learned very far back in your small childhood. You know that one who lives near you is called neighbor. Or you might call it uncle, because that's how you knew how to call them, or auntie in that case. In our country, usually that is, we don't call neighbor I don't think we ever call them neighbor. So this auntie, that auntie, this uncle, that uncle, that's how we used to say. And we know that if you say, I saw that uncle, the problem is not actually what you saw or what you actually believe to see. The problem is believing that it's actually a real, this dream that this world we live in. Imagine your twin brother standing there with you and looking at the same neighbor. Whatever that twin brother's mind, how that mind works is different. Because whatever that thought that comes up would be completely different. He may be looking at the same scenario, and whatever that comes up in that mind would be completely different. How come is that? And if you imagine your puppy dog with you, and dog is looking at the same direction, what do you think that dog's world would be? So, which world is correct? Is it your brother's world? Is it your world? Or is it dog's world? Or in that case, if you imagine a fly nearby, what is the outcome of that world? So, which world is correct? Every being, unicellular or multicellular, every being has a kind of a outcome of whatever the sensory organ they have. Some sensory organs, it's just the kind of the skin, specifically in a worm. That is what you can understand this. It's just the feel. Imagine you're blind, you can't hear anything. You just feel. Are you not going to have a better feel than now? You're going to feel extremely very well, in the sense you are going to be very sensitive and specific in the feel, because you can't see, you can't hear. Even with that, you will have some kind of understanding. So even with one sensory organ, any being will survive, yes, if possible. So whatever the world, whether it is a world of a cat or world of a dog or world of a human, world of a fly, world of a bee, if you actually research about this, you will understand that according to the scientific relations, that what they see, even the type of the light is different. I can't remember everything, but if you research, what bee sees is different. They see all in rectangular form. And the dogs see in different shades. They don't see some colors. The cow would be seeing another different shades of colors. We, as humans, we know we have some people who can't see red, but they will be interpreting something as red because they hear people saying red, red. Whatever they see, they call it as red. So they don't even know that they can't see red until it is properly checked. So we understand that whatever we have as sensory organs, they function. Yes, 100% they function. And they have produced a world which is not true. In the sense, it is kind of there, yes, there is a manifestation, but it's actually not there. If it is actually there, you should be able to feel the same way as all the human beings. 8 billion people are completely different. There's another reason for that too, because their vibrations are different too. Anyway, what I was trying to come to is the question of the neighbor or the relative or someone you feel that they are giving you a hard time. Definitely, yes, you felt it before because you didn't know that this is how this so-called life works. So you felt as you are being pressured. You felt as judged. You felt as intimidated. And those feelings made you angry, made you to hide, made you to run away from the situations that you would actually see them. So, Teran Sarnai, Aranas.
Teran Sarnai.
Yes, Aranas.
Teran Sarnai, Chani is there?
Yes, Chani is here.
Teran Sarnai.
We can hear. We can see also Aranas.
Yes, Teran Saranai. What's your name? Who's the? Yes.
Please speak.
Yes, I liked. Yeah. I like know who the yes our friend Dhamma friend. Yeah. What's your name?
My name is Theo. Theo.
Theo.
Yes.
Yes.
Theo.
Which Leo?
Theo.
Theo. It's okay. Theo is where's the country?
Germany.
Yes. Germany.
Yes.
Yes. How old are you?
32.
32.
32.
32. It's okay. Yes. It's very interesting. The truth. What is the truth? No, it's very interesting. What's happened here? What is the truth? Who we are, where we are from. That's very important. What's happened here? No. Well, we don't know the truth. We know what happened to us. We are thinking after death we are going somewhere. What's happened to us? We don't know. Someone telling something. We are going to heaven. It's okay. We don't know it's happened. No. We are believing. Yeah, we are going heaven. Or we are going hell. It's okay. It's a believing. We don't know. We haven't experienced. That's why we are thinking. Yes, Hindus are talking about the other believing. Muslims are talking about the other believing. The Christian also other believing, and the Buddhist guys also thinking about like that. The heavens and hell. So, what is the really happening? No, we don't know the really. No. Really, we don't know what's happened here. That's why, it's very important. Yeah. I like And I like this discussion. I like this. Understand everybody the truth. It's okay. Give me 1 minute, please. Yes, Kokila is there. Yes, Kokila
Yes,
is
yes,
okay.
Saran. Yes, Saran answer. It's very beautiful to see that. I think this must be from Dombagoda Meditation Center, and we welcome you to the Zoom discussion. We are holding this every day at this time, and we discuss Dhamma in English medium. It's very interesting. We have actually,
See that?
We can't, they don't turn their cameras on usually. Yeah, there are several Dhamma friends, including Nata and husband.
Okay.
You can hear them, right?
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Is that like a religious reason why we cannot see them?
No.
That's fine. I don't mind.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. Actually, I'm from Australia. There's another friend from Australia here, and some are from Sri Lanka. Yeah, there's sometimes some people from UK. There's people joining some from Singapore, like that. There's Dhamma friends from all over. Just by listening to Dhamma, we haven't even personally met each other. Just through actually these discussions, we have come together just by understanding the truth that Buddothpado Waranwanse has disclosed to us. He started to disclose it through YouTube as well. We just randomly heard that, and we are actually trying to understand the truth that he was trying to say. What made you to actually come to Dombagoda? Is it for the kind of to find some tranquility, or what was the idea of that? Would you mind telling us?
I guess the main idea was to calm down.
What is it?
The main idea was to calm down, I guess. It was the start of the travel. We're traveling for 2 weeks. So
you're just traveling.
Yes. Excuse me. I think it's finding the relax. No, finding the relax. No, that's right. That's is main. Yes.
Need to calm down.
Yeah, it's a calm down place. Yes, that place is very nice for that.
This is what you already saw.
Yes, it's a relaxing place. No, it's a relaxing there. It's nice.
Very nice.
I think it's the best. I think it's the what to be happen here, because our mind always struggling. Our mind always busy. Our mind very tired. No, our mind very rush. No, our mind is like a. It's not mind is not relaxed. Mind always is generating the power like that. Attach and disattach. No, attachments. It's like that. Mind always like that. It's a crave. No, it's going the attachments. It's sometimes attachment becoming disattached because the mind is tired. I think relaxing. Everybody want relax. Yeah, life is very busy, no? That is why people want relax. It's very interesting. Yeah, it's the main.
My name is Angie.
Angie, yeah.
My name is Angie. Nice to meet you.
Angie, yes, Angie. Have you any questions? Ask me.
I want to
Angie.
I want to ask you how long you've been practicing or discovering Dhamma, is this what you discovered by yourself, or is this actually a practice for 1,000 years already? What is the history of Dharma? Can you introduce that to us?
I think you're asking me how long you meditation is doing. That's the question, no?
No, how long you've been practicing Dharma, which we're listening to? How many years, and what is this, your personal story? Can you?
Personally, yeah. My personally is when I'm a baby, it's automatically I'm doing this because my grandpa doing the meditation. My grandpa also still today alive. Grandpa not dead. Grandpa 90, I think is 96 now age. My grandpa 75 years, I think, is meditation doing. I'm becoming the meditation when I was 5 years or 6 years. It's automatically happening because my uncle, my mom's brother, my uncle, also a monk. So I have this type of family background. That's why when I was a baby, I'm doing the meditation. So 30 years doing the concentration meditation. So my grandpa teach me and my monks, friends teach me. And otherwise, I'm always in the meditation path because my mind always go in the forest. I like forest. When I was a baby, I'm always in the forest. My mom sometimes told me, why you are going to the forest? You want to study, you want to go doing the job, you want to do something. Why you are going always forest? But my mind is always going to forest because I want alone. When I was a baby, I don't like studies. I don't like anything. I want only the forest. I like the birds. I like the trees. I like the sky. I like everything. So today also I'm in the like that. I'm in the forest always. I'm in the forest. So I like alone. I like alone. My feel always going to alone. So that is my feel. Is alone. Always is alone. So it's nice. I'm not inside. I'm very happy. So I like it. Yeah. Because silence is good. That is why I choose this place. It's nice. It's a silence. It's nice. Yeah. Silence is very important. Yeah. Yeah.
If we've been educated past 2 days about the ultimate goal of Dharma is to let yourself go, right? That is ultimate truth, to end the suffering and end the rebirth. So I want to ask you, if the 1 to 10 is you have reached the ultimate truth and you let yourself completely go, if that was the goal, how much you would rate yourself, 1 to 10? Where are you now after 30, 40 years practicing?
Yes. Thus Dhamma is going, the way is awareness. Super awareness. What is the super awareness? Is samadhi. What is this samadhi? How telling this? It's like a nature. Everywhere you are sometimes you are going rush area, more people is there. But you are in alone. How is happening? This internal transformation is the very important. It's not thinking, it's not the mind. It's an internal transformation. It's changing. You are not anything to vibrate. So every time the system is working, senses are creating, thoughts are here. It's okay, no problem. Because you are inside, in silence. No problem what is happen outside. Because you are not attached anything. How is this internal transformation is happening? Like I know.
That's not my question, by the way. Thank you for sharing.
Yes.
Question is, where are you now after you practicing so many years? Where do you see yourself?
Yes. I'm in nothingness stage. But everything is there. But my inside is nothingness stage. No being, no living being, nothing existent. I'm in free mind. Yeah, I'm in freedom of mind, liberation of mind.
So you want to go already?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Wow, yes. Okay. Congratulations.
So how do you feel like? How's your state of feeling? So, or how's your?
Do you reach enlightenment?
Yeah.
How do you know?
It's not thinking. It's not thoughts. It's internal transformation. It's happening. I'm not telling lie.
Hey.
I don't want to tell lie anybody. It's my experience. It's my experience. I explain others. So I'm not force anybody. I'm explaining my experience only. Someone can realize. Someone can study, but I am telling. So I'm telling the way, I'm telling the path. Someone following this way definitely is coming finally stage is super awareness. I'm talking about super awareness. Is Buddha's word is. So someone talking about alignment, but I'm not talking alignment. Enlightenment is Hindu's word. I'm talking about super awareness. Is the enlightenment? Yes. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. First, everybody want to understand how is this senses creating? What is this alive feel? How is alive feel is coming? How is this alive feel is coming? How is this existent feel is also coming? So when you are baby, you are in the court, it's a radiant mind is there. No defilements. But after kindergarten time, how is coming defilements? The people don't know how is coming these defilements. So that is very important. How is creating these senses? Buddha explaining this. What is this world? Is censoring world, not any outside world. So animals in others world. So example is the buffalo. Buffalo only the look in red color. Buffalo have red color world. We are talking about 7 color world. But some insect, they have 8 type of world. So this varieties is animals. It's not same world. They are living individually their own world. You also same. Your world is your senses creating, no? Not outside anywhere. It's your sensoring world. It's very important.
May I ask how old are you now?
Excuse me? Yes?
May I ask how old are you now?
Pardon, please? I think I'm not heard.
How old are you now?
Sudharma, what's that question?
I said actually they are interested in about your personal life, basically how you feel less than fully awakened one and your age, etc. Now she's asking.
Yeah, very important. I'm living normally like you. Not happen anything. That's a internal transformation is not the outside picture.
Why he doesn't answer that question? No, I asked him how old are you? Like he's 32, I'm 32. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 50 years old. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
How old are you? That's the question. It's okay. Yeah.
50?
50 years old. Yes.
Oh wow, you sound very young. But I'm sure you feel very young too, feel younger. But my question, I'm very curious, since you already reached the the stage, right? The Dharma, and your beautiful center to help people, which I truly, truly, deeply appreciate it. But I want to ask
Yes.
you, what is of your life right now, since you already reached the ultimate, only 50? So what is your goal of your life? I don't know how long you're gonna live. I think you probably live longer than your grandfather. So let's say you have 50 years to go, or even longer. Let's say you're gonna do 110. Okay, you have 60 years to go, which is more than half life. What right now? I'm very curious. You reached the ultimate, and what's next?
Yes. Yes.
What you want to do, and what do you want to do next? Question.
Because I believe you will live very long with this kind of very spiritual play.
I don't know that. So, what is? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You know, the people innocent, no? People don't know the truth. They are like a blind. They are born like a blind, and they are living like a blind, and they are dead also living like a blind. They don't know what happened here. They don't know what is the truth. They are thinking they are come somewhere. They are thinking they are living. After they are thinking they are going somewhere. But especially, we won't know who we are. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? So it's easily telling, but we can explain. You are not anywhere. You are the power. You are the vibration. You are the vibe. This vibe is zero, is happening. Everything is normally. Senses are working. Nobody is here. System is working. Very interesting, the mind sensor. Because thoughts are coming. No value is here. But normally everything is normally. Nothing change anything. But you are inside, not suffering. No, not suffering is not inside anything to any attach. So it's very nice. Yeah. Yeah.
Because you already ended your suffering. So what are you going to do for the next 50 years?
I don't want anything, because the timeless is the really answer. Time is a thinking. Yeah, no death or birth is here. Every second you are the living, you are the birth and death is 1 second here happening. It's your mind, it's your thought. Thought have a value. No, nobody is here. Thought have a value. That's your birth, that's your death. No, thought is the spark like that. One spark is happening every time. Every time is one thought is here. Future, you are thinking this present moment. History also, you are thinking this present moment. You are living only this present moment, this one thought. But this one thought, you won't understand everything you are know. You know, you are thinking, your future, you are thinking something, is your present moment only the thought. The history is something you are remember, that this present moment only the thought. You know, one thought is here, happening every time, every second. So, this one thought, how is this thought is creating? That is the Buddha's dependent origination, is Buddha's Dhamma. Explaining this, how is this mind created? Mind is this present moment, only the thought. One thought, you know, everything is system is like that, going on. You know, time is you are thinking. This present moment, one thought is happening. This thought is not real. Your example is the chair. The kindergarten time, red, yellow, blue. Why teacher is given this sound? Given the picture to eye and given the sound to ear. This sound and picture together coming, sound and form together coming. That's the thought. You see, red, yellow, blue, chair, table, apple, orange. Picture is given the eye, sound is given the ear. This, someone calling you orange. How this picture is coming? That is why these waves, is combining, other wave is creating. That's why picture and sound together coming, that's the thought. This every second, these thoughts are coming. What's your front? It's a chair. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I want to understand your perception of suffering. So if the goal is to end the suffering and everybody's happy in peace, but I feel suffering is very important part of the motivation of a human being to explore, to achieve more technology advances, to explore moon, to go to Mars, to go out of the galaxy. And that's how we're not living in the cave right now, since we are the dominant species on the planet only about 30,000 years. And that's what drive a human being, because we suffer. Imagine you're a baby. How do you know you're not touching the hot pot, right? You put your finger on the hot pot, you get burned. And now you suffer, it's pain. Now you know you're gonna avoid that hot pot. Similarly, if we don't suffer, there's no learning process for human as a species to grow. That's my ultimate dilemma since I arrived here. Is if we end the suffering, do you agree that you end the motivation of a human being to evolve and everybody just in peace? If imagine 17 billion people right now on the planet like you, we end the suffering already, where are we going?
It's okay. That's why. Question is everything is on mind. You are thinking. It's thoughts. Thought is not real. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is given you to this price. Is your life field.
Not real. Why are we even existing? Why are we even breathing? We should just kill ourselves, right?
You know, someone understood the truth. Nobody is here. No one is here. This is a power. This is a power. Mind is a power. Yeah.
It's useless.
Yeah.
We're not doing anything. We lost our drive of going forward. And it's just very confusing for me.
No, excuse me. Excuse me, madam. It's okay. I explained to you. So this is huge stories here to explain, but it's okay. I explained little bit. So everything is your thoughts. Galaxy is your thinking. Otherwise, everything. But you know, the baby don't know death or birth. Someone telling death and birth. The baby thinking death and birth. Baby don't know death and birth. So after you are thinking, one day I'm die. Yeah. So that is thoughts. Thoughts given you suffering. So this now, this present moment, you are thinking you are dead, you are in suffering. But you are not thinking the death, you are not in the sad. Why? You are not thinking. But these thoughts are given you to sad and suffering. That is why everything is thoughts. You are thinking.
So it is human as well?
There was a my listeners. Yeah. I think you are listening to a wonderful sermon that was delivered by our noble friend Buddothpado. So it was a great and very profound kind of sermon. How the birth and the death could be overcome. So if I So we discussed these things in previous discussions as well. So anyway, we talked that we discussed, we explained how the birth occurs in a thought. In conventional world, people think that their birth is happened, has been happened once they came out from mother's womb. But according to the Buddhist doctrine, actually birth occur in this very thought. So why Buddha tells like that? In other words, we can say you have a certain thought in your mind even now even that you have been born about 30 years back from mother's tummy, then you have grown grown up afterwards. Now you are living in mid 20s, mid 30s, or mid 50s, and so on. So it is another kind of a thought that you have in your mind. That thought even came in this very moment. So that's why Aryan Maharaj keeps on telling, you are thinking that you have been born. You are thinking that you have been living such a long period of time. And you are thinking on some other day you have to face your own death. So again, what has happened here? A thought comes more prominent. So it will give certain feel of that thought is a real kind of one. So we tend to believe that thought is real. So that's why we believe that we have been born about 30 years back. And also you are thinking that you are living in this moment as well. So again, it's another thought. So a thought comes, one day you have to face your own death. That thought, it seems like a futuristic thought that comes in the future, but now you are thinking about your future death. Again, thought. So all these things are thoughts. But Lord Buddha, according to the Lord Buddha's explanation, you only have this very moment. You have only this very moment. So even this moment is not true. So past has already gone. Future hasn't come yet. And you are living in this very moment. But this moment is not true as well. So how we should understand this thing? how we can understand even this moment is not real. In order to understand that thing, we have to understand the thought first. What is this thought? What is the composition of a thought? How this thought get formed? What is this mind? So as I, from the previous example, we know we are thinking. So in order to think, we have to have thoughts. So you are thinking in this very moment that you have been born 30 years back. Again, it's a present kind of a thought. But you are remembering you are referring to an incident where that it has been occurred 30 years back. So how these thoughts come? What is the mechanism of formation of these thoughts? So how thoughts get a certain value for them? So who created these thoughts? So can you keep away without thinking? Can you stay without thinking even for a little split second? No. Your mind tends to give you thoughts again and again and again and again. So what is this? So as thoughts are coming in very fast, you are flitting from one thought to another. For the previous thought goes to the past. Now what you are thinking is the currently focusing thought. So again you are engaging, or you are interacting with thoughts. So now you can understand we are referring to the state of living, or we are telling that we are living is by realizing, looking at the thoughts that we think. So thoughts keep coming continuously. So in order to thoughts to keep coming, so thought needs to keep coming one after another. So to do so, to happen like that, you think that you have to be alive. So you know the dead bodies don't get certain thoughts. So that's why we call it is dead. He is dead, or she is dead. So in the state of coma, so we know it's like a dead body. So we don't know that that particular person is thinking. We assume that these kind of patients don't make thoughts, but in contrast with them. So our mind keeps on working. So it will generate new thoughts in every fraction of second. So that's why we think that we are alive. So these thoughts will give us certain kind of a feel. So if you focus onto that, you will tend to feel, yes, these thoughts give me certain kind of a feel. For that particular feeling, we call it we are living. So if there are no thoughts, we don't feel like we are alive. So it will be very similar to a state of death. Or it will be very much similar to a patient who has gone to coma state. The thoughts are the things that will keep us alive. So if it is the key point, if it is the main thing, if thoughts become the main thing to keep us alive, so why won't it be an important thing to investigate about thought? So how these thoughts make us to feel as alive? How these thoughts make us to feel as alive? There should be something hidden in thought. So that's why Lord Buddha asks us to just try to investigate your own thought and see whether there is a absolute kind of a live feel within that particular thought. But that is very challenging. I think we are not thinking like that up to now. So we are thinking the main the mechanism of creating thought is belongs to our mind. So can you find a so-called mind without a thought? No. So mind is per se can be defined as a rapidly flowing state of thoughts. Thoughts keep moving one to another in very speedy manner. So we tend to feel like we have a permanent thing called mind. Most of the people think, scientists think it is somewhere in the brain. From that mind, it keeps on producing more and more thought. But we can't even you dissect your own brain and see whether there are any kind of place where these thoughts are get stored? No, you can't find it even in the brain. The brain matter is made up of certain specialized cells. These cells are called neurons. So neurons are arranged in such a way to create a certain mesh-like formation. Within that mesh, certain signals passes here and there through an chemical substance called neurotransmitters. So when you dissect your brain and see in the microscope, so you will only be able to find those neurons and the neurotransmitters only. But where are the thoughts? Where is the mind that you think it is there in the brain? You can't find. So this mind has been formed with continuous flow of thoughts. So you are thinking the mind belongs to me. So now we understood there is no such a thing called mind. Other than that, we only have a rapidly flowing thoughts. So in order to understand the self, it is very essential to understand this thought. Because as I told you earlier, each and every thought will bring certain kind of a feel of your existence. Certain brings about a certain kind of a feel that will make you to feel that you are alive. So if you can suppress or giving certain kind of a anesthetic drug, so if you gone unconscious in that particular period of time, you won't be able to remember anything, just because your thoughts are not creating in that particular period. So you will go blank. So maybe into some very big, if you happen to face with a very serious accident, so there may be, due to the sudden shock that you have during that accident, so you might go into state of blankness. So actually, due to that particular huge shock that you received through this as a result of the accident, the rest of the thoughts forming mechanism has been shut down or suppressed for a certain while. So that is the period that you don't feel like alive. So we tell you have gone unconscious, because that period your thought have not been produced. So you didn't feel that you were alive. But as your bodily functions kept on working, again you gained the consciousness. So again, the thoughts producing mechanism starts to work. From that to that point, we call you have gained your consciousness back after a certain period of unconscious. So now you can understand what important role is played by this thought. So the thought is the building block of your mind. So we can't talk about the mind without talking the thoughts. So rapidly flow, a continuous rapid flow of the thoughts will make certain feel of permanent thing called mind. So we are telling a rapidly flowing thoughts, a stream of thought as the mind. Actually, when the thoughts have gone, you can't find a mind. So at the very beginning, I started this explanation by giving some example to you. So you are thinking that you have been born into this world about 30 years back. It is the thought. It is a thought. So, but it is not a previous kind of a thought. That thought came just now. Again, you are thinking, now I am also living. It is another kind of a thought. You are thinking in this very particular moment. And you will again think, in future, someday, I have to face my own death. So it is another kind of a thought, even it represents a certain future period, even it forecasts a certain future thing, but again it is a thought that is thought in this particular moment. So all these thoughts will collectively make your mind. So as they have certain kind of a feel, underlying feel, so you tend to feel that I am living, that's why I am thinking like this way. I am the one since I am living, since I am a living being, that is the why I am thinking like that way. So there are two things. One is you have a thought, hidden kind of a thought, that you are a living being, you are a male, your age is this, your profession is this, so your societal status, and all these things are there in a thought every time, but they don't come very frequently, but these kind of thoughts are there hidden within you. So all these things will collectively produce a certain kind of a power to make you to feel that you are existing. So that's why I told there are two things. One is the superficial thoughts that you have. The other one is something that you really feel. So how this real living feel is brought about? That is the problem. So what I try to explain is this. Other than the thought that you think that you are a living being, there is a certain kind of underlying feel that is coupled to that particular thought. So how this certain feel came? What is this feeling? That to understand that thing, that feeling, so you feel that you are living. So you don't always keep on remembering, keeping on remembering again and again that you are living, you are living, you are a human, you are a boy, you are 30 years old, and all these things you are not thinking always. But there's an underlying feel that you are living, but you don't feel it always. In certain instances where you feel anger, where you feel sorrow, where you feel happy, in those kind of places you tend to feel that I'm living. So all these things are what is there on the superficial aspect of each and every feel is a thought. So the happiness would come with a thought. Thought insists that's why it is very important to see the composition of the thought, how these thoughts are formed, in what means. So what are the thoughts? How they behave? And so many questions arise with that. So that's why Lord Buddha said, if you want to understand yourself in the sense, the feel of the existence of you have to understand your mind. So in order to understand the mind, you have to understand the thoughts. So there are so many thoughts that comes every time, each and every moment. So you can't see all these thoughts because they are producing or they are forming at a very greater speed. So, but their structure is very much similar. So, Lord Buddha asks us to just take one thought and try to elaborate more. Then you will understand how this thought has been formed. So that understanding can be applied to whatever the thought comes to your mind. So that means that you will be able to understand your mind. And if you understand the mind, so you will be able to understand how the existence feel was brought about through this mind. So it is very methodical. It is very logical. It is the only way that will enable you to understand who you are. It is the only one and only single way that you have that will enable you to see who you are. So we talk, we explain. The thought is the building block of the mind. In other words, thought is the building block of your existence field. So it is so much important to get to know how these thoughts are formed. So as you know, we have mainly 5 senses. So what are these? Eye, nose, skin sensor, tongue, and ears. We have 2 ears. So from these these sensors, it captures the different kind of or these sensors will trigger down, and they will produce certain stimuli. These stimuli come together and combine each other, then they collectively produce or form the thought. This is the basic way that you can understand the thought, the structure of the thought. So in one single thought, as an example, we usually take the example of the chair. So chair is a thought. So this chair had not been there when you were born. So you didn't know these type of things are called chair even. So what little baby got into his eyes is the color of that only. The light, and his mother or his parents kept on telling chair, chair, chair. Then the auditory stimulus also captured through his ears. Then what has happened? Internally, those light perception and the auditory perceptions combined each other. So ultimately what has happened, after some times, when the mother tells the word chair, the little baby will point out the chair. What has happened? The perceptions that are captured with the little baby's senses produced a certain kind of a perception, internal kind of a perception of a chair. And now this particular perception has all the inputs that were coming from all the 5 senses. Now in the little baby's world, the chair is there. So when father talks about the chair, he gets a mental image. Father is talking about this particular object. So the little baby started to interact with a perception, a mental projection. Even you don't see a chair at this very moment. When I speak the word, tell the word chair, you will remember a chair that might be very familiar one for you. Maybe the couch, maybe the sofa, maybe an armchair, maybe a dining table chair. So different kind of chairs are there. So anyone would come into your mind. So how this came into your mind? This kind of a picture came into your mind. You didn't see it right now. You didn't see, because in your room there is no that sort of a chair here. But you did see how it's a mental projection. You saw the color of the chair. You, you, at the same time, you felt the absolute feeling of the particular chair. So if your mental projection projected a sofa-like thing, you felt the comfort even. But how this happens? In that particular mental picture, you had all the things. The softness of the chair, of the fabric, and the hardness of the wood it has been made, and the color of the chair, or shades of the color, and the shape also there, and also the name: sofa, couch, dining table, or revolving chair. So everything will come in this very moment. How does this happen? So by those things you can understand you have been always dealing with a mental image. But other than that, other than those kind of perceptions, you have a certain kind of a feel there, underlying feel. What is that feeling? You feel in that particular mental projection, there you feel a certain kind of a existent feel there. So you feel this sofa in the living room is really existing. So that feeling is also there with that particular perception of the sofa. So in that particular mental formation, in that particular thought of chair, you have figure out how these different perceptions are combined to formation, to this formation. So you know that. So other than that, you have a certain feeling, this sofa is there in my living room now even. So that mental perception is able to bring about a certain kind of a feel other than the mental picture. That feeling makes you to feel like it is real. But you are still dealing with the mental picture. So same thing happen in the night as you dream, when you dream. So in the dream, so many things might be happening. So you may be running, you may be dancing, you may be clapping, you may be enjoying, or you may be falling from the heights. So certain various kind of dreams that you might have seen. at night. So we also, at that particular moment, our eyes are closed. No sounds are coming from ears as well. There's no way kind of such kind of feelings that can be received through the skin sensor as you were on the bed. But in that particular dream, you felt everything. So you might have seen a snowy region, that snowing country that you visited. So the temperature, the coldness, or the consistency of the snow, and the all the things, the color of the snow, and the feeling when you step onto the snow, all these things will come. And also it makes a certain kind of a feel that you are really walking on the snow, but you are dreaming. You are dreaming. It is only a dream. So when you only wake up from the from the sleep, then you will realize, wow, I have been dreaming now. But you felt everything. The coldness, cold temperature, the coldness of the snow, and the consistency, the the surrounding feelings and sight, nice beautiful sceneries you have seen, and also they became very real for you. So how these things happen? As I said earlier, the way that you saw the sofa is very much similar to that particular dream that you saw at the night. So when you dream, you are dealing with, you are interacting with certain mental pictures. When you are awake even, you are dealing with, you are interacting with same mental picture. So if there is a mental picture, that particular mental picture inherently brings a certain kind of a alive feel. That's why when you were dreaming also, you tend to feel the cold, consistency, beauty, and those particular feelings as well. So you are thinking it is a dream. Yes, that is a dream. But in the real world also, you are dreaming actually. Because you are living in a world that is filled with thoughts. Thoughts are not real. They have been created using your own senses. So sensory inputs combine each other to give you certain mental picture. That mental picture carries a certain feel of its existence. So that existence makes us feel that particular entity as a real thing. That is the problem. So when you were dreaming, the same thing has happened. So when you were dreaming, you didn't know that you were dreaming. You didn't know even that you were sleeping at that very moment, because the thoughts gave these thoughts in the dream gave certain feelings as real. Same thing happens in the real life as well. When you see your own mother, you when you think about your own mother, so you feel like she's there in the kitchen. Now she is cooking. So it is also a mental picture as the dream, but it has inherently a certain feeling of it, her existence. It will ensure it is having a certain feel of her existence. So as such, we are living in a world that is made with thoughts. These thoughts collectively make us to feel that these thoughts are real. It will create, they will create a certain feel to make them more realistic. So that's why we tend to feel that these worldly objects are real things. So from the skin sensor, we go and touch it. Then it will create another kind of sensory input to make it more kind of 3D feel. So again, a certain kind of a 3D, three-dimensional kind of feeling also comes along with that. So it will reassure the previous existence feeling. It will enhance that particular existence feeling. So we have the 3D objects in the world. So as we can touch it and we can hold them, we feel like they are really existing. But still, you are dealing with a mental projection. We are dealing with a mental picture. The way how it brings about the existent feeling, you can't deny that it is only a mental picture. You can't even think unless you think in this particular way. So you have been dealing from the time you are born. You have been dealing with the thoughts that made us to feel as they are real. So the other part is so fascinating than that. What is that? In order to feel the existence of the thought or existence of the particular chair, there should be someone who feels this particular existence. What is that? Unknowingly, a living being gets created on the other side of the thought. So as you tend to feel this thought, this chair as real, and in this very moment, there will be another kind of a living being who perceives the existence of the particular chair will also get formed. That is the most difficult problem to solve. So that is the way how yourself has been formed through a particular thought. As this thought became a real thing for you, that invariably created a self who feels this existence of the chair. So that particular field, the figure that you showed, you have seen through the mirror, get coupled afterwards. So then what will happen? I am the one who is feeling the really existing chair. That is the problem. That is the way how yourself has started to establish within you. That is the way. So earlier in the younger ages, very young ages, little babies do not have such kind of feelings of their existence. They don't know that even they have born or not. They don't have any idea about their death. They don't even recognize their parents at the beginning. But as they grow older, as these mental pictures become real for him or her, with that perceptions, a self kind of a feeling will start to grow within these little ones. So it will grow gradually over the years. The self. After some time, after seeing his own reflection through the mirror, then he will tie up. This is me who feels the love of my mother. This is me who gets annoyed when teacher gives a lot of homework. So this is the way how a self, feeling of self, getting formed over the years. So it happens gradually. As soon as the little ones were born, there is no kind of a self feeling. As the worldly perceptions become more and more real for them, into that particular extent, from the other side, the notion of a self tends to establish within them, starts to establish within them. So it has been happening over the past 30 years. Now, at this very moment, you have such a feeling that you are a man, you are 30 years old, you are an engineer, I'm a respectable person in this society, and I have been born 30 years back, so some other day I have to face my own death. So those things are there now with you, since that you are having that kind of a alive feeling within you. But actually, if you see this mechanism of formation of thought, that is very sufficient for you to understand there is no kind of so-called an existence feel as well. There is no such a so-called living being within me, because all these feelings have been created as a result of this combination of the sensory inputs that are generated within our own senses. So as soon as you see the light itself has a kind of an existing feel. So we tend to feel this light as a real thing. And at that very moment, unknowingly, there you create a self who sees this light. So that is the way how your self gets created. Actually, as long as these thoughts become real for you, feeling of self will be felt. But if you understand these thoughts are not real, these perceptions that you deal with are not real. So there is no chance of creating a self feel in each and every thought. So you know you are dealing with, once you understand this entire mechanism, you know every time if you see whatever the thing, if you hear whatever the sound, if you feel whatever the perception, so you know these are just mental formations. So there is nothing to be taken as real, because I'm having these sensors, they collectively give certain pictures. So that's all right. You can't prevent it happening. But with the understanding, you know, even though perceived like that this way, there is nothing to be taken as real in them. It comes automatically. It's not another kind of a thought. It is a feel. So you felt earlier they are as real things. But now, after gaining this particular understanding, now you know these perceptions do not have a real kind of existence in this world. So that will break up. That will not stimulate, or that will not trigger the formation of self who is seeing the existence of the worldly objects. So the feeling of I, feeling of self, then starts to dissolve. So that's why Lord Buddha was saying that what you have to do to see the truth. So in each and every thought, you have to see the truth. So this chair, you know, even though it is visualized in that way, even I feel like it is kind of a 3D kind of object, but still it is not really existing. It has not existed earlier as well, there is no such a thing called chair, only a projection here. What I'm seeing is only a projection. What I'm feeling is only a projection. So, in the absence of the real kind of worldly objects, there is no chance of creating a self who perceives these real things, because there are no real things. You can't find any real thing in this world. So that is the point where you start to scatter or dissolve or dissociate the self-existence field. And at the beginning, you understood that yourself also a very much similar kind of a thought to the chair. So the image that you have seen through the mirror, you called it as you. So it is a kind of another perceptions that are created from your own senses, like the chair. So there you got to know at early stages, you got to know that my mind concept is not there. It is also thought. So that is well enough at the beginning. But as you tend to feel these worldly objects are not real, the feeling that brought about a self kind of a feel now starts to dissolve. So yourself starts to dissolve. You realize that you have never been born. There was no such a person who had born 30 years back. And in the absence of a birth, will there be a death for you? No. You can't find a death for you because you have not been born yet. You have not been born. So this is the way how you get away from. This is the way how you become a Buddhist. So you don't have a birth. You don't have bhava uddha. You removed your birth only through the understanding. So that is the way how you become bhava uddha. Person who did this bhava uddha, person who become Buddha, person who become Buddhist. So that if you are able to see this particular truth, you will become a Buddhist. So the religion does not matter, your culture does not matter, only matters is the level of understanding of this truth. So I think we have many more to talk on this, discuss on this. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. So until then, good night, Thiruvan Saranai, and thank you for listening.